can't hide. You call it feeling alive, and let me fucking die inside. I don't wanna be a mirror for something you're running from. I won't turn into a moment just to say we had one. I don't need devotion, I need you real. I can't go be with a drop. The way they hijack time, I stayed clear, I stayed present. You crossed a different line. It's not that I couldn't love you.
Good morning. And no, George, I'm not gonna wake my dog up. So I'll wait till she wakes up. No, I'll try it.
This isn't life, this isn't shame. It's just the space that stays the same.
Yeah, I slept from midnight until 6:30.
Won't disappear just to be closer. I can't go be with a drop,
Damn it.
but I keep my name. Only with myself intact, I don't play that game. If you ever was quiet without enough to burn, I can't come be with a drop, but I don't need to learn.
East facing window sucks. Sun comes right in it every morning.
Somebody poisoned all the air here. Somebody fed the fire for views. Now every room is thick with fallout, and every word gets turned and used. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a stage too soon. Private words turn into public sound. No one knows how to put the fire down. Everybody's breathing in the smoke now. Everybody's reaching for the proof. We don't hold a thing with care now. We just call it out.
Alright, somebody come talk to me.
Had something real in my hands once,
Thank you.
till all
Alex.
that noise came pouring through. Other people's wreckage filled the silence.
Realist Rick.
What's going
These are
on?
all spark plugs, new blades.
Oh, somebody's didn't know they were coming up. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, I woke up. I can't complain.
I know how that feels.
You there?
Yeah, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 44. Voted for Trump.
You still support him?
Of course I do.
Of course. How do you feel about the war in Iran?
I feel like after 47 years of them terrorizing the entire world, I think it took somebody with a pair to take care of business, and apparently Trump was the man with the pair. Sorry, I got kids and they're jumping around.
They'll do that.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
So the no new wars thing that Donald Trump promised, that's okay if he goes back on something like that?
Well, I look at it like this. Every other president said, we're not going to allow Iran to have this. We're not going to allow Iran to have that and this, that, the other. And they kept saying, well, we got this red line. We're drawing it and blah, blah, blah. And it was all just talk. So I respect the man that isn't just talk. Yeah, I know. I know a lot of people are probably going to give me heat about the whole no new wars thing and how he said that. But I mean, the man's been pretty good. The man's had a pretty good track record on his word. And yeah, he
Really?
had something had to be done. So I'll back this before I'll back this Ukraine Russia stuff all day long. I'll back this one. I mean, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that gas prices went up, but globally ours are a little lower than other places. So
They always are.
I'm willing to
Wait.
take a little bit of the hit.
All right. They always are. Our gas prices are always going to be lower because we heavily subsidize our industry. But I just wonder other presidents, other administrations, other Congresses have worked with Iran to make sure that they can't develop those weapons. And Donald Trump, instead of working with Iran, just decided, screw it, we're going to start bombing people. And
But
this
they
was
kept
after he
making
said,
them. They didn't stop. That's the problem.
well, they
They
didn't.
never stopped.
We pulled out of the deal. They were
Doing it
abiding.
even with
They didn't.
Obama, they kept doing
They
it. There's a
didn't.
track record.
They
Yes.
didn't. They didn't. They abided by the JCPOA 100%. By the time Donald Trump took us out of the JCPOA, they didn't have any more than 3.67% enriched uranium.
Yeah, we were negotiating with terrorists, by the way.
We're negotiating with the state of Iran.
The IRGC is not the state. They're a bunch of terrorists, and I think everybody knows this.
We negotiated with the Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah, yeah, who is a terrorist. Let's
No,
say
that's
was,
that's
because
just a
now
religious.
he's
That's a
flying his
religious leader. That's a religious leader in another country. It's the head of state
a
of another
religious
country.
leader in another country whose entire religion is based on
You can dislike the
unaliving
religion.
anybody that doesn't believe in their religion.
You can
Those
dislike
were
the
his
religion.
ideologies.
You
I've
can
been
You can dislike the religion. I don't really care. I don't like any religion. I think they're all shit. I think we should get rid of all of them. But that has nothing to do with this conversation, whether you like their religion or not. The fact is that we were negotiating with the head of state. We actually got a deal passed. John Kerry worked for many years on that deal and actually got a good deal passed, and they did abide by that deal. Donald Trump pulled us out of it, and then they started enriching more because they were allowed to,
so they
or
were
we weren't
just able
stopping
to
them.
enrich that uranium that fast
Yeah.
through that time period.
Yes, they had 60% by 2021. Right after Biden took office, they already had 21%. Or I'm sorry, they already had 60%. Right after Biden took office. So
So it was
Donald
okay
Trump
when
allowed them to
Hillary
do
said
that.
she was gonna. When it was okay when Hillary said she was gonna bomb Iran and go to war with Iran. That was fine, right?
Hillary's never been the
No,
president of the United States.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That
You
was
didn't even
fine.
hear what.
That was,
What did
I'm
I
sure
just
that was
say?
fine
What did
with
I
you,
just
right?
say? What did I just say?
That they weren't enriching uranium. How
No,
do
that's
we
not
know?
what I
We weren't
just said.
even
I'm
checking.
sorry. You interrupted me before I could finish what I was saying about Hillary.
Eat some more soy, okay?
What
Eat
did
some
I
more
say about
soy
Hillary?
and your vegan lattes, okay?
I am a vegetarian. That's okay as well.
I'm sure you are.
However,
I can tell in your
that's
voice.
awesome. That's awesome.
You know what?
You should listen
Enjoy
to
your
if
lifestyle
if you're gonna
aside,
have a
okay?
conversation. If you're gonna have a conversation, you should be an adult, man. Can't you be an adult?
I'm
You got
more of an
kids.
adult than
You
you.
should teach
Have,
your
have
kids
you
to be
been over
adults.
there? Have you been over there? Have you been over there? Have you
No,
been over there? Have
no.
you been over
How
there?
many
No,
fucking
you
times are you
haven't.
gonna ask the
I
same
have.
stupid ass
I
question?
have. So
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right now. I need you to chill out, dude. Stop being a child. Be an adult. You're an adult man. Be an adult man. Have a conversation. Stop freaking the fuck out, please. Thank you. No, I have never been to Iran. Never. Nor do I ever plan on going to Iran, probably. I can't imagine that I will. But are you there? Now you're not going to unmute. They're going to throw a temper tantrum. Okay. Whatever. You can stick around and have a conversation if you want. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Hey, Rick. Rick,
Hold
I
on.
find it
Hold
super.
on. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on.
sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Jeff, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
29, and I did not vote.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Just for nothing, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
So I'm 44, and I voted for Harris, but was reluctant.
Whatever that means. Z1246. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 21. I ain't vote for him.
Okay, you are not an American. I figured he was leaving. L. L, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Of course, 50 and Harris. And I just came up just to say one thing to him. I just find it so ironic that he's calling you a soy boy and he's the one kvetching and carrying on like a toddler. That was all. The irony is not lost on any of us, Rick.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
okay with
projection.
that. And he figured out pretty quick that he wasn't going to be able to have a conversation, so he started yelling and screaming.
That's good. Of course.
So Jeff, why didn't you vote?
I would say that I'm a conscientious objector.
Do you think you're being Do you think you're going to change the system by doing that?
Not necessarily, but at least I don't have blood on my hands. That's the way I see it. So,
Well, can I ask Jeff a question? Why not do? So I used to do I really didn't like the first time Trump when he was running against Clinton.
yeah, I voted for him the first time.
No, well, okay. So the first time I didn't like either candidate, and so I voted for my state's governors, like a protest vote, to let it known that someone's out there voting, but they're not going to vote for this garbage.
And Jeff,
I just completely disregarded it this time. It was just, I don't know, dude, it's too much.
But you're aware of the ability to vote as a means of harm reduction, right? I mean, well, depending on...
Yeah, but I mean,
Go ahead.
How do you like your unpleasant,
So this time I voted as a means of harm reduction. That's why I reluctantly voted for Harris. But
just
I mean,
question
I
for
don't,
Jeff, though.
I don't think that's a good way to go about things, Al, to be honest.
But I mean, here's the thing, and this is just my opinion. This is absolutely nothing more than my opinion. It's the very least we can do to exercise our civic duty, just to show up and vote.
I agree.
So,
I mean, I'm gonna make a different choice next time.
Well, and let me ask you this, just because I have burning curiosity: if it were the same election and it were to be today, knowing what you know today, who would you choose?
You mean
yeah, I'd probably vote Democrat. Not gonna lie.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I'm not a Democrat. Don't get me wrong. All right?
I'm not a Democrat either, but I did vote for Harris, so I understand.
I'm just saying.
It's
eight years ago.
It's painful, but yeah.
Okay, what do you guys have against Democrats? Are you ashamed to call yourself a Democrat? Is that shameful?
I'm actually a reformed conservative, but I've been like this for many years.
I'm a genuine conservative, man, and the shit that Democrats represent, it goes completely against
what shit?
My principles. So
what shit? What shit are you talking about?
Dude, like the social policies that they...
Are you just going to say trans people, that's it?
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Okay, so what shit?
That is one thing.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. So what shit are you talking about?
I mean, dude, all sorts of retarded shit.
You can't say that word. What the fuck is wrong with people?
If he doesn't...
Oh, man. I need conservatives, by the way.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Yeah, you're an asshole.
Yeah.
But you are conservative. We have Z
back up here, too.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day, Elle.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to avoid my 3 teenage children right now, so...
And I don't think Tony even knows he's up here. Z, I asked you who you voted for.
Yeah, I said I didn't vote for anyone. You said I wasn't American.
Okay, yeah, it was the accent and the fact that you said you didn't vote for anybody. Why didn't you vote for anybody?
Because I wasn't registered to vote.
You what?
He's only 19.
No, I'm 21.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
But I was 18 turning 19.
So why didn't you vote?
Because I wasn't registered to vote.
Why not?
Because I was in the process of enlisting.
Of what? See, I can't even understand you, man. What the fuck?
He said he wasn't. He said he was enlisting.
You're just mumbling.
I'm not mumbling.
You are. You can't articulate your words. I guess the.
Hey, let's
who would
make
you
this
have
real
voted
simple,
for?
Z. If you could have voted, again, same question that we asked Jeff. If the election were today, having the knowledge that you have now, who would you have voted for? Let's just get it down to brass tacks here.
Probably Harris.
Cool.
Why not Trump?
I mean, I don't know that it feels like. I mean, from my perspective, it feels like shit's just getting worse. Like tensions and everything. Especially with Iran, from my perspective, like, we've had people on the floor for like the last 11 months for no reason.
I swear to God, it sounds like you're speaking another language.
Yeah, he's a fashion plate.
I don't know, it's fucking ridiculous. I can't. Yeah, you're not worth talking to right now. Dave, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 36 and I voted for Donald J. Trump.
Dare. You still support Trump?
Of course. Hey, what's today's date? It's the 10th, right?
Uh-huh.
Happy Mother's Day, if there's any woman here.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, while I'm up here, there are 148 people here. Can you guys please tap your screens, share and repost the live, help Mojo out. He's got some very modest gift goals. If you want to contribute, feel free, but do the minimum just to be here since he's giving us the maximum. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. All the ladies in the chat.
Did you really go on the date for Mother's Day? Doesn't it fall on a different day every year?
The date does change. It does fluctuate. It's usually the second Sunday of every May, I believe.
Yeah, the date of every holiday changes.
Not every holiday. Christmas is always December 25th.
Halloween's
New
always
Year's
the
is always
31st.
Yeah.
Well, almost every holiday.
That's just not true. But still, why would you say the 10th? Why wouldn't you just know that it's the second Sunday of May?
Well, do you know what comes in 5 days?
I know this is going to be some dubious thing. Tell us, please.
Do you know Jerome Powell's leaving?
Oh, wow.
Are you seriously celebrating Japan?
We're celebrating the head of the Fed stepping down.
You guys have 5 days to complain. And then
listen,
misery you guys are going through is going to be
my love, listen, we have plenty of things to complain about. There's a laundry list of things. We'll find something else. I promise you.
Interest rates are going to drop.
They already said that they're not going to be dropping
the golden age is going to come. It's going to be a nice time. It's going to be.
They've been saying shit like that since, forever. Republicans have said that. This is going to be great. This is going to happen.
Jerome Powell's been
I'm sorry.
No, but Dare, here's the thing. Like, celebrating that is like celebrating the day that the demise of the leader when he passes away. Like, it literally, the next day is not going to be any different. It's going to take time for things to feel different, to be different, to seem different. It's not just an immediate thing. So don't worry. The one thing that I can promise you is that us on the left, those of us that are currently on the left, will have a laundry list of other things to complain about. I promise you. It'll be something else. I guarantee. I will be at the forefront of the complaining.
Who was the last president that brought gas below $3?
Every president.
Who was it?
The president doesn't control the gas prices.
Every president has seen gas below $3.
No, not Biden.
Yes.
Not Biden.
Bullshit.
No, not Biden. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't spread misinformation. That would get you flagged, all right?
You really?
That would. Biden never brought gas under $3. He inherited gas under $3,
Oh my God! What do you think? So Biden actually oversaw gas prices, but it doesn't matter whether it's from Trump or not during his term. Wait, stop,
for Ellie
stop,
to say,
shut up, just shut up.
So why is she blaming Trump for the gas prices
talking.
now?
Stop fucking talking. I'm sorry. Every president has seen gas under $3, and I can go through month by month if you want. But the gas prices under Biden, there were plenty of months that they were under. It was under $3. This is a ridiculous statement. It's really going to depend on what state you're in, your location. There's going to be a lot of other factors that play into this, but she was correct that the vast majority of times that the president doesn't control gas prices. However, gas prices are going up right now because of Donald Trump's actions in the Persian.
No, you can't
because of Donald Trump's actions in the Persian Gulf. Because when you start a war, that is unnecessary, then it is going to cause gas prices to go up. Now, the war in Ukraine was under Biden. Out. God damn it! I'm trying to finish the statement. You're the one crashing out. Just let me finish my fucking statement. Why do you have to crash out? Thank you. The war in Ukraine was not chosen by Biden. The war in Iran was chosen by Trump. Right?
No.
Oh, sorry. That was my bad. I was trying to say.
May I speak now, Massa? No, it wasn't. The war's been going on for 47 years.
You are such a dipshit. There's been no war.
It's been going on for 50 years, bro.
There has never been a war in Iran.
Yes, it has.
No, Dare, I'm Ukrainian. So what you're not going to do is
you just said that the president doesn't control the price of the gas, but you're blaming Trump for the price of the gas.
You need to stop crashing out.
That shit's crazy. You know what? I take my Mother's Day back, Ellie. Fuck you.
Wow.
Yo, you guys are crashing out, saying I'm crashing out.
That was a crazy statement, and then say that he's not crashing out. What?
I said he was kind of vigorous.
Oh, vigorous. Yeah, he started freaking
out. Yeah, that was rough. It's okay. I will live to not get a Mother's Day wish from Dare. That's okay. My day will go on as planned.
I don't need liberals. I hope you're not liberals. I want to talk to conservatives. Ricky, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yes, 37 Trump.
All right. How do you feel about Trump today?
Well, essentially, I mean, he's not good, but I don't know, man. Look, the hateful, delusional feminist chose a bear, right? So why is everyone mad at me for voting for Trump? I thought.
What was that sentence?
Yeah, I thought the bear was gonna add you. The bear didn't vote.
That was certainly a sentence full of words. Wow.
You've never heard that comparison.
All right, so I guess really the way you win, because I've been a Democrat before. I voted for Hillary and Biden, but the thing is, you don't win elections by subtraction, only by addition. So yeah, I don't know. I think that the anti-men rhetoric and I'll just say that. There's other things, but mostly because the gender gap was wider than ever, and then as soon as Miss Harris lost, the Democrats spent $20 million.
Why does feminism offend you, Ricky? Like, listen. I'm not. I'm gonna just tell you. Like, I am not some super uber pushing feminist agenda. I do feel equal rights for both genders. However, why does a feminist agenda personally offend you? It seems like you are personally offended by it. Why is that? Do you feel that? Do you feel that men are neglected? Is that what I'm sensing here? Because you certainly are, especially as a white man in America, you are not neglected in any possible way of the word.
How do you know he's a white man?
You see what I'm saying?
I'm assuming.
That rhetoric right there, because I couldn't disagree more. Statistics are on my side, and why would men vote for?
I'm so sorry that you're oppressed, sir. I apologize for taking part in your oppression in any way. I apologize.
I mean, women really are, though. I mean, okay, I'll say this. You asked about feminism, so how can I say this? Feminism is the biggest extension of the patriarchy by bootlegging capitalism. It isn't feasible. The birth rate's declining. Which I don't care about the birth rate necessarily, as long as we can fund Social Security and disability and social.
Sure, you are like all over the map. I just want to know why feminism is holding you back. Like, what about feminism is personally?
I don't understand why you don't.
Somehow we got to birthright. I don't know how we got there.
That directly correlates. I don't understand. You keep cutting me off. Because feminism thinks that having a husband is embarrassing. They think that being married is oppression. They contribute to low birth rates, which means we can't fund social safety nets we need, like Social Security and disability.
All right,
see what I'm saying?
Stop. Just stop. Feminism, first of all, is a philosophy. It cannot think. You're talking about people that think, people that have different ideas. And if you want to know what her ideas or any of our ideas, you just simply ask.
Sure. I'm just saying in general how most feminists think and act. I mean,
yeah, I don't think you can even say in general.
I should say in general?
You can't say in general. You haven't met enough people that would call themselves a feminist to actually judge what they would do in general.
Recognition, though? Like, I'm genuinely asking, what do you call pattern recognition?
You call it pattern recognition.
There are approximately 350. There are approximately 350 million people in this country. There are approximately 350 million people in this country, and half of those people are women. That's 175 million people. I can assume that you have met less than 1,000 people in your entire life. At least had a conversation with less than 1,000 people. So for you to base your ideology and everything that you believe in on 500 people that you've met in your entire life is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Pattern recognition doesn't work in that way, right, Ricky?
I disagree because, for one, I've met a lot more people than that. For two, it's a common shared experience. For three, my wife. No, listen, hear me out. My wife was also the same as me.
Does your wife oppress you in the household, sir? Is that the problem here?
No, listen. So my wife's college educated, and if she can understand, surely you guys can. Okay, my thing is, I don't want you to come for me. I want to help. Well, okay, my thing is, I'm telling you what you need to hear so you can change, so you can earn my vote again, and then the Democrats can beat Republicans. Because as soon as Republicans get somebody better, the Democrats are cooked again. The Democrats offer nothing but hate, and you're proving it right.
What is your solution? Wait, what is your solution to end feminism?
It's not don't that BS Ellie was doing, laughing and just acting like I'm ridiculous, like. That BS.
Okay, you have to have a solution. You have to have some sort. You have to have some sort of. Wait, you have to have some sort of point. Wait, stop. Fuck. You have to have some sort of point where you think feminism is gone good enough to be able to vote for Democrats. So, what does that look like to you?
To get rid of feminism?
Yeah.
Well, I think. I don't know. Are you familiar with the concept of ranked choice voting?
Sure, but that has nothing to do with feminism.
It does. What about weighted votes?
I don't know. I guess that could mean a couple different things. But.
Okay, so...
But can you correlate this to actual feminism, since that's kind of what we're trying to wrangle this conversation?
Yes, he asked how we could deal with it, and I'm explaining, because in my experience, like, if you go to, like, letsbeef.com and see, like, the voting there, and you want to talk about voting and making the system better and fixing the feminism issue, weighted votes and ranked choice voting are the two ways.
Wait, how does that end feminism?
Because, these radical... see, I don't want to generalize, but you know how they are, the cattle piercing.
I don't need you to tell me what you think feminists are. I need you to tell me how you're going to end feminism.
Hey, Ricky, remember at the beginning of this conversation... Wait, Ricky.
Yes,
remember at the beginning of this discussion when I specifically asked you to point out how you are affected by feminism?
Yes.
I just want to know specifically in your I don't want to say small light, in your experience, how you are affected by feminism as an individual. Not talking in ideas and concepts.
I'll answer everyone's questions if everyone.
Okay, but just answer mine first, because that's what the audience and really Mojo and I and
Wait, I asked the question first. What the hell? I want to know how he's going to end it.
I'll answer both of you.
Go ahead, whatever.
Okay, so fixing feminism, fixing feminism and the weighted votes and the ranked choice voting. My point is, it's like, okay, if a woman's not is single and childless, her vote has no business counting the same as someone with mine who has 4 kids. And
so you want to take women's rights to vote away?
Tax single women into oblivion, things like that. Yes. And as far as her question, how it affects me, I mean, in the past it did, before I finally got married. I mean, I think the dating market's crap. I think, I mean, at the end of the day, if we can't fund Social Security and disability, we're cooked, right? And so, and that's something MAGA, Republican, Independent, Democrat.
Let me see if I can straighten this out here real quick, because what it sounds to me like is that you want to make sure that women can't vote, that they can't work, that they are stay at home, that you tie them down, make sure they're baby making machines, and then the world will be all better. Is that what you're telling me?
Wow.
I think everyone has a duty to each other, and I think women are the only ones that act like they don't. They're we're living in the midst of a
that sounds like a yes.
Female
Donovan, that sounds like a yes. It sounds like he's saying yes to that.
I think you're being
he's not objecting to the portion that he should be objecting to, which is your framing. No one's tying down women and forcing them to be baby makers.
Okay, well,
it's a wonderful life that a trad wife has, and the idea. I think what he's trying to say is that objecting and painting men to be monsters, which is I believe his
objectifying is the word. Objectifying. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's not. That's not the word. As a matter of fact, I think he did say monsters, and I think Ricky sounds like a fucking monster right now. Oh. And for you to say, for you to try and turn what Ricky said into a trad wife is a little ridiculous when he's worried about the birth population in this country, the amount of births that we have in this country. I don't know how you expect to force women to have babies unless you do tie them down.
Mojo, Peg Princess really would like to come up. She's in the comments screaming. I would like to come help. Okay.
Their vote's going to count less. It's that simple.
Whether their vote counts less or not, how do you force them to have babies?
No one's.
I mean, they don't have to have babies, but I'm saying a single childless woman, their vote should count for 1/4. Is you know what I mean? Like I should get. I have 4 kids and a wife. I should get 5 votes. Like we can do weighted votes. It's done in other places. We can do it. This BS for people that have no future state in this country that want to have the same say as us. Men need to get angrier. Men aren't angry enough.
Easy. He actually said something else that's brilliant, Mojo. I don't know if you picked it up. The point of politics and political discussion is to bring others to your way of thinking. He did mention that. You missed it.
Yeah, I don't care. That's not brilliant in any way, shape, or form. There's absolutely no idea. There's no way that this dipshit is going to get anybody to come to his way of thinking. And there's no way I'm going to convince him otherwise either. He's just an asshole, and he thinks women.
Why would I vote for that?
Yeah, I don't care then. I don't care. Honestly, I would just like to take your right to vote away.
Wow. I want a civil war. I want you to say it to my face and see what happens.
I'll say it to your face, you little prick. I'll say it right to your freaking face.
And that's why women you deserve to get raped and beaten on Mother's Day, bitch.
Wow.
What just happened?
Oh wow!
This is why I didn't bring her up. What the fuck?
Why? I didn't say anything.
She literally did not say anything.
She said I'd like you to say it to my face, and I'd be like,
I'm
bitch,
sorry.
I would say it to your fucking face.
All right, so Peg and Kami.
1/5 of what she's capable of.
All right, but Peg and Kami are the type of women that I don't know, kind of trigger men. So I know that if I bring them up, then men are going to go running away.
Bring him back.
You're not scaring me.
No, I'm not bringing him. I'm not bringing him back after he said that shit. No. You may not have standards, but I do.
But you knew that's what he was gonna say. You know.
Well, if you knew that's what he was gonna say, then why the fuck did you make him say it?
I didn't make him say anything, Mojo. People like that already have a built-in response to having a woman say, okay, if you want to think that way, say it to my face. I'll say it to yours. I didn't say anything to trigger that little fuck. He was already triggered. It already was in the bag.
It's Mother's Day. Let's not blame the women for just existing. Please. Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day, Messi.
I'm only a mother to my cat, and guess what? I vote. I vote every single time in every primary, state, local. Suck on it.
Gross.
All right. At fear of being clipped here, are you telling me that you're one of those crazy old cat ladies?
If I'm crazy for having a cat, yeah, I am. I'm crazy for.
I'm totally kidding. I'm kidding. I hope you know that. I'm just giving you.
But you know what's crazy? It's like having compassion for animals makes you a crazy person. If a dog followed me home, I would have been super stoked on that. I would have taken the doggy.
No, but cats are evil.
No, my kitty's awesome. He's the coolest little baby. He is like a dog.
They stare at you and try and figure out.
With the cartoon cat in his profile picture, says the guy.
That's not my fault, and it's not a cat. It's a tiger. Damn it!
I'm just saying.
It
is a cat.
It's a kitty, baby. It's a kitty. That's a cat.
Cats do nothing but stare at you and try and figure out how to kill you so they can eat you. That's what they do all the time.
Every day, he loves people. He's the Walmart greeter. He's like, "Hello, hi, what's your name? Are you gonna pet me? Okay, great."
And if you don't pet the cat, then the cat goes and starts fucking eating your leg.
No.
Yeah. Whatever.
No, he cuddles.
No, they don't. They don't cuddle. Cats do not cuddle.
They cuddle.
No,
My
they
cat
don't.
does.
No, they're just sizing. They're just sizing you up so that they can see if they can take you in one bite or not.
It's just the guy who has chihuahuas. Mm-hmm. Yippy little yappy, gonna bite your hand off or just literally existing chihuahuas. Okay, come on.
All right, bring up the next MAGA Mojo.
I don't know if there's a MAGA Mojo. Hey, Messi, are you here? I don't even know if Messi's here.
She is.
She ain't responding though. I walked away for a second.
She's probably showering.
Did she reach out of the shower to hit the button to try and request up? Is that what she did?
Sometimes I do.
Really? To request up?
I swear.
Seriously?
More often than I should. Yeah.
This outfit change is diabolical. I don't know. These colors going on they're confusing me. The purple and the blue.
Why? Why is that confusing?
I don't know. It's just diabolical.
It's Sunday. I'm like a big blossom or something. I don't know. Just Hawaiian. I feel Hawaiian today.
You feel like a little flower for Mother's Day?
Sure, why not?
You've blossomed into a soy-filled, vegan, wonderful man, and we love you for it.
That's weird.
I was vegan for 5 years, and then I got anemia, and then I've
been for 18 years. There's no other way to be.
Go off, Queen.
My wife asked that I cook her ribs today for Mother's Day.
Oh, nice. More of a pescatarian.
I'll smoke them. It'll take me about 4 hours. But I'll get it done because she deserves it.
Okay, so this is the problem with having a MAGA man come up that is an anti-feminist, because then I get nothing but feminists, and then I have to sit here and get yelled at by feminists all day.
They can yell at me if they like.
All right, Donovan is a conservative, by the way.
The question is, why are they yelling at you?
Because it's an emotional topic.
Feminism?
And women are inherently emotional. It's not a bad thing. It just is what it is.
Women aren't more emotional than men. How many men have literally unalived or beat their partners because their sports team didn't frickin' win? And again, if you want to talk about emotional, little homeboy down there, after he said, you wouldn't say it to my face, and I said, I would, literally said I deserve to get graped on Mother's Day. And you want to talk about emotion? Okay.
Okay, guys, listen.
That's
89 people here. Tap, 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 tap. Share, repost. Send this to your favorite MAGA that's not emotional about feminism, please and thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't mischaracterize what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying emotion in and of itself is bad. All I'm just saying is that if one is betting,
more emotional than men. I swear to God, do you know how many women grin and bear it all the time? There's no one more emotional than a man who's upset. Are you kidding?
I'm not saying that men are bereft of emotion. What I'm saying is that when it comes to political ideology, from my perspective, it seems that women are more likely to cleave towards emotion and empathy rather than logic and reason. I've said it 1,000 times.
I don't think that's true whatsoever.
Okay.
Where's your proof? In what regard?
I would be happy to illustrate. Why is it that, or rather here, let me put it this way. So this way you can prove my position yourself. What is wrong with ICE enforcing immigration law? Go.
Barbaric. That's not how you treat people.
There you go.
Why is it emotional and not logical for wanting human beings to be treated like human beings?
There you go. You don't propose that what you just said is an emotional argument?
Yeah.
No, it's a logical argument. It's logical as fuck. Why?
Wait, how is it logical?
Enforcing the law.
Can you run through the logic for me behind that?
Yeah, enforcing the law is logical. That's how our nation works. We are a nation of law.
Devalues our society. Dehumanizing human beings ultimately devalues our morals and ethics of our society, and it creates a breakdown. In fact, we literally have the 10 freaking commandments now in Texas schools.
Going religion. Nice.
Again, we have the 10 commandments in Texas schools, and these same people who put those 10 commandments in Texas schools crap on their fellow citizen next to them.
All right, now you're talking about the 10 commandments, and you're no longer talking about immigration. Donovan, I'll give you a logical argument to defend what she said. So when you say that something is humane, the reason that we don't do inhumane things is because those inhumane things can then be done to you. So as the golden rule says, if you don't want it to happen to you, you make sure that you don't do it to other people or don't allow it to be done to other people. So logically speaking, you want to make sure that people are treated well. That way, if you find yourself in a similar situation, you will also be treated well.
Yeah, that's a gross oversimplification. What we are saying is that
it's a logical
nation of laws. Okay, thanks, Mojo. If we are a nation of laws, we elect our representatives to go to the various state houses and federal bodies in order to represent us, and they write laws, and then it's up to the executive branch to enforce those laws. So rather than cleave towards enforcement of laws that have already been established, her argument, and yours, Mojo, is, well, we want to treat people the way they're to be treated. It's clearly an emotional argument. So thank you for illustrating my point.
Enforcing laws is different than literally unaliving people in the street, Donovan, or literally bashing their heads in, or criminalizing them when they're going to hearings, literally get on the right path to citizenship. There is a difference between what ICE is doing in this administration and what ICE did in the past, right? No one really had a lot to say about ICE, what ICE was doing under Biden's administration. Or, Obama's, there was some stuff. But again, what ICE is doing under this administration is overwhelmingly disgusting. Again, girls are getting raped in custody. People are unaliving and going missing. You're comparing watermelons to fucking ants.
No, you just did it again. You doubled down on the emotional argument.
This is not an emotional argument. This is purely logical.
People are getting raped in custody. That's never happened before Trump, but you bring that up in order to, again, reinforce an emotional argument.
Separate the girls because they were becoming little girls.
Hold on, you guys.
Children were becoming pregnant in ICE custody.
All right, hold on, you guys. Rob, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 49 YT voted for Harris. I just want to come up and just shut down Donovan's completely.
Okay, well, hold on. Badgers, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Devin Trump.
Okay, Rob, you can go ahead and say what you're going to say.
All right, so Donovan, you want to talk about emotion, and yet I'm assuming you voted for Trump, who is about the biggest over-emotional snowflake ever. So let's look at emotion, okay? Claiming that immigrants are such a danger to Americans when they commit crimes at half the rate that American citizens do would be an emotional argument. Saying that immigrants take advantage of federal programs that they're not eligible for, okay, which is a lie, would be an emotional argument. Okay, so you need to be real careful here because most of Trump's arguments are based off emotion, not actually fact. For example, the CBO in 2023 said all immigrants contributed $500 and roughly $50 billion worth of tax money to the United States to support programs that they actually don't get to take advantage of. So for Trump to come out and say, well, they're taking advantage of the system and getting all this money when that's blatantly a lie, would be an emotional argument.
You're kind of gish galloping here. One point at a time.
Let's talk about ICE immigration. All right, ICE is...
One point at a time. What the hell? You're just gish galloping now. You're just giving a speech.
Yeah, no, I'm pointing out the logical fallacies to your argument. Now, ICE is violating the U.S. Constitution, correct? Okay,
but you are misrepresenting my position. My objection was never to immigration. My objection is to illegal immigration.
Okay, that is, Rob, I'm sorry, but that is no way to have a conversation. You are not having a back and forth. You were just preaching. If you want to come back up and have a conversation, that's awesome. We don't need anybody preaching, especially not on Mother's Day or any day or Sundays or I don't know, whatever. Badgers, what do you think about whatever we were talking about? Emotional arguments.
I mean, we hit every single point that every panel talks about with Rob. So, no, we need ICE. How about that? Yeah, ICE is great. It's fantastic. We just don't need the left in the streets harassing them and illegal protesting.
Interesting.
Okay, but again, if we're talking about inhumane treatment, we have, what is it, the 8th Amendment? Cruel and unusual punishment? We put that in the Constitution for a reason, right?
Yes, but they're subjective.
So incarcerated beings' rights are modified when you get locked up. I mean, you lose a lot of rights for being a criminal.
You still have, you don't get to own a gun for sure, and freedom of speech, freedom of movement. Wait, stop.
Sorry.
Don't be emotional like Donovan. You do lose some rights, but you do retain most of your rights. And cruel and unusual punishment is a right that's specifically talked about for those that are incarcerated. It specifically is attributed to those that are incarcerated.
Yeah.
And we do that for a reason, because you, as an individual, don't want that done to you. You don't want to be treated badly if you are ever picked up. By the way, they have picked up over 200 American citizens as well. American citizens who are not only here legally, but were born in this country. And these people are being treated badly as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any detention center that protects criminals like if you were free. I mean, it just doesn't happen. You kind of have to learn.
They have rights. You have to feed them. You can't torture them. You don't get to. Hell, even solitary confinement for extended periods of time is torture, or has been considered torture by not only our country but by the Geneva Conventions as well.
So you've gone in.
That's true. Centers. However, go ahead.
You've gone into these centers that you're talking about and seen these people not be fed. Is that what you're telling me, host?
Well, I can give you an Amnesty International article about how detainees were treated in Chrome and in Alligator Alcatraz, and it's pretty horrific.
Yeah, what Mojo is saying is essentially true. However, there are certain circumstances under which solitary confinement is required. So this is why it's important to note that the 8th Amendment, while important, is subjective. Cruel and unusual is subjective.
Yeah, solitary confinement is pretty ruthless, and anybody can get it when they're incarcerated.
No. This isn't okay. I'm sorry.
Let me hold on. Let me introduce both of you. Alan, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Hi, my name's Alan. I'm from Texas. I'm 40 years old.
Who'd you vote for?
Harris. I voted I guess Democrat, but not Harris. I didn't vote.
Chassis?
But
Chassier? Wait, hold on. Chassier, are you there?
Listen. Yes, I'm here.
Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
No problem. 19 and not supporting this series.
I mean, I got too many liberals on the panel, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm looking for conservatives. Well, if you want to say one thing before I drop you, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say to Badger real quick, the reason why we are protesting against ICE is because they've done things before us even protesting. Like, they're treating people. I mean, they literally picked up a teenager off from like a grocery store, beat him up, stole his phone, then stole his phone, sold it to a kiosk, and then dropped that kid off. So of course they're going to be protests. Like what do you expect? Do you expect us to sit here and watch that continue on while I should violate people?
I didn't tell you not to protest. I said don't illegally protest. Don't
Yes, get your ass up here.
Don't.
Do you see the distinction of what he's saying? Do you see the difference between a protest and an illegal protest?
There's a riot, and then there's
I had something more specifically for what he was saying about the detention centers, that they were like lawful or whatever. I was in the army.
It's supposed to be a bad
detained people. I've detained people, I will say that. And we treated them way better than what we are treating these Americans, essentially. They have, okay, so the detention center could house 100,000, and they jammed 300,000 people in there. And how is that humane? They could barely even stand.
Where can I watch this?
They have no food. They have no showers, no basic hygiene.
Okay, you gotta land. You're just going off here.
This is
Thank
this
you,
is
Alan.
what
Thank you.
America's about.
Alan, thank you so much. Appreciate your contributions. Thanks for coming up. If you can get back in the queue at some
but
point,
I'm saying,
we'll let more
I'm a
liberals up. But
soldier.
thank you. Appreciate you.
Bro is drunk.
I also, sorry, Badgers. My guy, hi, welcome to the panel. Can we get your age, state, and who you voted for? Also, we're looking for conservatives. So
He is a conservative, and this is going to go very bad very quickly. He very rarely ever lasts 5 minutes on the panel, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, because I'm definitely a conservative, and I got logical common sense, and...
All right, so my guy, if you could help me out, my guy, I'm not here to debate.
Shut up, woman! Like, let me.
Yeah,
talk.
see, I told you. I fucking told you.
Donovan, do you see how emotional that man was? Jesus, they're not helping your cause today.
Every time he does
to
that,
let Badgers go.
That's funny because host, you guys usually treat me like him when I'm on my real account.
What is your real account?
He's the guy that has the ankle monitor who looks at his phone.
Oh, that's right. I remember. No, we've had long conversations with you, dude. What are you talking about? We got to know you. We talked about your flat brim hat. We talked about your ankle monitor. We talked about you riding motorcycles and all sorts of other shit. What are you talking about? We know you.
Yeah, I'm saying I usually get that same introduction that he gets.
Oh, well, if you act like that, you're going to get booted pretty quick.
Yeah, and Badgers, what I was trying to do was trying to make sure that he stopped talking because I interrupted you, so I wanted you to be able to finish your thought. But I do need to introduce people on the panel to make sure that we don't have too many liberals jumping on you all at the same time. So I'm doing the best I can, but yeah, we're happy you're here. So please, would love to have a good discussion.
Well, Dan is a liberal as well, or at least not a conservative.
I voted for Trump, but regretfully.
All right, we will be fine there for now. We got 2 open spots.
All right, we can go back into the logical versus emotional arguments because I actually think that's an interesting conversation. I think you can take an emotional argument and turn it logical, and I think you can take a logical argument and add a couple words to it and make it extremely emotional. I think facts over, what is it? Wait, hold on. What is it that you say about no? What is it you say about fashion?
Fashion over fact over fashion, or fashion over fact.
What do you say about fashion, Donovan?
No, the position is that the left's positions are born of fashion and not of fact.
Okay, that itself is an emotional argument. You know that, right?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely so. You certainly can't prove it. It's just your statement about how you feel about liberals. That's it.
No, it's an overarching political theorem, similar to that leftism is essentially the
it's your
feminization
feelings,
of
my guy.
No, it is an observation, similar to
It's
how
not quantifiable.
experimentation requires observation before one draws a conclusion.
You can't qualify that in any way, shape, or form. You can't quantify that.
I do it every day. What are you talking about?
You can't. How do you quantify it?
We are currently in the process of doing that very thing right now, Mojo.
How do you quantify fashion?
Well, by comparing it to the other side of the coin, which would be fact. If you come up here, and that's why when Peg Princess L on the username, by the way, that's why when Peg Princess objected to my position, I simply asked a question, and she very succinctly illustrated my theorem to a T. Rather than cleave to the idea that we should be enforcing laws that are already on the books, she said, "Oh well, we're treating them horribly." That is clearly an appeal to emotion. So she did all my work.
I never objected to enforcing law. I objected to dehumanizing human beings. And you know what? Your conservative Republicans love my name. And I know that you love it too because you talk like a man who loves taking it in the back door, baby.
Yes, it's vulgar.
Oh, fuck, Peg, you are not making this easy.
Can I just please note, Donovan, is my guy a man or a woman?
I would hazard to guess that he was a man.
Okay. 2 seconds after he got dropped from the panel, I get this in my inbox. Do you think that is the barometer of emotional control?
Well, no. I mean, obviously he's upset. Yeah, I wouldn't roll that way. That's kind of unhinged.
No, I really don't care about it. I just think it's funny and it goes against your argument completely.
You don't want to get drafted?
Okay, well, wait a minute. I'm not saying that men are bereft of emotion. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying when you're talking about political ideology, they apply emotion and empathy more than they should be applying logic and reason. And because of that fact, they find themselves with fashionable positions rather than logical positions, is what I'm saying.
I don't know what you call fashionable, though. I mean, if you're saying, like, please don't let ICE kill people on the street, do you think that's fashionable to say, or do you think that's logical?
I'm really offended.
Well, taking the position that they shouldn't unalive, let's keep it TikTok friendly there, CS. Saying that American citizens shouldn't be unalived in the street is certainly a logical position. And I've said many times in this app that they should probably run those issues through the courts rather than just deign that it was self-defense here or there.
Yeah,
I think you are correct. You
right
have taken that
always the right
position,
thing.
so I apologize. Sorry, not Dan.
No, I was just saying yeah, it's okay. I was just saying that sometimes being right isn't the right thing to do or say. Right? That's where the thing of like facts.
Yes, you always say you look great in those jeans. Always.
Always say that the work I just got done was not of mania. It looks fabulous. Anyway, Fat Boy.
Always say after you go to the bathroom, did you wash your hands? I still remember that conversation.
In the middle
This is
of
going
going
to sound
on
kind of strange, but I feel like the liberals want like all the white people to be enslaved, and like they'll be finally happy in America. Like they want
insane. Fat Boy, can we get your age, state, and who you voted for? And sorry, we're looking for conservatives right now, so I apologize if you're not, but...
It's a kid, 40, male from Texas, voted for Trump.
Okay, welcome to the panel. Sorry, Badgers. Carry on. I'm sorry I keep doing that to you. I just have to keep the balance because, again, I don't want people jumping up on you.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want reparations from us. They want everybody to hate us. We're the evil of the world. I mean, I'll agree that, there's some rich people that probably have way more power and control over the world and the militaries and however you want to say it. But to blame it on everybody is insanity. Just like making it a race thing. The left does that a lot.
You don't honestly think that the left is against white people, do you?
I'm pretty sure a lot of the protests kind of point that way a lot.
What protest is that?
This is an important portion here, Badgers. So articulate your position. In what way does the left?
So like if you go, I go on a lot of panels where it says request MAGA, right? And it's just the rhetoric and the attacks and the way that they'll try to set you up. Like there's a community that'll try to set you up and they'll try to get you to word things and like.
All right, there's a word here that you should be using. You're familiar with intersectionality, right? It's a bedrock position of the left.
Ooh. So I understand that word, but you'd have to tell me what you mean by that position.
So the left's bedrock position, and you've heard this many times, it's called intersectionality, is essentially a pyramid, a hierarchy of aggrievement, and that ultimately the oppressors in that hierarchy of aggrievement are cis white males. That's why I come up on panels quite often and say, how have cis white males oppressed you lefties?
That's not intersectionality. You know nothing about that word. Intersectionality focuses more on how different people
Wow, are you
have
taking a damn shower?
Yes, I am.
Oh, then turn your camera on. That's rude to not turn your camera on.
Compounded forms of inequality. That's what intersectionality is.
Okay, that didn't help. I was going to go the other route, but I'm no. I was going to go the other route. I was going to try and argue that we don't really give a shit about intersectionality, and Donovan is beating up on a straw man right now, and then Peg just decided to say no, intersectionality is this. So I guess I'm kind of out of the loop.
These are your people, Mojo.
I know.
What is wrong with anything that I said? Donovan likes buzzwords, and you don't go after him.
Turn your camera on, please. It's so nice.
He said, "Well, do that."
Badger, give it a break, man.
I'm sorry.
There's a whole internet full of porn you can go watch. You don't have to bring it here.
Well, I wanted to tell her Happy Mother's Day.
Okay, so he said intersectionality as a buzzword, as a word that's going to trigger some liberals, and you kind of bit hook, line, and sinker on
It's not a
it.
trigger word. I just hate that Donovan is so dumb. Like, I'm not triggered.
You said it's not a trigger word. You said it's not a trigger word, and then you explained why you're triggered.
No, I hate that Donovan is so ill-informed and dumb. Like,
I'll have you know that I have a brown belt in woke fu. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Does the brown belt, is that your underwear that you shit this morning? Is that what it is? Your brown belt's your underwear?
Oh my god.
I just want to warn you two. You've used bereft twice today, so I know it's your word of the day, so just careful on the third time because we're going to call you out on it again if you do.
Oh, you're talking to me, aren't you?
I am.
Yes.
I do love the word. It's actually me and Kami have been back and forth because it's in one of our favorite Taylor Swift songs. It's a pretty emotional song if you want to say women are emotional, but just be careful on the bereft one more time.
All right, I'll stop using it.
It's okay. I'm just messing with you.
Back to the politics. So, this is essentially how Badger's, what he was saying is absolutely correct, because the idea is that white cis men have been oppressing the various marginalized groups for X amount of time. So similar to what one of the other guests brought up about the pitfalls of feminism, what you're supposed to do in politics is bring others to your way of thinking, and it's a self-unaliving principle for you guys to be demonizing half of the country from the jump.
Which half are you referring to?
Well, men, essentially. If the left is fine with discarding the vote of all men in this country, it's a bold strategy. Let's see how it works out, because from where I'm sitting, it's not working out too well.
Donovan, what would you, if you had to give your definition of feminism, right? Like how do you define it?
Equality for women.
Okay. So how do you think that that's threatening your ability to vote?
Well, again, I have no problem. I mean, I'm a feminist. But the thing is that third wave feminism has morphed into something caustic. It looks more like, female supremacy than it does equality. Right?
But that's their choice, right? Because if you're a feminist, like, they can do and say and believe whatever they want and preach whatever they want. Right?
But the minute you take the position that females are superior to men, now I'm going to have a problem with that.
I mean, we're superior in certain ways and they're superior in other ways, right?
Okay. I can give an example if you like. Have you ever heard liberals or progressives or leftists? See, that's why I just like to use leftists. It's faster. Have you ever heard leftists say, believe all women? Have you ever heard that before?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever heard that before?
I have, Donovan. Go ahead. Get to your
So
point.
what that suggests is that women are incapable of lying. Women are incapable of presenting facts that aren't true. So what it does is it aims to rob an individual of their logic and reason by simply saying, well, if a woman said it, it must be true. It's ridiculous on its face, but it's something that leftists say with their whole chest 10 toes down. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I get what you're saying, but you got to remember, right? And statistically, 25% of the women in our lives would have suffered some sort of SA. Only 5% of that 25% actually come forward. And what we saw, the handling of the e-files, the way the government dropped the ball and helping these women and prosecuting them, the number of women that have come forward with false allegations versus the ones that come forward that need help and need us to stand up for them, we should believe all of them and then leave it to the court of law to figure it out and sort it out, right? As men, that's what we should do. If you tell me if your sister, your mother, some woman came to you and said something, you would be like, oh, well, I don't know if I can believe you. No, you'd be like, I believe you. Let me know how I can help, and hopefully it figures itself out, or you stack bodies like firewood.
You made one tactical error there, and the tactical error is that I'll be very brief. The only tactical error that you made was is that law enforcement, you said the courts, law enforcement and the courts are set up in a particular way that if an allegation is made, that law enforcement investigates the first portion of these allegations, and if they find them not to have merit, then law enforcement and the district attorneys decline to prosecute. This isn't evidence of the patriarchy. This is how law enforcement works. But you just held that up for a moment as an example of what?
What I'm holding up is if you understand the way trauma actually happens from an event, it's not having the support system and people around you to be there for you and feel like they were heard, protected, and something was done. That's where the real trauma happens, right? So I would just give women more faith. It's the same thing with AB, right? I think women are maternal enough and good enough in a whole that they're going to decide what they want to. No woman of her right mind is going to wake up in 8 months and be like, oh, you know what? I don't feel like doing this anymore, right? That's why we shouldn't have saying it.
Yeah,
Donovan, if you don't mind me jumping, sorry. Did you want to go, Mojo?
No, go.
Donovan, if you don't mind me piling on, I'm sorry. I don't like to do the back and forth. But what I don't know if you're aware of, and there's a whole documentary on this, is that women, there's a lot of particular small town police forces that favor men in particular that have a bit more status than a woman that's actually making the claim. And this is she did this whole documentary based on all statistics across the United States. There was a couple instances where they interviewed the man for 15 minutes that was being accused of rape. They interviewed the woman for 3 hours. And so what ended up happening is they ended up prosecuting her for a false claim. It was never a false claim, and it was later proven not to be false, but she unalived herself because she got kicked out of school, went to jail, the whole entire thing. So it's that, I know that that's kind of anecdotal, but if you take that and you apply the statistics that this woman found about these certain claims, then yes, you believe women, and like what Dan is saying is that you take it to a court of law. But at least do the interviews. At least give fair interviews. Don't give the rich kid 15 minutes and then give the woman who's actually making the claim 2 hours of a long, arduous interview where she's wrapped up in a blanket crying her eyes out. I'll try to find the name of the documentary.
It's so important to have experienced professionals that investigate these crimes.
Yeah, so in that example, can you tell me how it is logical that someone being accused of SA is interviewed for 15 minutes, and that particular family was very well known in that town, and so they gave him a lot of grace in that, and so then after that,
you would like me to speak to an
interrogated
anecdotal.
the victim.
You would like me to speak to an anecdotal rather than address the absolute outrageous nature of the claim that one should believe all women.
Again, that was one portion of the documentary, and the documentary was based on statistics and claims across the entire country. So this is happening on a larger scale. I'm using that as one of the examples they provided. There was another woman who was jailed for the same reason in that documentary, and there was a bunch of other stories that they showed. And those were just microcosms of the larger issue at hand. And that's the believe all women. And again, listen, hey, I'm with you in that the fucking left has the worst messaging sometimes. In the fact that we use words, we use things that maybe don't resonate, and they're very inflammatory. They're very like matter of fact. And sometimes people don't like that matter of fact. You know, it's the all men tell no men. It's all of these other phrases that are used that really do.
Damn, you just got back. What are you trying to get canceled for already?
Back. I would like to know in that documentary that they covered the cross side, where there have been men that have actually been posted all up in the media that were falsely accused, but had their entire lives taken and ruined because of the false accusations. Like, I know in Texas, there's been 2 or 3 cases within the last year where it has been proven 100% false, but the man pretty much lost everything. And it's, I understand the point. Yeah, we take it to the courts, we do this, we do that. But at the same time, you're forgetting the social, I guess social justice court. People automatically don't believe the man because they believe every woman. So even though the man is 100% clear, free of charges, he's still guilty because the woman said it.
That woman should serve the maximum sentence that man would have received in court for false allegations. That's how you negate that stuff.
Damn right.
I 100% agree, but it's like, I cannot remember his name. He was a pitcher in the major leagues. They had all the evidence of this woman setting him up.
Dan, I want to talk about
everything else.
Okay, I want to talk about that real quick, Dan. You can't do that. It's the same thing that they're doing in Texas by charging doctors with 99-year prison sentences if they are found to have committed an unlawful abortion. So, therefore, they just won't do the abortion procedure in any way, shape, or form for the fear of being thrown in jail for 100 years. You're going to stop.
That's a fair argument.
Yeah, you're going to stop a lot of women from reporting because if they don't have actual evidence or they have a small amount, you're forcing a woman to think about these things and about evidence and about the judicial process before she actually makes a claim, and that's kind of sad.
That's actually a great point. And to CS's point, and then if you allow law enforcement and that example she used to weaponize that as a deterrent and attack women with that can go off the rails. Great point.
I want to add one other thing here. So I looked up the numbers. It's anywhere from 25,000 to 400,000, depending on what survey you look at. But you can find the numbers individually in every location that you want to look up. There are approximately 25,000 to 400,000 untested rape kits in this country that exist in police departments all over this country. So when you say that the courts are the way we need to go, I would say the police work needs to be done first, and we're not even testing the fucking rape kits.
I think the men in the community need to step up as men.
I do want to mention that the documentary that I was saying, it's called Victim/Suspect. The 2023 American documentary film directed and produced by Nancy Schwartzman. It follows young women who are charged by police by making false rape accusations despite being truthful. It was based on... It was based on years of... Sorry, I can't find this. I just had it on the
So can we talk about the thing that nobody talks about when we talk about these cases? The percentage of alcohol or smug abuse in the majority of these cases.
Doesn't matter.
It's usually from both. Well, when you're intoxicated, you're no longer the same human being.
That's correct. And so that's why consent is important. So if you find somebody who's way too intoxicated and they don't provide, and they're unable to provide consent, so you're right, things like that happen. But I think on either side, you have to be very wary of consent. And consent involves you being in a sound mind.
I would guess a high percentage is college. This is happening at like university ages, which majority of the university people out partying are still with undeveloped brains. Brains aren't even fully developed yet, which science would say like 24, 25 years old. And they're getting fully intoxicated. And
the majority of it happens statistically in home with a known family member or someone that knows the family statistically.
I know that there are also laws out there now that if either party is under the influence at all, the consent cannot be gotten. So you can actually both get in trouble for even having consensual sex when you're intoxicated in certain localities.
That's why I taught my son that if she has even one drink, she cannot give consent.
Wait, hold on. I got really confused.
Don't even try.
Wait, okay, I followed it a little bit. All right. Anyway, so I want to touch on something about the left too, but I freaking forgot. Give me one moment. I'll probably never get it back in my brain.
And it's okay. Take your time. Sometimes if you don't think about it, it comes back up. So if you want to just continue conversation.
It's the flat brim hat. It just like releases brain cells. You're losing brain cells every time.
Hey, I've been to opposite. It's oppositely bent now.
Listen,
that's even
I'm
worse.
From the Northeast, and the flat brim is the style, Mojo. So
it looks so fucking stupid.
Oh no. Okay, so the left. I have a theory that they don't really care about if the country's better for, like, I got kids, so there's things that I hope get better for them, which I know, I'm guessing a lot of things Trump's doing, we probably won't see how much better it's going to be probably like 10, 12 years down the road. And the left, I think, is more focused on like how famous they can get, how rich they could get. They're like culture vultures. They're like 6ix9ine of the hip hop community. Anything that's popular, anything that's trending, they just all jump on. It's a circus that I hate it. I never follow pop culture.
That would be fashion over fact.
Based on that, okay. Can I ask a question based on that then? So, I really don't want to change the subject to this. So please, let's not go too far down this rabbit hole. You know, I find that interesting you say that, because I don't think really anyone cared about transgender people until Donald Trump said to care about it. And so now you've all jumped on that train where suddenly there's this big scare going on. So I don't know what you're talking about on the left. If you're talking about us being about human rights and finding like human rights issues to fight for, then yeah, you're right. We'll jump on that bandwagon when something wrong is happening. But just to attack a group, like I'm mentioning, just because it's cool and it's something that someone told you to do, that's what's happening on the left as a trend, or on the right as a trend.
You want to open this can of worms?
Yeah.
I don't want to open it.
You're using what we just talked about. You just used what we just talked about.
Wow.
Wasn't the bathroom bans during or the bathroom discussions, wasn't that during the Biden administration? I could be wrong, but that's what I'm remembering.
It's during the primaries. It's during the presidential election process.
No, I'm talking about the bathrooms where we're talking about that was during
during the election process. There was Republicans talking about it.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Trump talking point. Anyway,
it was. It absolutely was. As a matter of fact, Trump and Elon Musk ran $300 million worth of commercials about that shit.
I mean, when you have your kids,
why did he do that?
When your kids come home from school and they report,
because Republicans are scared little children, and they're afraid that their daughter's going to be affected by a trans person in some way, shape, or form. So by putting the fear of God into them, they tend to vote. Because they've been doing this forever.
The trend. The whole point of this is they follow the trend because they never cared about it before. But when somebody said that they should...
It wasn't because Elon Musk's child was transmogrified? That's not
Elon Musk. Elon Musk can have his own personal reasons for doing it. The Republican Party and Donald Trump don't. And I don't know. Having a trans child would think that you'd be a little more understanding of what it's like to have a trans child. Except he kind of went the opposite route and went a little crazy about it, right?
Well,
he was so emotional. He's so emotional. Sorry.
Well, he certainly brought to the fore the idea of the, quote, woke mind virus.
So I just had to look this up. It was in 2013 and 14 is when they started trying to pass legislation in schools. That would have been under the Obama administration where transgender, issues started arising.
It'd be Republicans. It'd be Republicans that were doing that back then, too. It's
Obama
the religious right.
That was starting to push that stuff.
It was not.
I mean, okay.
If you're talking about legislation, if you're talking about legislation,
right here.
Yeah, if you're talking about legislation, look up who the sponsor of the bill was. Look up who wrote the bill, because it's always going to be Republicans.
I'm just learning about this, by the way. I'm literally just trying to have a factual conversation. I know no better. This is just the first time I'm discussing this, so let's just talk about it.
This wasn't an issue in the 2016 election, by the way. Nobody was talking about this in the 2016 election.
Yeah, there's a good reason for that, though, Mojo.
Yeah, because they didn't have Elon Musk pushing $300 million worth of commercials about it.
Well, that's part of it, but there's more to it than that. Like, if you remember, there was an issue with what was it? The story hour, right? The drag queen story hour. And then shortly after that, and this is where Democrats really fucked up, was they tried to normalize maps. And that's not going to happen with the American people.
That never happened, by the way.
Oh, it never. Okay, Mojo. Okay.
Also, the other thing too is it's funny because I have a really good friend of mine that runs a big drag show here in LA, and a couple of creators on here, Jessica and stuff. And if you ask any of them that are in that community, they're like, dude, we would never dress like that and walk into an elementary school and read books like that. It was one person that doesn't represent our community, that's a fringe minority, that somehow then becomes the poster child of the rights campaign and movement, right? That's bad and a dangerous game to play.
And you know, Donovan, that you are doing an extreme disservice by trying to put drag time story hour into the context of transgender people, right?
No, that's not what I'm doing at all, Mojo. What I'm doing is I'm speaking to the perception of the American electorate. So
you're saying that they're disingenuous and they're assholes for trying to combine the two.
I am attempting to help you with an autopsy for your party. That is what I am attempting to do, so you don't repeat the same mistakes. Why is that, Mojo? Because I appreciate spirited debate.
I have another question then. When do we get to talk about equal rights in this country, and when does somebody get to run an organization with free speech before conservatives are going to bash the entire left for that organization's actions?
You mean like the SPLC?
No, I mean like Drag Queen Story Hour, Drag Time Story Hour. So this was an organization that was started in 2015 in San Francisco. It stayed in San Francisco for a little bit, and then it became a worldwide phenomenon, I guess. I've seen it here. As a matter of fact, a lot of conservative parents I know were great with it because their kids got to dress up as well. So they were dressing up as princes and princesses and shit like that, depending on what the book was. So they had a grand old time going to the local library to these story hours because they got to dress up and play the parts and whatnot too. So it was a good thing for a lot of people, but you somehow turned it into this evil thing that means that transgender people are going to attack little girls in bathrooms, and try and take this free speech away from people that are actually doing good for our community, and the kids are actually enjoying what they're doing.
Yeah, and they weren't forced there. It wasn't like the kids were mandated to go.
Okay. Sorry. Conservatives want to, out of an abundance of caution, make sure that individuals who they may perceive as possibly a little deranged shouldn't have access to children. That is their perspective.
Does that sound a little bit emotional, Donovan? Okay, thanks.
Can I just bring in some information that I found? So, in 2015, I'm looking at, it says tracking the rise, and this is from translegislation.com/learn. Tracking the rise of anti-trans bills in the United States. There was 3 anti-trans bills that had to do with sports, and then 14 in bathroom. And then I went further and looked up who raised those bills. The major bill, the bathroom bill, was signed by Republican Governor Pat McCrory in 2016. Republicans were the primary sponsors of bathroom bills and other anti-trans legislations during that period. Democrats mostly opposed those bills, though there were a small number of Democratic lawmakers who voted for some measures. There were also some Democratic-sponsored bills in 2015 and 2016 aimed at protecting transgenders' rights. So
that negates your argument that the first time it was discussed was through Trump. Trump hadn't even been president yet, CS, and so this started back under Obama. The Republicans started pushing back on it immediately. So
no, there's no pushback. No, this is started by Republicans. That's not pushback. Republicans started this shit.
Exactly, that's pushback, saying they don't want it. They started putting bills forth to say, yeah, we are opposed of this. It wasn't a Trump. This wasn't a Trump thing. It was a Republican thing.
I didn't say. Hold on one second, Fergal, because you're misrepresenting what I was saying. What the whole crux of this argument is that it was accused that the left follows trends and follows trends of things of what's happening in order to jump on. To jump on like any kind of thing that's going on, like pop culture wise. So when I was saying, following trends, nobody really cared about the transgender things until it was brought to you. Trump was mentioned during that, but I didn't say Trump was the precipitous of it. And clearly right here, it was in 2015, sponsored by the people that I had just mentioned.
Yes, and so he couldn't have been because he hadn't even been elected for the very first time, CS. And
yeah, so but he was running for office.
Again, I would argue, though, I mean, she just said in 2014, 2015, that was the governor of a state that put forth legislation.
I'm not saying it's Trump. I'm saying it's Republicans.
But yes, you did.
General.
You did. And that's where this conversation began. You said, well, nobody ever mentioned it. And I said, well, didn't that start happening under Biden? And then y'all came back and were like, no, it was during the campaign trail. And I looked it up and I said, no, it actually started under Obama. Like, do y'all not remember?
Let's be clear. It was during the campaign trail. It was during Donald Trump's campaign. It was during Donald Trump's campaign trail. Just his first one and his second one. Both campaign trails, they were talking about this. Republicans brought this shit up because they know it scares people. And much like Ronald Reagan using the fucking nuclear mushroom cloud in the background for all his commercials, they did this to scare Republicans, to get Republicans to go out and vote.
All I was saying, this wasn't a Trump thing. I mean, or he didn't start it.
I was talking about trends, and Trump was mentioned because Trump is a Republican. So, no, I mean, if I said that it started under Trump, I don't know that I necessarily deny that in any way, shape, or form that it could have. But what I'm saying is Republicans follow trends. It's the left that follows the trends of, and someone keeps saying this. Hold on, excuse me.
But you don't.
And someone in the comments, stop interrupting me. Someone in the comments keeps saying, and I totally agree, that the trends that I believe the Democrats follow are for basic human decency, are for the rights of people, and for giving and allowing more rights to people. And when we talk about trends on the Republican side, it goes against people's rights or human rights.
Yeah,
and
so
that's the crux of my argument.
So like the Southern Poverty Law Center, like that's the good of the support of the Democratic Party. Is that what I'm hearing you say, CS? Always for the greater good, huh?
Well, could you give me an example of a law where there was any legislation brought forth by the left that were trying to take away rights?
Can you?
I'm sure they exist, but I would love to hear you. I would love to hear your facts on that.
I mean, you could talk about three-strike rule, mandatory sentencing, the 13th Amendment. I mean, how far do we want to go? The 90s crime bill was ushered in by Joe Biden that systematically destroyed the black communities.
Yeah, and I'd agree that they exist. Yeah. But if we quantify them, and if we look at them as an overall, as an overall statistic, there are way more Republican bills that want to take away rights than left that want to get
the crime bill. The crime bill was about drugs and drug use and drug sales. That's what the crime bill was about, and those things aren't legal, so they weren't. If you want to push that on Democrats, that's fine, but it wasn't about taking away rights. It was about protecting a populace from people that were dangerous.
Well, after we flooded those communities with the, you know what, right, and then three-strike rule, mandatory sentencing.
Okay, I don't know who we is, but either way,
I'm not blaming just one party, right? He wrote it, but it was a bipartisan bill that got passed.
When he says we, he means the deep state. Please continue.
I don't know.
Oh, there's that emotional deep state. Holy fuck.
Can we bring in science into this argument of why?
Can you?
It could be. Well, definitely. So we'll go with the side of the man transitioning into a woman, right? So you use medicines, you use medications to do this, okay, and they have side effects, and a lot of the side effects are mental health side effects.
You're referring to a completely different issue, gender reassignment or transitioning drugs or hormonal blockers, or they're adding hormones. What you're referring to is people with depression or SSRIs. That's a completely different thing.
No, I'm referring to the medicine they take for
which is what?
Transitioning. So what are you talking about? So like the estrogen they take, the anti-androgens they take, and they have to take these for their entire life. Which anytime you take something that you don't always take, you completely change everything. Like,
how many conservative men are on testosterone?
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing.
Say that again.
How many men on the right, especially, right, are on testosterone? The funny thing is, I'm conservative.
Dangerous. They're dangerous. A lot of them have OD'd on it. It's been proven that if you don't cycle off those, it's very harmful.
It can affect your fertility because it's called negative feedback. But I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now.
So what I'm saying is we don't even mention these dangers of what they're doing to even transition, but we're just going to go let them go in any bathroom they want to go into, and they're basically drug addicts.
I did this to us, Mojo.
So they're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, like my nephew.
Did. This is all your stinking fault. Oh my god.
Actually, I warned her, Mojo. I warned her.
Yes, if I could ask you a question, right? And listen, I one thing I admire and I love about the left is you guys are always like Badger talk about like my kids, my future, and you guys have the empathy and human compassion. Be like, well, what about these other people?
I am not on the left. What are you talking about?
I didn't say that. I was talking about a point you made. My question to CS is, the moral foundation of a lot of the principles of the left is, women's rights, gay rights, two things all die in a cross war. But then I watch people on the left march down the street on the weekend supporting religions and countries that strip women of their rights and throw gay people off of buildings. So it's like how I don't understand how it could be like a 180 flip, right? Like no King's protest, but then you're going to lecture Venezuelan nationals who had their freedom stripped by a dictator and lecture them in the streets on why you should have left that person in power.
I think
damn.
I think what we're trying to. All right, if every rightist wants to.
Oh my God! Stop! What the fuck? Wait.
Jesus.
That was ridiculous.
So if you'd like me to answer, I can answer. I think specifically what the argument is, or what the protest is that we don't even know why we're going to war with half of these countries. We don't know why things are happening in the middle of the ocean and people are being double tapped. Like, we don't know. So we want answers. So maybe not necessarily like the way that they treat women we think is correct. It's the way we're treating them and the answers that we're not getting and the money that we're spending on these wars.
He gives you the answer all the time. Trump says it. America first.
Okay.
That's not an answer, sir.
And
hold on.
Agree
hold on. Sorry. Jared, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
55, South Georgia, voted for Harris.
Okay, I need a conservative. This last box is for conservative. If you are conservative, put a red heart in the chat or join the queue if you know or if I know you, and I'll bring you up.
And Mojo, I'm checking the queue too and checking the profiles. So just so you know.
Okay.
So, cool. CS, do you feel like part of the movement got hijacked? Like you guys were in it because you were seeing things happen to children, so that's why you're in the street. And then there was another wave of a movement that came in that kind of was behind it that was supporting something else, and it kind of got taken over. Like that's at least what I kind of observed.
So listen, I really want to be good faith about it. I don't think every protest can be correct. I don't think I believe in everything that the left does or protests against. There's some things that I have my own beliefs and my own faith in. But for the unaliving of children, for blowing up their oil supplies and causing a massive amount of issues within them breathing clean air in their country and specific war crimes, I believe in that, and I believe we should protest that.
Amen. So do I. Thank you for your feedback.
No, thank you for your questions and your conversation. I appreciate you.
So I got a question. I don't know. Does the right dox people and show up to people's houses?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. They did it to me just last week.
They're too cowardly.
No, they do, Jared. They do, and they do it on this app, and they do it everywhere else too. Yes, the right absolutely doxes people.
Love to see them try that with me. I live out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, they tried it with me, Jared, so I love that for you.
Sorry.
Do you guys agree with the left that does that, or do you guys frown upon that?
We just answered you. The right doesn't.
No, I'm asking. No, I know.
By the way, federal officials should not be behind masks, and they should have their identities known by everybody anyway, unless and of course they are undercover. If they're not undercover, then we should know who they are because God damn it, they are our fucking police. We pay for them. They are there to protect our rights. They should not be behind masks, and they should not be undercover.
I'm talking about the one. Wait, was it Nick Fuentes? Who's Nick Fuentes? Hold on. Didn't someone just show up at his door?
With tear gas?
Wait. It wasn't. They didn't just show up at his door, and there were multiples. One of them showed up at his door and then had a rolling gun battle with police.
No, that's not true. Wait, that's not true. Yeah. But hold on,
yes,
Nick Fuentes. I'm sorry, Nick Fuentes is one of the largest streamers on the internet. Everybody fucking knows where he lives. Everybody knows where Hassan lives. Everybody knows where Destiny lives. These are not people that are getting doxxed. These are people that are public celebrities that have their information out in the open. Everybody already knows all of this stuff about them.
Well, I know. Do you agree? Like, I don't think any of us should be showing up to people's houses. I mean, am I wrong? Or?
No, probably not. Some dude shouldn't show up and hit fucking Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head with a fucking hammer either.
Yeah, that's what. So you guys would disagree?
Probably.
With that, right?
So Mojo, one thing that's difficult when it comes to federal ICE agents, right, is because of their security clearance. They have to keep their masks, their faces covered, and they can't show who they are.
I'm sorry, but ICE agents don't have security clearance.
They do.
No, they don't.
Yes, I promise.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Hold on, I'll look it up.
So what they deal with apprehending T groups, SA, and people with organized crime. So they do have a certain level of security clearance because that is a high risk of someone tipping that off. When you do have a security
that's like saying a local gang fucking agency in a local town has a high level security clearance because they have to deal with gangs. That's a stupid statement, by the way.
Is a little different. Well, we know that the cartel, right, has people paid off in certain areas of law enforcement. That's one of the reasons why
that's taken care of by the FBI, not by fucking ICE.
Well, ICE does a lot of operations for certain people, especially SA. Right, so here's the thing. ICE now is a different animal.
SA. I'm sorry, but I know it's a different animal. But SA is not it's not a crime that you get security clearance for.
So can I mention? So episode 6, security clearance 101. This is ICE, U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement.gov. No, every person at ICE does not have a security clearance, as ICE does not require one. Actually, this is something we get asked all the time or get told all the time as well. That's because people believe that they were cleared by security. Of course, they have a security clearance. That is not the case.
people in the field apprehending suspects have a security clearance.
No, they don't. You're full of shit.
I can pull up for you. I promise, man. I don't. If you, dude, we always have respectful lives, and
you're still full of shit.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, no. Mojo. Hold on. Give him a little bit of a pass. He has been very, very nice.
I know, Dan.
What would you like? What would you like me to look up?
And CS's lookup that did say not every person, so implying that people do have security clearances. So
there are
let's be
people.
clear.
There are people that sit in the office for sure that would have some form of security clearance. But for fuck's sake, the people that do software and database management for the federal government have security clearance. The people that create apps for the federal government have security clearance. So to say that they have security clearance if they're doing an office job, of fucking course, they're people that work for the federal government. They're going to need some sort of security clearance. When you say security clearance, though, most people are going to think that they have the ability to, I don't know, look at international terrorist organizations and track them down. That's just not the way ICE works.
Yeah, I don't think Dan was claiming that the office workers were the ones that are wearing a secure or
no,
facial
he's
mask.
doing the other, and I'm saying
much like the people during COVID wearing their masks in the car. It's about to be as stupid as that.
I'm sorry, but these are federal agents. We pay them. They're there to protect our rights, not the other way around. They should not be masked in any way, shape, or form, unless and of course they are undercover. That's it.
I'm just saying, at the end of the day, it does sound like some of these people do have clearances. And
no, it doesn't sound like that at all.
It
Stop
does.
the nonsense.
Based on what CS read, I mean...
No, not based on what CS read.
Yes, not everyone. That means some people do. Or else
yes,
it would
and I
say
just
no
said
one.
the people that are going to have it are going to be the people that are doing analytics in the offices and shit. These aren't people on the street.
The ones
people
that deal with
the American populace and the ICE organization are not going to have security clearances to fucking find international terrorist groups. That's just not their job.
I don't know what your argument here is. I believe Dan's argument was these people that are wearing the mask. What's that?
Krugel, wait. His objection is actually very easy to debunk. We just got far afield of it. And his objection was law enforcement wearing masks. So my question to illustrate would be this. Do the FBI tactical units wear masks? Yes or no?
They have their badge numbers on their fucking jackets.
Answer my question.
And if they're wearing masks, if they're wearing masks, they're going to be part of a SWAT team, or they're going to be using incendiary or chemical devices, which is why they're wearing a mask. Otherwise, in normal circumstances, they are not wearing masks, and they're always identified. ICE agents are not.
What if it's weather related?
It's off the ICE website. Anyone working in the field has to maintain a secret clearance, not top secret, but secret clearance.
That's not true. That's not true at all. I'm reading right here. So it says some members of the units, like removal operations, so ERO officers and HSI agents, some members of those units have clearances, especially supervisors or agents tied to intelligence sharing work, but it is not universally required for every field officer.
All I know is ICE officers' warmth of their face and head matters. Just so you know. So
well, put a fucking flat brim. Put a flat brim hat on them.
I'm gonna need to stop debating in a minute because it's making me feel more sick. So I can just go back to modding.
Do I make you sick?
So you guys know.
I don't think you can contract through TikTok lives.
I'm not sure that's true because Messi passed it around to fucking everybody.
I got it from Messi.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Don't lick the phone. Like it has there's stuff on the phone.
And unless you're RFK, don't lick the toilet seats either.
That's so gross.
That is my objection, by the way. I do not think that police officers should be masked. I think that their identification should be known by all people that are seeing them in action or otherwise not in action, but serving the community in some way, shape, or form. So badge numbers should be visible at all times. And unless they're using some sort of a chemical agent, I think that they should not be allowed to wear masks either. I don't think they should be able to use unmarked vehicles.
So you don't think a badge? Hold on. You don't think a badge and a uniform is enough to be able to say, "Hey, this is a legit person"? Let's just. I want to make sure we're clear on this. Is that what you're suggesting?
For every other officer that we have in this country, their badge number has to be shown and given if asked. ICE does not work that way today. They do not show their badge number. They don't put badge numbers on fucking jackets, flak jackets, or otherwise, and they will tell people to fuck off if they ever ask for their badge number.
So how do you reconcile getting pulled over by the police in a car, even unmarked cars that are the ghost cars? Should I say, hey, I shouldn't be able to pull over because I can't see your face, or should I, as a American citizen, recognize that our police officers drive around in those cars and they have the authority to pull us over?
When they walk up to your window, you can see their face and you can see their badge number, and you can ask for their badge number, and you can ask for their supervisor at the time too.
Facts.
So, but I have to blindly accept
Can I ask you a question?
Not only that, objective, it is lawful for you to keep driving until you can call the police and verify with them that it is actually a police car.
Yeah, try that. We'll see how that works out for you.
Objective.
Yeah, it might not work out well because of the overreach of enforcement. But
yeah, it's going to be called evading. It's going to be called evading detention, and you're going to be upping your charges that you just got instead of a speeding ticket.
Yeah, but they won't be upheld because that is your right as a citizen. If it is unmarked and you cannot identify that somebody is an actual officer pulling you over, you absolutely have the right to call the authorities in that moment and say, "Hey, here's what's happening. Can you please verify?" And I will absolutely pull over.
I don't disagree with you, CS, on an unmarked car, but on these ghost cars, yeah, I totally disagree with you.
I don't know.
You're missing the huge holes in their argument, Frugal. You're missing it.
Sorry.
Notice a moment ago, Mojo tried to conflate ICE agents using gas masks with covering up their identity.
No, I didn't. I said I didn't. Donovan, I did not. As a matter of fact, I said the only time they can have their face covers is if they're using chemical agents. That's when I said they could have their face covered. But they should have their badge numbers prominently displayed.
You didn't.
I did too.
You acquiesced to the idea that tactical units and other law enforcement agencies cover their faces, and they have to because in a lot of cases they are executing warrants on high-value targets where their Confederates will certainly attack the officers and their families. And because of the rhetoric on the left right now, there is a concerted effort to dox the individuals that are simply patriots in enforcing American law. Go ahead and try to deny it.
I'm sorry, but just as a commercial here, I do have this playing on YouTube. You can rewind it. You can listen to exactly what I said. Everything that Donovan just said is absolute fucking bullshit. As a matter of fact, I said SWAT teams do have their faces covered, and they have their faces covered because of the danger that they're in and because of the chemical agents that they might be using, because they often use tear gas. So that's fine, but they still always have their badge numbers prominently displayed, always. ICE does not do this. And if ICE is going to be using chemical agents, I don't blame them for having fucking gas masks on either. But they should always have they should always have their badge numbers prominently displayed on their uniforms. That being said, you guys have to understand too that ICE is not a law enforcement agency. It's just fucking not.
They're enforcing immigration law.
Donovan, can I ask you a question? This is something you sound like a constitutionalist, right? Like, I'm on the conservative side, but one thing I challenge conservatives on is if I go to Home Depot and there's two men of Mexican descent sitting in front of me, one's an American citizen, the other one's not, and you stop both of them, one of them you violated their Fourth Amendment right against search and seizure. What you're now doing is something called racial profiling, and that's a very slippery slope and not something I think anyone wants to go down. And that's the issue.
I'm aware of the issue that it may be a slippery slope, but I'd also call your attention to the fact that slippery slope is a fallacy. And what we are simply attempting to do is I don't like the Patriot Act either. But what I'm saying is that we are simply reacting to the irrefutable fact that the left and individuals on the right have facilitated an invasion of this country. So we have to take steps to address that. So they're essentially objecting to the fact that we are cleaning up their mess.
And where are those immigrants coming from? Central America and countries that we destabilized to stop the spread of communism during the Cold War, the Middle East, where we blew up countries and destabilized the entire region. They're fleeing conflict areas that America and mostly conservative presidents launched us into with Dick Cheney. And they're fleeing those conflict areas, coming for a better place to live after we burn their house down.
Yeah.
So
I have no love for Cheney.
Check Discord, please.
But the problem is, the problem is that essentially by furthering these ideas of sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, that these handovers from law enforcement to federal ICE officials could have been handled in the safety of a sally port of your local jail or local prison. All of these warrants have to be executed out on the streets, which facilitates the need for these ICE individuals to protect their identities because of the rhetoric that is being deployed. So once again, we are simply trying to react to the dystopian circumstances that you have allowed to occur.
Dystopian is going to an elementary school and using a child as bait to arrest their parent that's just here illegally, where 75% of the apprehendees now don't even have an infraction as small as a traffic violation. Pulling an 85-year-old man out in the snow in his boxers is exactly what you're speaking of.
Can I just say something that really bothered me about this? I just think it's like pretty crazy that you can't use race-based criteria for college admissions or for building out maps that are good, but you can use race-based criteria to arrest people for immigration purposes. I don't know how you square that.
I would like to know when you are looking for somebody that is undocumented in the United States of America, if you start to think about RAS, that would be reasonable, articulable, I can't say that word ever, right? Suspicion. What would you suggest we use?
I'm not saying you shouldn't use it. I'm just saying that if that is a legal basis, that race can be one of many criteria you use to identify somebody to stop and or detain them. Why can't race be one of the many criteria you use to matriculate them into college or to build out maps that accommodate different communities who deserve representation?
Well, wouldn't that be providing special privileges to said communities?
I don't
think you can take privileges away because of race, but you can't grant privileges because of race.
Well, if you're granting privileges to some, wouldn't that be disenfranchising others?
I mean, aren't you just taking privileges away from some, but allowing them to proceed for others or to persist?
The only privileges.
It's pattern recognition. It's simply pattern recognition. What you are attempting to do, Blossom, is feign umbrage. And I'll illustrate. The vast majority of illegals that are in this country are from where?
Well, I think
the vast majority.
Answer the question. No, because
answer.
I think that, the same thing applies. I think we can understand that there is a disproportionate number of people who are black or brown who are underserved in terms of our education community. We can look at the exact reason written into the VRA, right, of why they were saying we need to consider majority minority districts. Because we understand that historically those communities have been discriminated against and have put them in a position where they need maybe a boost from us to create the equity that we're looking for, a fair outcomes. So again, I just think it's crazy because every time you guys make an argument to remove privileges on the basis of race, why can't I use that argument to grant privileges on the basis of race?
I think we have granted privileges based upon the race in the past, have we not?
Wait, but I'm just saying right now we've had two major Supreme Court decisions that have said, and by the way, right, race is at the same level constitutionally as religion, and we are consistently granting exceptions within the context of the First Amendment around religious practice at the expense of people saying, I don't think the government should establish a religion. I think I should be protected from having to practice a certain religion. So we can, again, grant privileges on the basis of religion, but we can't grant privileges on the basis of race. We can take privileges away on the basis of race. We can't take privileges away on the basis of religion.
I'm trying to figure out how race and political affiliation go hand in hand. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you think that it's okay to say, all right, let's just, put all of the Hispanics and all of the people of color in one section so they can influence the political system versus having a, drawn map out to where you're going to have a mix of everybody. Like, I don't understand why you think that would be okay.
Wait, I didn't say anything about political affiliation. I just said...
You were talking about gerrymandering, correct? And the statement that you made was, how can it be okay that you can gerrymander and draw lines based upon political affiliation, but you cannot do it by race? Did I miss that?
No, I never said political affiliation. Not once.
What did you say then?
I said you can take privileges away on the basis of race, aka Kavanaugh stops, but I can't grant them on the basis of race, aka majority-minority districts, affirmative action. I'm sure there are more. You can grant privileges on the basis of religion, Mamou v. Taylor, Carson v. Macon, Kennedy v. Bremerton, but I can't take them away on the basis of establishment clause. I can't say that you're not allowed to get grants because you discriminate on the basis of your religion. That's also Carson v. Macon. So I'm just curious, at what point are we going to acknowledge this is a lopsided or double standard?
So am I missing something? Are you saying that we're discriminating, races based on political affiliation? I'm still very confused on your argument, and maybe it's just me. Anybody else want to, help me out here?
Well, the best answer to her question is because, again, we are reacting to an emergency that you created. That's why.
I'm reacting to a long-running disparity that's been created in this country. Why is the emergency status so important?
Because we are staring down the barrel of 20 million illegal aliens in this country.
No, that's a fake number. We've talked about this a lot. But even so, right? There's no, even if it was 20 million, right? There's no number in the Constitution. There's no, what are we talking about here? I'm just saying the very basic legal premise that I cannot draw. Yeah.
Go ahead. We're talking about the fact that we are dealing with you guys getting so comfortable with your politics that now you're at the point where you're saying the quiet part out loud, right? When you say things like no one is illegal on stolen land, this flies in the face of the sovereignty of the entire country and speaks to the fact that you are absolutely fine with destroying the fabric of this country simply because you would like to signal your virtue.
I'm not signaling anything.
Let's just say it. Let's just say it for what it is. It's fascism. That's what it is.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Make it great. Could we get your age, state, and who you voted for?
29.
And
I voted for Harris.
Wow.
Okay, welcome to the panel.
Wow.
That was a shocker.
That was a shocker for me as well. He's a private, so I couldn't check out his profile. So my bad.
If I can give an example that Blossom's referring to, which is the largest discrepancy between the white family and the black community and Hispanic community, was we all worked and lived in the cities, made the same amount, and then the Federal Housing Commission leased land to these builders to build suburbs. And the deal was, we'll give you the land, but you can't sell to blacks or Hispanics. They were not afforded that right to buy those homes that they very well could have afforded like we could. Then that home developed equity. They put their kids through college, started businesses. That is one of the biggest discrepancies in U.S. history with modern times that goes overlooked.
Oh, I have another one. We can use religion to take privileges away, like Muslim bans, but then of course we have to accommodate religion in the context of putting whatever, the 10 Commandments in school, or allowing people to prevent teachers from putting photos of their partner when they're gay out on their desk.
What law are you referring to that affected the Islam community?
I'm sorry again?
You said something about a Muslim man. Didn't know what exactly. What
Yeah, that was Trump 1. Trump 1.0 was Muslim travel ban, when he effectively just banned travel from certain countries. Now that one I think was struck down by the Supreme Court, luckily. But I just, two sides of the coin here.
Can we go back to emergency or not emergency? Because how do you count how many illegal immigrants there are? How do you count them?
You can't.
Thank you very much.
Wait, did he say legal or illegal?
Illegal. How do you count
it's You're right. It's very difficult to count that.
Yeah, well, I worked.
Or you give them driver's license like here in California.
So listen, I worked in southern.
I'm always so keen on you. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So San Diego, I worked there for about 6 years, going into houses installing satellites. Okay, we're talking 3-bedroom homes with 10 families, and I mean the garage was separated with sheets for 3 families. Every room separated with sheets with 3 families. So yeah, we don't have
same
a problem.
thing the Irish and the Italian did when they first moved here from New York.
Yeah, you're
3 or 4
right.
families
We don't
in
have
one
a problem.
apartment.
Yeah, you guys are right. We don't have a
living
problem.
the American dream, man.
Illegally?
Yeah.
I'd rather those people be.
But you don't know that they're illegal. Did you check their papers?
My whole point is you can't count how many illegals we have.
Yeah, we all agreed.
But you can visually see it in your cities. If you're one of the cities,
you can't, not unless you ask them for their papers.
Wait, we do count them. We do count them, guys. We count them in the census. You count foreign-born population. You take the total. Well, you can, because they don't have to include their citizenship. They just say they're foreign-born in the census. That's what has been complained about from the right for the past 5 years, that because we let all these people in now, suddenly based on census data, all these blue states that are lenient on immigration are going to have more seats. How do you think we would do that if we can't count illegal immigrants?
Where do you live?
I live in Chicago.
I haven't been to Chicago, so I wouldn't know what it looks like, but you know it. You know it when it's happening. And it's usually...
How do you tell the difference between an immigrant and an American?
You know when it's happening. You know when it's happening. So
this is about profiling again. So everything that Blossom's been talking about, how we can do it one way but not the other, and here you are profiling. Simply because poor people are living in a house together to share rent, you seem to think that they're going to be illegal. That's
no,
I can
they
give you my
speak
opinion.
English.
I
They
can
don't
give you,
speak English. I
Yes.
tried to talk to every single one of them to ask them, "Hey, I got to drill a hole right here. Who do you rent or own?" I can't get any questions answered. Zero.
And so
maybe they just don't want to talk to you.
No,
Maybe it's the flat brim hat. It's the flat brim hat. You got to bend your hat, and they'll talk to you.
I'm just saying, stop being ignorant. You know, you don't know.
English isn't the native language on this land
I would
anyway.
assume
but hold on, let's be clear. Hold on, may I for a second though? Well, come on,
objective, yes, but I'd like to go after you. Go ahead.
And so I just want to, address Dan there. So it may not be officially the native language, but let's be clear. Every immigration test, outside of exceptions, and I will acknowledge there are exceptions, but they are very far and few between, okay, have to be administered in English. So that being said, if you are in this country legally, you should know the English language. You at least had to take a test in it. So let's just be.
That's for
that is correct. That is correct. And so yes, but also people that are coming over here, they also are going to be able to have their documentation to prove that they are here. But that would be, in my opinion, reasonable, articulable suspicion. That's it.
I would just say, okay, one thing. If sorry, Badger, I'm not trying to racially profile you. But if a white man was coming over and I was on a work visa or something here, and he started asking me questions about where I live or what I speak, I absolutely, even if I spoke English, would say, "No hablo español, amiga. Lo siento, white boy."
I would do it on purpose. I don't know what you mean. I was at the house, in the house, inside the house.
Yes, but if I was getting questioned, by somebody like that, I felt a little bit threatened because, again, there is so much racial profiling. I would absolutely pretend I don't speak English so I didn't have to answer your questions. But number two, that was not my point. I just wanted to make that quick joke, and I'm sorry, it's probably crass. But number two, I would assume, so when I was in college and I went to a school that was in a city, I don't really want to describe it because it'll dox me, but there's a lot of, there's a lot of Indian population that live there. A lot of them are on student visas. A lot of them live literally, the neighbors that were across from me, I think that was probably a 9-bedroom house. There was probably about 25 that lived there. So if we're going to go off those assumptions, not all of them spoke perfect English. And then they'd have a lot of family visit because that's also allowed. So it's not that they're here illegally or it's not that they're doing something. But yes, you could absolutely make those assumptions, but they're not necessarily true. And so I think what Blossom is trying to say too is like, yes, you can profile based on certain things, and then you can use them to support your rhetoric, but then you can profile on other things to use them to harm. Like it's, I don't know, maybe I didn't get that right, Blossom, the way that you were saying it, but I just know that I've seen things in the same way you're saying, but they weren't true.
Do you honestly think American ICE agents are like, we're just going to go out and try to use this to harm everybody? Like, you honestly think that?
This is where, and the other thing I wanted to say was that, you guys, we were talking about ICE agents having security clearances. And so this is where the security clearance comes in, not the ones on the streets that are doing the picking of upping. It's the ones that should be doing the research before people get profiled, who know exactly who should be and should not be in this country. That's where the clearances come in.
Well, field officers do have a security clearance.
We went through this. We went through this, Dan. Some do, especially the supervisors, but not all of them are required to have
So you know what could solve this? So what could solve everything we're talking about right now? Well, not necessarily, but so China, supposedly, which the left loves so much, China's so great. They're so much better than us.
Who's
We're building a straw man.
I feel like we're getting into a massive roundup.
Okay, little bit of comedy there. Anyways, I guess when they go like buy groceries, it's like facial recognition. Like that's because I guess they get their money, however they get their money, but you don't like hit it. You don't like tap your card. It just sees your face. It pays for you, and you get your groceries.
I love that idea. Every time a person's born in the United States, we just tattoo them immediately. Put a barcode on their wrist. That way we know.
Dude, that's me. That's what I said. That was my theory that we should do.
Is it a stamp stamp?
No.
Does it go like right?
I mean, did you guys see the Meta glasses that ICE agents are going to start using AI tech, where they're able to, using facial recognition, look at you and it'll scan and give them an entire background research on you and everything. So in a sense, they're also violating your constitutional right on search and seizure by just literally using Meta glasses to recognize people.
This is where Donovan pops in and starts talking about the deep state.
Well, Mojo, no, I think you'd appreciate this. I think
American flag trims.
I think y'all will appreciate this. Isn't that quasi already happening with these devices that we have?
Fucking quasi! Oh, that's a blast from the past. What the fuck?
That's why I said I think you would appreciate. That's why I prefaced with I think you're going to appreciate this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Isn't that quasi happening already? Just not in our skin, but like we're carrying it around with us.
Oh, definitely. Donovan, how deep does the state go? I'm interested.
Not your straw man.
Well, I don't know, but you guys seem to want to have that deep state all the way up in your rectum or something. I'm not sure here because you want facial recognition at grocery stores. What the hell is going on?
I think no, I don't want it. I definitely don't want it. I'm just saying, like, that's where it will be taken. I'm sure.
You guys want to know one of my favorite lores, just to change the subject and cool us all down just for 1 second? One of my favorite lores, and I don't know if it's true because I have to do more research on it, but you remember those Amazon grocery stores where it's like you can just put like the thing in your basket and you can like walk out?
Yes, yeah. Amazon Go. I loved it.
Yes, but Blossom, is it true? Is it or is it not true that really all it was like there was no scan that was going through the basket they were putting in? What was happening was that they had people who were monitoring, like specifically offshore, watching what you were putting in your basket and quantifying it.
I think that was true. And there was another one, like I think it was one of the delivery robots was also just being driven by a team in India.
Are you serious?
I read that, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, a team in India.
It's like kind of a great video game, honestly.
I have zero idea what you're talking about, by the way. Am I the only one?
Yeah.
I never went to one of those grocery stores, but
yeah.
I'm interested.
And Amazon Go. So Amazon Go is supposed to be objective. So like, let's say you go to buy a lemon and you put the lemon in your basket. It's supposed to be like, hey, this is getting scanned somehow because it's going into your basket and you're walking out with it and you don't have to pay because like they're going to charge your Amazon account. Well, really what it was, from what I understand, was monitors from people who were offshore. I don't know if it was India or not or what shore, but or maybe even near shore like Costa Rica, that were just literally like looking like, oh, we know this person, and when they had like their Amazon account is XYZ because you have to put in your Amazon account obviously, and what they would do is just write down lemon, and like instead of it being scanned, it was somebody doing it manually. Like that's a wild premise.
So is it like the honor system then?
You said that wrong, CS.
Cashiers?
You said that wrong, CS. It puts the lemon in the basket. That's the way you're supposed to say it.
Put the lotion in the basket.
The lemon.
Lotion on the skin.
We put the lime in the coconut.
Yes, that too.
I guess it was the Just Walkout store, so I don't know if it was Amazon Go, but it was a team in India watching you shop, was what they were saying.
I've never heard of this in my life. Is this like select like states? Like what?
Yeah, those people that live in Texas are pretty sheltered. I get it.
That's probably true.
Come out to Los Angeles and watch these the tribes of homeless people attack the delivery robots like it's a bison or something.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, one of our delivery robots in Chicago, it busted right through the glass of a bus stop, and then they fixed it, and then which by the way, great city service. They will fix bus stops when they're broken, like in moments. It's crazy, like one of the most efficient things they do here. But they fixed it, and then they paid for an ad on it that was like, "We're sorry."
The Kool-Aid man of delivery robots.
Did you just say fixing the bus stops is amazing? That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, you can call because it's glass, right? It's safety glass, but it's glass. But I've seen a couple. I don't know if they're just like if you hit them right, they're real easy to break. But I've called once, and they'll fix them in like 24 hours. It's one of the most efficient things the city does. I promise.
What
that.
happens when you buy glass from China? They should get American glass. It will probably never break.
I don't know. It's the city. It's probably likely they're using American source stuff.
So
wait,
I'm doing a
So,
political
Mojo,
calculation here.
Can I interact with you?
With me?
Yes, Mojo.
Thank you for asking me for consent. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Do you have a computer
I do.
that you can look something up?
I do.
I have something very concerning that I want to ask you questions about. Okay. Can you go to the whitehouse.gov?
Wait.
And there's an official publication here.
Can we get your IP address while you're at it?
Wait, hold on. Make it great. Let me help you out. Let me help you.
I want to know where this is going first.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. You guys are gonna think that I'm trolling, but I'm not. There's a publication in the whitehouse.gov that is saying that if you're anti-terrorist, if you're anti-fascist, you're a terrorist to the U.S.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. It's a new
have
EO.
You seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work? Is that just is everybody voted for that?
No, that
Yeah,
was that was an EO that Donald Trump put out. They're going to have to figure out how to put regulations in place to make it possible. I don't know if they can do that or not.
Now, does the Congress have to vote on something like that?
They might have to pass some legislation if it's going to require funding of some kind.
Do you see how dangerous that is?
I do. I absolutely agree. That's why my tagline is. I am the enemy within. I am one of those dangerous liberals that talks about this fascist government on a daily basis. So yeah, I'm probably somebody that's on a list somewhere. Whatever.
Wait, quick question. Are you talking about if you're designated as Antifa? Is that what you're saying?
There were three portions of that. So it was either people that are anti-fascist or anti. What was it? What was the other one? I can't remember. But there were three different categories, and one of them was simply violent left wing, something or another.
Okay, I think so. You left out a very crucial wording: groups, organizations. Yeah. So maybe
No, it's talking about individuals in groups or organizations.
Talking about a group of people.
Group.
Okay, I don't remember what this EO is.
Because that's terrifying. Because all of those words are open for interpretation and scope.
Same thing.
Yes, they left it open.
Hold on. Same thing is like what you guys use. The group that you guys declare on the far right. You know, they have the same kind of laws. I mean, California.
What do you mean?
So listen, California has laws that if you're in a gang, which would be a group, an organization, a club, okay, and you're a known violent gang or criminal gang in California, you cannot hang out if you get caught hanging out with two or more of those same people in that organization. It is a felon. It is a felony. You will go to jail for it.
Right. Yeah. It's called STG.
Yeah. So the group matters. The organization matters. It's.
Yeah, but the thing is they're getting together to create crime.
Antifa's illegal protest is crime.
Now what this is.
Thanks, CT.
This is that we're just
rioting
protesting.
is a crime.
We're not like going into the government building and breaking windows and hurting cops.
Hold on. Rioting is illegal. It is a crime.
But Badger, you should be equally concerned with the verbiage that they're using in this, because where does the scope of where fascism begins and ends? Where does anti-capitalist begin and end? When you give someone a brush to define what that means, you end up like South Africa, where they locked up the leftist movement based on free speech.
Does anybody know the EO number on this particular thing? I was trying to look it up, and I keep getting the one from 2025. Okay. Do you know what the EO number is?
Just type in 2026 U.S. counterterrorism strategy. And you'll find it.
While you look that up, can I ask Mojo? I just want to ask him a quick question here. I noticed, the frugal foodie down here. What are we depicting here? Like the frugal foodie crushing? Is that an Asian person? Like what's happening here?
You were debating Bonjour Man.
Oh, so you say I crushed Bonjour Man? Is that what you're depicting?
Yeah, everybody that was doing the images at the time were making fun of Bon.
Mojo, I just sent it to you. It's the
awesome.
I think it's a memo. It's the White House counterterrorism. I just pinged it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what we were doing here, so I was like, yeah, it's a cool photo. But like, why am I crushing an Asian?
It's the first one that I found that had the quasi thing in it, so I just posted it. I know I have some others as well, but I don't.
Let's get some more up. I'm down for it.
Yeah, if they declare Antifa a terrorist organization, I would not be sad for one moment.
Yes, but what you don't understand is once you find out that there's fascism going on in the government, you're going to start fighting against it, and they're going to get you too.
So
Believe me,
Antifa,
it's gonna happen.
Antifa flies Iranian flags.
It doesn't say Antifa. It just says somebody that goes against fascism. It has nothing to do with.
Can we see that? Can we see that? Because finally people started reading like words like organization, groups. So
the irony when Florida becomes a state that bans anti-Semitism and anti-fascism, like this
so if
is
you
really the world we live in.
if you ally yourself,
it's dangerous to leave it open.
If you ally
whatever they want.
Oh my gosh.
Mojo, do you see all the tiny tomatoes? I have so many. Like, these are all tomatoes. And here, too.
Okay, you got to make sure once they start growing out, make sure you prune them on the bottom. Oh my God, you're like, wait, aren't they supposed to be in the boxes?
Yeah, this is from last year when I didn't pick up all the tomatoes I was supposed to.
Oh, so they planted themselves.
Yeah, they did.
Are you going to let them go this year too?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna just take a couple once they get big enough. I'll give a couple away, and then I'll save 2. I'm not allowed to keep them all.
Not allowed
Awesome.
to.
Give them
That's
a little
funny.
CalMag.
A little what?
CalMag, calcium, magnesium.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the calcium, it keeps the rot from the bottom of the tomatoes because they need a lot of calcium. Tomatoes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
prevents the cell wall from cracking.
We're not there yet, but I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely at once or twice during the season, you should probably add some calcium or calcium magnesium to the soil and just water it afterwards, and it should be able to soak in, and your tomato plants will love it. They will grow faster. Your tomatoes will be bigger. They will not crack. The skin will not crack as much. And there's a rot that comes on certain tomatoes when they're really calcium deficient that starts at the bottom, and the bottom ends up turning like a brown color. That's from lack of calcium as well. Yeah.
A fun fact about tomatoes, they're super acidic. So it sucks when you get old. Just FYI.
Good to know. I'll keep the the Tums on hand.
Super acidic. So
while we're here and when we're talking tomatoes and doing whatever,
can we read this?
Yeah, could you please tap the screen, share the live, and invite your conservative friends, please. Do the daily heart me, all those good things. Gift the panelists, gift the hosts, and also follow Mojo if you aren't following him already. Thank you.
So not Dan, real quick. So me as just having fun on TikTok with my ideologies, and I don't follow groups or organize or think about becoming a club member of anything, because actually I have like a life. I go to work, I take my kids to wrestling, I go to all their sporting events, I go to most of their school stuff that I can make. You really think I would be scared of anything that was written and what you're talking about?
What I'm saying.
It all depends. Are you against fascism?
What I'm saying though, man, is who gets to define
Will
what
you
that
fight?
means? Right? Where does the line?
Fascism?
All right, stop. Make it great. You have a lag of some kind or another. I want to say that this is the specific groups that we were talking about. It does say currently we face 3 major types of terror groups: narco-terrorists and transitional gangs. I'm not sure why they use the term legacy, but super weird. But legacy Islamist terrorists, violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. That's the 3 groups that they named in this particular piece of EO or whatever it is.
Yes, organizations, groups, clubs. So if you're just the normal TikTok liver with your own ideology and your own beliefs, yeah, I don't think they're coming for us.
So hold on. This EO, how I'm reading it, at least, just basically means all MAGA and the current administration have to do as a political party is officially adopt the mantle of fascists, and then anyone who denounces them is a T group.
God, that's true.
No.
Holy crap!
That's what it is. That's what it
Literally
says.
the playbook of South Africa.
So they're labeling us terrorisms.
Yeah, you definitely have too many liberals up here, host, because I can't even speak.
Hold on. I'm making room. Just give it a second. I was just trying to connect with. Jesus Christ, something's going on with my Wi-Fi.
That's wild, y'all.
Yeah. So I do have to make room. So I'm sorry. Make it great. You've been up here the longest. I'm gonna drop you down for a little bit. If you could get back in the queue, as soon as we have some space, I'll bring you right back up. And thank you so much for being here. Okay, carry on.
So yes, like those are so Antifa. I'll just use Antifa. They are funded by I mean easily to say almost a bottomless funding organization. These people get paid, and there's people on record proving that they get paid if they're violent at protest and cause more disruption. They get paid more to do it. So yes, if you're part of an organization that causes terror and wrecks and violates our laws and causes disturbances,
Rogers, I'm gonna need you to ask me. I normally don't do this, but could you find a source for that?
Actually, I think what he's talking about is there's this group that they wear masks and they go into cities and they keep tear gassing people and they've been picking up Americans and they're getting paid like billions of dollars to do it too. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Does Deep State give them signing bonuses too?
They do.
Yeah, I heard that. And free college.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. And I think they discharge their student loans, which that alone makes me want to be an ICE agent. I'd be a good one though, like a nice one.
Don't you think our country? Don't you think our country should hold on? Don't you think our country should reward the people that are protecting our country? You don't think that's a good thing?
Well, I was just saying, like, they're disrupting the neighborhoods and they're causing harm and they're getting paid and they're, masked men, kind of like the Gestapo. So, I mean, it's pro-fascist, not anti-fascist, but...
Well, what's interesting about that, Blossom, is in Texas, we've had more deportations than anybody across these 50 states. And, we don't see that here. So it's rather interesting that does happen in some places. No, we don't see quite the disruption and the chaos that you're, speaking of. So it's just interesting how different states handle things differently and how things can go smoothly when you do participate or agree with not allowing illegal immigrants to occupy our country.
But there have been plenty of protests in Texas. San Antonio had something in the news. There have been a few different cases coming out of communities being upset. But Donovan, I wanted to tell you, how I always have birds in the background? I found a robin's egg, like an empty robin's egg shell in my backyard. So there's more to come this summer.
That's wonderful.
So
it's such a great effect having the birds in the background, Blossom.
Thank you.
Yo, and we've been in this administration 16 months. Let's say 3 months leading up to the election. We went from, hey, don't call us Yahtzees to fine, call us Yahtzees. And somewhere around the 24 to 26 months in, we'll probably be at, we're officially Yahtzees and you're under arrest for not agreeing with us. That's kind of where this EO is pointing it logically, right? Donovan, I know you love the logic. Does that align logically?
All right, so Jorts, this is a little bit too tight for my little white one. I can't get her second leg through, but this is a little T-shirt he sent me. His little picture.
I love that.
What does it say?
Oh, it's so cute.
It says, "I love my dad, Jorts."
Yes.
Oh my god.
But yeah, as you can see, I can't get the legs through. She's a little bit chunky for this thing, but yeah. Anyway.
So does anybody?
What about
crowds? What about crowdsondemand.com?
What? Well, there's agitators on both sides.
That's a really good question he just asked. Do y'all know about crowdsondemand.com?
No, what is that?
Look it up.
Tell them what it is.
Craigslist?
So it's a .com. So hold on.
You
Crowds
have to
on
sing it.
demand is your home for impactful advocacy campaigns, demonstrations, PR stunts, crowds for hire, and corporate events. Services available nationwide. What we do: protests, rallies.
False flags.
I mean,
False flags.
you could, and it says.
Are you
for
saying
hire.
that it says false flags?
I'm saying they might as well call it rent-a-schnazi. Yes.
That's crazy. Would also work for something like a flash mob or something like that if you want to, I don't know, thank a teacher or something like that and have a flash mob of people dancing. Would it also work for something like that?
Yes. Keep in mind, I'm not even saying that the right cannot deploy this particular service. I think the fact that this service is a thing speaks to the wasteland that passes for politics in 2026.
That's pretty crazy.
I would love to get a disclosure of their information through like some kind of political disclosure act. And I would bet a large sum of money that we would see the
Jared
Reich,
Kushner owns it.
or the Reich, if you will, using services like this a lot more, considering we see a lot more ground support for the Democrats than we do for the Republicans.
I can't believe how anti-capitalist you are, Donovan. Somebody came up with a good idea. They're making money off of it, and here you are trying to squash them. That's terrible.
Straight to jail.
I mean, this isn't new, though, right? We've always had this in some facet. It's just like now it's easier to find stuff like this. You've always had crowd filling services.
Yes, Soros just, what does he do? He probably just gets like hot women that are like trying to move their way up in politics or something like that in college, and then they organize all these little.
Is that why he pays me so much?
I don't know. Well, wait, are you hot? You sound hot, but I don't know if I'm hot.
What do they call you?
Like Soros. Wait till we tell you about
medium. What do they call you? Medium pretty or something like that?
But I only do hot chicks that are dumb. Hot chicks that are smart, I stray far away.
Did he ask CS if she was hot? Did I what did I miss?
Yes, you did just miss that. That did just happen.
Sorry, what happened?
Zoned out for a second.
No, she said she was hot. Let's be honest. She said she was hot.
She didn't say that. She just wondered why she was getting. She just wondered why she was getting checks from Soros.
Which she said she was hot. Like I.
No, she just said she was getting checks from Soros.
Do you want a picture? What do you want? You want like?
Just turn on the camera, CS. Just show them.
I'm single, so you won't be offending anybody.
I am sick as a dog in bed still, and there's no way I'm turning on my camera.
We had a woman up here earlier that was in the shower, and she thought about turning on her camera.
Was that messy?
No, it was Peg Princess. She was up here in the shower arguing. You could hear the water hitting in the background. It was terrible.
Yeah, CS kept telling her to turn on her camera. I'm like, that's weird.
Oh, Badgers, knock it off. And I was just kidding. I don't ever claim to be hot. I was just joking because you were talking about that Soros is paying all the hot girls, and I made a joke saying, "Oh, is that why I'm getting paid so much?" So,
well, then why am I getting paid then? I don't get it.
Are you
identify as a hot woman? That's why Mojo.
Is either side a little concerned with this type of broad brush law, and then you look at like digital currency, because then they have the ability to prevent you from moving, transporting, going to areas like we saw that in Canada, right, where I've spent half my life, where they got rid of the truckers, they seized their trucks, canceled their bank cards, kicked them out of the hotels. So your ability to exercise your rights, right?
I grew up and went to schools in gang infested neighborhoods. No, I like shit like this. It made me feel like I could walk in my neighborhood again. Like, what are you talking
infested,
about?
Were they what do you mean, like run through the
gangs, bro? When you live, I grew up in military housing in San Diego, California. I went to rough schools. Bro, what are you talking about? Before they had those rules, the gangs were kind of scary to walk by.
Periquito.
I would have unalived for just gang infested schools. That would have been nice.
I mean, so and then I in my high school years it was the
what's
body
going
art.
on? What is this
What are you talking about?
conversation? What is this conversation right now?
It's Malaysian Airlines.
Going against this guy's mad that they don't want criminal organizations. He's like scared that we're going against criminal organizations that are creating problems in America, and he's like scared about it. Oh, this is scary.
No, Badger. That's not what it's about. It's about the broad brush of like painting opposing ideologies as T groups. So, like, literally, this EO, all this administration has to do is adopt the fascist ideology officially, and then anyone who's anti them, meaning anyone else politically opposing them, is a T group by the broad stroke of the brush that they're trying to use in the EO. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about criminal gangs. He's talking about political ideologies.
When Host pulled it up, it specifically mentioned organizations, which would be a gang.
Well,
Okay, so organizations
It just
like
said
the Democratic
groups.
Party.
Wait, it said groups, by the way.
Exactly, groups and gangs. So if you were an individual, you are not an organization, you are not a group.
So if I am a officially registered Democrat, the Democratic group is a T group because they oppose, they're anti-fascist, which
that wasn't mentioned in the host's. It wasn't in there.
It does say
labeled.
it does say violent left-wing extremists.
opposing that are anti-fascist.
No, it doesn't even. It doesn't even say. Wait, it doesn't even say that. It does say violent. They can simply say that the Democratic Party is violent because somebody tried to take Donald Trump out 2 times. So we're going to go ahead and arrest everybody in the Democratic Party. They can say that according to the way this is written, and they can arrest people for it.
Illegal violence is illegal everywhere in America.
It doesn't say anything about illegal. It just said violent left-wing extremists. They will call me an extremist. I am definitely left-wing, and all they have to do is plug me in with one of the people that tried to unalive Donald Trump, and now all of a sudden I'm violent because I'm part of the group that has committed violence. They can do that. They can. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I wanted to make a point because I keep hearing that Marxist socialists are fascists. So if they're fascist, if we're all fascist because we like Marxist, socialist, cultural Marxism, whatever, then does that mean we're safe from the enforcement of this? I am
so gonna use that in the future.
Awesome. You're genius. We need to seize the fascist mantle, so we can identify anyone politically opposing us as the two groups.
And if that means that MAGA is against us and is against the fascist, socialist, Marxist, does that make them Antifa? And should we be going after them?
Yep. I'm calling it. I'm calling it the FBI and Penny right now.
Don't say her name 3 times; she'll appear.
Penny, 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 Penny.
Badger, I think what we're getting at is like you hear this administration consistently saying the violent rhetoric of the Democrats. So would that violent rhetoric fall into the category of violence in this EO?
So I'll respond to Blossom. Hello, everybody. Haven't seen you in a minute, Mojo. Hope you're well.
Yeah, it's been a while. I heard you on the Guy Fawkes this morning, though.
Did you? Were you listening? But I come by and swing by. Your panel's been full, and whatever subject matters, I'm looking for something else maybe or something like that. But I check in pretty often. Blossom. So there are many similarities to communism, Marxism, and fascism. There are a lot of things you can put in the same category and checkbox, but they are also very different in many ways. But where it's most relevant, in your point, is they both are totalitarian, tyrannical regimes more often than not when they seize control of the government.
That's fine. I don't. It's however you want to define it. I have my own thoughts on the categorization of all of this, but I'm just saying, if you're going to call me a fascist and then turn around and try and prosecute radical left-wing Schmera groups on the basis of them being anti-fascist, I just don't know which way to go with that.
There are aspects to fascism that are what you could argue are left wing. I would generalize fascism, I would call it right wing. So I wouldn't start with you in particular, if you're a communist, call you a fascist.
She's not me. She's not a communist. Yeah, but she might start claiming that just to show up the libertarians.
Yeah. But like, for example, in Schmatzism, there was a lot of left-wing people that wrote, as that was rising to power, participated in it. And I mean, if you know the history of the people, the groups that were assembled and, created consensus together to gain power, the left played an instrumental role in the rise of Schmatzism in Germany.
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, if you want to say because they voted in a party that was populist in nature, but the whole like.
No, there was very influential people within the Schmatzism movements that were socialist. They were unalived when they got more power, so they were eliminated. But on the rise, they played a very important role.
He's correct. The night of the long knives, right? But let's be real. When you read the original primary source documentation around fascism, all they talk about is how they are opposed to socialists, and they Trojan horsed fascism in through socialism. It's honestly, truly not that far in terms of concept, or it parallels, in my opinion, what happened in 79 in Iran, where there were all these groups that were working together to overthrow the Shah. And they were diametrically opposed. It was the clerics and the Ayatollah, and it was also many left-wing people, thought leaders, right, that were all working together, except all the left-wing people were pushed out or got unalived, and what survived was the extremist religious.
To the original point that I requested up for in your statement, if and I'm not saying it's legitimate, but if you're recognizing the rise of fascism in America, you would likely see an attachment of that being leftist, right? It wouldn't be unfounded.
I disagree. It's attached to populism, and you cannot. But this is the point, right? Because we're getting into what fascism actually is, which I'm happy to have the conversation on. My point is that the rhetoric right now is that, and I've heard it a lot, and I haven't just heard it from Penny, I've heard it for many years, is that left, like socialism leads to fascism, because there's this confusion that, Yahtzee, Nat Sock, right? That is socialism when it's in the name, but the reality is very different. But if you were going to call us fascists, then write an executive order to target anti-fascist. I expect you're not coming after me because you don't believe that I'm anti-fascist, right?
Did you? I thought you agreed with me. You agree with me that in the rise of Schmatzism in Germany in the 1930s, that the fascists aligned with left wing to gain power, right? That we agree with.
The Trojan horse. That's the part you're missing.
But hold on. I'm just making sure that we agree there. We agree there, right?
Sure, but if they align with them.
So hold on. So it would be reasonable, if you agree with that, it would be reasonable that if you see fascism rising in America, to investigate left wingers who might be supporting the rise of fascism.
No, because fascism doesn't have the same playbook. The rise of fascism in Italy was different than the rise of fascism in Germany, right? It's not. The end result is similar, but it's not the same playbook. So you can't just.
What do you know about Mussolini? Like, you know what Mussolini's job was before he was dictator of Italy?
Just because they use the Trojan horse.
Guys, I'm sorry, Matthew and Civics and everyone on the panel. Can we guys please go one at a time?
Like Blossom said, it was a Trojan horse. And if you're trying to claim that the ideology was similar, why did they go after the trade unions? Why did they go after the socialists and the communists that were there immediately? They were the first targets. You don't agree with somebody ideologically and then attack them later. That's not how that works.
Because he's trying to say that if you were a useful idiot once, that you could be a useful idiot again.
And Civics, this is documented in many instances with fascism. Mussolini, before he rose to political power, was an editor of the communist publication in Italy, and he decided communism wasn't sufficient enough to seize power. So then that's where he developed, the specific term of fascism, but that form has been used many times and with different names in history. But he was a communist for most of his life, and then he realized it wasn't effective in seizing power, so then he changed his methods. But he himself and his movement had a lot of left-wing elements to it, so you can't even use Italy as an example, as you just tried to do.
Wait, but Donald Trump was a liberal most of his life, right? You guys like to say that. So is Donald Trump still a liberal?
In some aspects, I mean, we're human beings, so we change course. We have reflections.
In some aspects, like I don't know, giving people free food or whatever might be utilized by a fascist government. That might be true, and maybe that's a socialist ideology. But then again, the same thing happens with capitalism too. We have mixed market economies. You utilize different systems to create a new system that works with both systems in tandem. Fascism, socialism, feudalism, racism, jingoism, all of these things can be combined together to create some sort of a political ideology. Fascism happens to be quite a bit fucking different than socialism, though.
Well, again, I mean, that's what I first started with. One of the things that you said before I came up, before Blossom made that's the first statement that I reacted to. You lump summed everything. Like if the Department of Justice under the Trump administration investigates certain left-wing groups, you made the assumption that they're investigating everybody on the left, and that's just not true. That's inherently wrong.
But they are, because they can label me violent, and they can, because of things that I might have said online or something like that. They can label me Antifa because I'm anti-fascist and I talk about it on a regular basis. They can label me as some sort of an organization because I call myself a Marxist. They absolutely can. According to the way that's written, I can be arrested for my beliefs.
So freedom of speech does have some restriction, but we know, like the incite a mob or whatever, violence, that kind of thing, yelling fire in a theater. But for the most part, it is well established and well expressed in this country. There has been a movement towards censorship in this country that's concerning to me, but for the most part, you can espouse your ideas without consequence, Mojo, without being persecuted.
I have been able to, but I guarantee if I had 8 million followers, I would absolutely be harassed on a regular basis.
I mean, there's always consequences to speech because people are going to respond, people are going to like you, dislike you. I mean, there's a philosophical consequence in a sense, but like if you had 8 million followers and you were espousing bad ideas, that wouldn't be a problem. Now, the government might investigate you if you were taking the funding from those 8 million viewers and use it in ways that were illegal, and that would be where it would cross the line. Not with what you said; it'd be what you did with that following in terms of financing. If you did black market, like if you sold schmugs or committed election fraud, terrorism or something. You'd have to do something beyond just espousing ideas.
Mojo, I'll be right back in 1 second if I get dropped. Sorry, Blossom.
Okay.
You're fine. What is Act Blue doing? Like, they're being targeted by the Texas administration. Ken Paxton, I think, filed the case, and they're countersuing as well. I mean, but when you say they're not targeting everybody, and then they go back after, like, although flawed, one of the most fundamental fundraising tools for the entirety of the Democratic Party. I mean, what am I supposed to think about that?
So with Act Blue, I'd have to dig into a little bit more. I could talk more about CARE if you wanted more like specifics, but with Act Blue, they are closely associated with Communist China because of the person who runs Act Blue was married to Neville Roy Singham.
Prove that.
And hold on, can I finish? And I see Communist China as an adversarial group hell-bent on the destruction of America. So if you're commiserating with China, then I would say it's worthy of investigation.
Say, what if you're commiserating with Russia?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, so then let's go after all of the right-wing groups that are commiserating with Russia. And let's not frame this as the ideology is the problem. Let's not frame this as it's partisan in nature, but simply that we need to get foreign influence out. So I would start with the White House inviting people who were in charge of Tenet Media, which was under investigation and indicted for dispersing funds from Russia for the purpose of propaganda. Why were they at the Easter egg hunt? You know, like, that's a problem for me. If we want to do this, and I've said this many times about many different topics, if you want to get bad behaviors out of society to enforce the law and stop these things from eroding at how our politics should operate, let's do it. But stop pointing the finger at one side and framing it in an inflammatory way. I will work with you on stopping foreign donations from coming through on the Democratic side if you will work with me to stop foreign donations and foreign money from influencing your side of the aisle. But one feels a whole hell of a lot bigger than the other one right now.
Blossom, I mean, where you and I are going to agree is I believe that right-wing extremism is a serious issue in this country and worthy of addressing. Whether it's the Trump administration, whoever's in the administration, it's a serious problem, in my opinion. So we agree with that. However, where we're going to disagree is I think the degree of seriousness in terms of problem is far greater on the left than it is on the right. They're both serious, and they're both worthy of needing to be addressed, but the left is far worse, in my opinion.
But I mean, like, what foreign person or foreign money came into the White House under Biden? Like seriously, guys, we can talk about Trump invited a former jihadist who is now the leader of Syria to the White House. Trump invited the heads of Tenet Media to the White House. Trump has accepted foreign money and donations from Qatar. Trump has set up the Board of Peace where he personally will benefit from that long after he's out of office, and then taken taxpayer funds and directed them towards that group full of people and country leadership that I would categorically disagree with us allying on.
So really quick, so hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand your frustration with dialogue. And so you talk about like Syria. I mean, there is, a change of leadership over there, right? And so didn't we lift sanctions on them? And there were some, other things that were happening. So why would you not want to have dialogue with these, places? You may disagree, but having conversation is always good, right?
Hold on. Sorry, go ahead, Civics.
Just really quick. I mean, to answer what Matt was saying, I have to respond, and this leads into you, Frugal. To say that to admit that there is a problem on both sides and that there's extremists on both sides, that's fine. But between those extremists, who has the closest proximity to power? Which is what Blossom is saying. They've been to the White House. You cannot say that the left, quote unquote, extremists have more influence on power right now than they do on the right.
Civics, what I would say to you is I'm very suspect of the BlackRock organization and the WEF, for example. What access to power did they have within the Biden administration?
BlackRock?
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to agree that BlackRock's part of this access of power, according to you.
I'll just tell you, the senior advisor to Biden, an invalid in my opinion, the senior advisor to Biden was a guy named Tom Donilon, and his brother Mike was the chairman of BlackRock during that time. And then I could go into Anita Dunn, another senior advisor, very suspect to me. So the Democratic Party has some serious issues, in my opinion, to the point where very bad actors, in my humble opinion, were leading our country, not just a meeting with an ISIS member, but actually the senior advisor to the president of a president who was asleep, right?
So you're trying to say that BlackRock is somehow left-wing? Is that what you're trying to connect the dots on? BlackRock and Vanguard, they're left-wing organizations? Is this what you're trying to claim?
No. I'm not going into the details of why I think BlackRock is good or bad. I think it's bad. That's all I'm saying. Hold on, Civics. You asked me a question. Can I respond? What the point I'm making is that BlackRock was making the decisions for an invalid president because they were the ones that had the real power. And they were there every day, all day, where Blossom's criticizing a meeting.
Okay, but then will you criticize Larry Fink and Donald Trump for coordinating together to secure ports in Panama Canal? Or Larry Fink for praising Trump's introduction of Trump accounts, which his company will directly benefit from that early wealth generation. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, every time you're going to bring up, and to Civic's point, I think where he's headed, capital is not partisan. Capital will go with the power because capital needs to be married to the power in order to further its own interests and right. Capital accretion. So nobody.
All I'm saying, and I'm not saying this is a one-off, but I was just responding to him. This is a more nuanced conversation. All I'm saying is, when it compare a brand new leader in Syria and BlackRock as an institution, the one doing more evil in this world and has more power in this world, at least, is BlackRock. And so what I'm saying is the proximity to power at that time when Biden was in office, people that had that power on a regular basis, consistent basis, are far more powerful than a Syrian leader, right? So that's the point I'm trying to make. And of course, this is a very complex. I'm not saying you can look at everybody that's associated with Trump and every move Trump's made is not dealing with evil people and people more powerful than the Syrian leader himself. I'm just saying in that specific thing, it's very clear to me. So because you were trying to dismiss the power apparatus within the Democratic Party of having serious concern. And what I'm trying to say to you is, no, there's a lot of problems that people with very bad motives within the Democratic Party with power.
Wait, but there's again, I have not said, right, at any point that there aren't problems in the Democrat Party. In fact, one of the conversations happening amongst the big blue tent, right, is how do we push out foreign influence? We haven't even touched on the ability of Israeli interests to influence, and that's something that Democrats are working very hard to sort out how that looks going into 2026 and 2028, and to work against somebody donating for the purpose of furthering the interest of Israel in this country over the interests of Democratic voters in the party. But and I'm not saying we shouldn't have these conversations. What I am saying is that if I look at the broad picture, broad brushstrokes here, there is an administration that has facilitated this to a degree that we have never seen in the history of this country, facilitated the purchase of power, the purchase of proximity to power. And that is not Democrats. Democrats have done it, but they haven't done it in the dramatic way that we have seen under this administration.
The underlining conversation we're having, Blossom, where I think you kind of followed up, in my opinion, is we're talking about the extremism on the left and the right. And I think on the left is worse than on the right. And your example to identify, and I know it was just an example, so I'm not saying it was all encompassing, but was the meeting with the Syrian leader. I think where we would be better off is looking at those within the Democratic and Republican Party that have real power. The Syrian guy is not. So like whether it's Trump, whether it's the senior advisors to Biden, or people within the Democratic Party, or the funding mechanisms within the Democratic Party, and then we could break those people down. But to use that Syrian example, that's just not real relevant when we're talking about the extremities and who has power.
Then ignore the Syrians. Ignore the Syrian example.
Sorry, Blossom, really quick. Neither is saying that the proximity to power, that having BlackRock as an advisor is somehow extreme leftism, is fucking laughable. BlackRock is not leftist. Stop with that nonsense. It is not comparable. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you have a contention with the Syrian example, that's fine. Then ignore it. But there, again, are countless examples. We can go down the list because they've only touched on it. Let's talk about Kushner and Witkoff and the Trump children who have various businesses and have started new ones that are actively profiting off of both crypto and drone production, which is something that they will benefit from the decisions of the president in both regards. We can go over, and that's not. And that is not exclusively or typically domestic investment. They are going over to the Middle East and engaging in conversations with different Middle Eastern powers. The growing relationship between us and Saudi Arabia, or us and Qatar, or us and the UAE, knowing that the UAE actively funds terror groups in Sudan, and in very brutal groups in Sudan, knowing that Saudi Arabia is very likely to have unalived and chopped up Jamal Khashoggi. And again, Qatar to have utilized slave labor in the building of their World Cup facility and other things as well. I'm just saying, guys, if we want to talk about the influence of foreign money or of capital in general, I can give you tit for tat on every example you come up with the Democrats. But here's the thing. The person that I view to be one of the most extreme in this entire political field, especially on the right, is Trump, and you put him in office. The people that are the most extreme on the left are Hassan Piker, which we've had a 3-week conversation about whether or not Democrats can even go on his fucking podcast.
All right, so I don't want to define left right. I just want to do something. I want to break it down a little bit further. Do communists, and Mojo's a communist, and I've heard him say it many times, so I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get pushback on this. Do communists want a one world government? Yes or no? The question is
yes. And yes, Mojo does want a one world government. So
I do.
Globalism.
Great. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. So yes, does the World Economic Forum want a one world government? Yes.
I don't care.
Not in the same way. Not in the same way. No, they don't.
UK already has it. UK pretty much has it already.
No, I'm sorry to say one country has a one world government doesn't make any sense.
I mean, UK kind of.
Are you talking about the EU?
No, UK. Well, EU, UK, France, all them. Yeah,
the EU. Okay, that makes a little more sense. We should have an American Union. We should form an organization here in the Western Hemisphere where you can drive from the southern tip of South America all the way up to the Arctic Circle. I think you should be able to do that. Absolutely.
I would prefer to align with Russia.
No,
I prefer to align with Russia.
We are not.
With you.
We are not currently doing that. I think we should.
We're trying, but all the Democrats
we have more in common with
it.
Russians. Like. They're a Christian nation, like we're a Christian nation. Like they're a world power, like we're a world power. I'd rather us work on relations with Russia.
Oh, okay. Wait, I want to go back to Matthew though. Matthew was trying to make a point about this whole one world government thing. Right? Am I mistaken?
And then Civics was going to respond to it, and we can go forward from there. But I made it. Both. There's a lot of nuance, but when it comes to wanting a one world government, the World Economic Forum wants it, and the people in the Communist Party that are of power want it also.
I mean, do we like the World Economic Forum on the left? I don't even feel like we do, because I feel like that's a meeting of capital elites trying to mete out this stuff. Like, I don't think on net. Now, the World Health Organization, yes, I think that we all agree we should have that. And let's pray to God hantavirus doesn't go further than it already has. But like the WEF is something that I think Democrats as a voter base are rejecting. And
so you just said, Blossom, that we voted in Trump. You're extremist, which fine, that's normal. But then my counterpoint to you is you voted in Biden. And if we examine, like when you look at the top advisors, what comes up over and over, his top advisors in the White House were Mike Donilon, Anita Dunn, and Neera Tanden. So let's examine these people because they were the ones at the seat of power. And one was the brother of the chairman of BlackRock. Anita Dunn, if you start to break her down, and
you've made this argument, Matthew. Matthew, you've made this argument. Here's the point.
So I'm just saying.
What you're arguing is you're trying to compare extreme right ideology, which is the Trump administration, to center right, which is the Biden administration. He is not the extreme left. He has not had extreme leftists in his cabinet, and extreme leftists begrudgingly voted for him to get Trump out of power. But by no means would I label Biden as a fucking leftist. He is center right, and he is center at best, right? But he is not a leftist, so you can't compare the two.
So, but I am. Can I say something? Deal with it.
So you're wrong. So keep saying what you had to say, but you're wrong.
Yeah,
the
Badgers,
one
go
world
ahead.
government's biggest enemy would be Islam. So, but then the left simps for Islam. So I don't get it.
Okay, I don't know who Mike Donnellan is. Who is Mike Donnellan, and how do you, well, just tell me how you spell his name. Hello?
What was the question? Donnellan?
Yeah, who is that? How do I spell his name? How do I look him up?
Donillan. Mike and Tom Donnellan.
Mike, D-O-N-L, what? Sorry.
Donilan.
It's L-O-N.
L-O-N, sorry.
Senior Biden aides listed in the disclosures include Chief of Staff Ron Klain, Jen O'Malley Dillon, Mike Donnellan, White House C-19 Response Coordinator Jeffrey Zients, National Economic Council Director Brian Deese. Their disclosures show many of the closest aides have deep ties to the business world and have made more money in their past corporate careers than previously known. And again, I just want to point out that one of the biggest movements on the left is to push money out of politics. And I think this is why the whole point of calling Marxist socialists fascists in this country, the whole point is that I think the right is fundamentally misunderstood the left, almost intentionally done so to further the rhetoric and the narrative they want to build, right? But it breaks down in reality. The left doesn't like capital. The farther left you get, the more resistance to capital and money influencing politics you'll find. So when you tell me BlackRock was married to Biden and the Biden administration, yes, we hate that. I don't want billionaires or capital in that way married to my administration. And that's why you're getting people like Hassan Piker and Mamdani, Talarico, Ossoff with their anti-billionaire rhetoric, even the guy in California who is a billionaire having some more progressive policies around not having billionaires have the level of power they have. That's us pushing away the things that you're criticizing about the Biden administration.
You had a guy and you guys kicked him out of the running.
Who?
Bernie.
Well, I think you'd find most people here support Bernie, probably.
Well, I'm saying he should have been the candidate, and your guys' party didn't allow him to be.
Did they use democratic principles to out him, or were they mischievous, maybe even illegal?
I have this huge problem here. Fucking Mike Donnellan is worth approximately $6.2 million. He is not this fucking billionaire that you're making him out to be. Yeah, he's got a brother that works for BlackRock, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. His brother wasn't working with Joe Biden, and Mike Donnellan has been working in politics for quite a long time, and he's still only worth $6.2 million. This is not the billionaire that you're looking for.
Yeah, they maybe stashed a few, maybe tens of millions of dollars in a Swiss account.
Yeah, maybe. Go ahead and prove any of that shit, Donovan. Otherwise, wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure, maybe he owns the fucking World Bank himself. But until you can prove that, all we know is that he's worth about approximately $6 million.
Okay, so let's talk about Anita Dunn, for example. What happened?
Wait, no. Do you really want me to do this with every one of your stupid examples?
Yes.
No, you're wrong.
Mojo, the
Fine.
premise
I don't want to just go back and forth whether Mike Donnellan had influence and whether his influence was tied to his brother in BlackRock. Whatever. I'm not going to go there right now.
It's a waste of time because I just got him to admit that he sees the Biden administration, regardless of who his advisors were, as extreme leftists. There's no point in arguing in that because that's not true. Blossom pointed it out. I pointed out. He's stuck in la la land. There's no point in arguing.
Right. So then Badger brought up a good point. He brought up Bernie and his efforts to gain control of the Democratic Party, and in that endeavor, there was a lot of suspect things within the power base of the Democratic Party that I think we would all criticize. And then I was going to bring up Anita Dunn, who controls the funding mechanism for the Democratic Party. She's the biggest fundraiser. And a lot of people were suspect of when Biden resigned as the nominee in 2024 and it was just handed to Kamala, even though there wasn't a primary process for it. And if you see how part of how that happened was in one day, all of the political action money that Anita Dunn controlled for Biden went into the coffers for Kamala Harris, and it wasn't like $100,000; it was billions, or at least $1 billion.
No, what? What? No.
It was 90
Look
million.
it up.
It was
80
million.
Wait, it was less than 80 million. I'm sorry. It was less than $80 million. And this was 100. I'm sorry. Wait, stop. This was less than 100 days before the election, and we're only talking about $80 million. So if she raised 1.2 million or 1.2 or 1.5 billion dollars, she raised a lot of fucking money on her own. $80 million is a drop in the bucket.
I might have misspoke on the number. You might have got me. I can see that. I had to look that up because I felt like it. I remember it was like it was like in 24 hours a significant amount of funds. I'd have to get the numbers to be more correct.
If you're not precise with these folks, they will beat you about the head and shoulders. You have to be precise. You've got.
I make mistakes all the time. Deal with it. Like I can see it makes sense. It makes sense because the total like. Did she not, within 100 days, raise $1 billion, which is pretty abnormal, right?
No, not when she had the momentum when she first came out. And I have a question for Donovan, really quick. Donovan, is Biden an extreme leftist?
No, Biden is a globalist, deep state monkey.
There you go, but not a leftist, right?
I mean, that would be worse. Biden is not a leftist. You're right; it is worse.
Yeah,
I don't care about your scale of worse. I'm just trying to ask you a simple question. Does the man that works at BlackRock does the man that works at BlackRock a leftist?
No, he's also a globalist. But this speaks to the point that
I don't care if he's a globalist. My question was, is he a leftist? There you go, Matthew. Somebody on your team disagrees with you.
So this is probably one thing we all align with. We all align with this, and you just said it doesn't matter. We like left and right align with. We're tired of money that doesn't belong in politics is there.
Yes, Badgers.
Yeah, but this guy, Civics sit here and says it doesn't matter.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We're aligned. This is why the next movement will be class-based. But Dan wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Dan. Dan, are you there? We can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Just in that short period of time.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. Just in that short period of time, Anita Dunn's PACs raised $900 to $950 million. I think I was closer, guys.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
So, Blossom, would you agree that fascism is basically like a crisis-driven, capitalistic kind of idea?
Sure. Yeah, I could say that it's driven by class strife and at least how we've seen it.
And what you were talking about with the World Economic Forum, right? And you have the other group that claims to be left, but then can also create the instability and make people, go into a state of fear with, migrant crisis and just perpetuating all this stuff. It sounds like that's what they're kind of driving. They're working like instability from a social standpoint, while also driving a crisis-driven fascist machine is what it sounds like.
I mean, the thing is that it's not coherent. When you poke holes at the criticisms levied at the left in this country by the right, specifically by MAGA, they break down. They're not coherent. Are you mad at us for being globalists? Are you mad at us for having money in politics? Are you mad at us for working with corporations? I mean, are you mad at us for collectivity, like collectivism? But all of these things, I can find mirrors on the right, or they just, again, are we fascist or are we not fascist? Are you targeting Antifa? Are we Antifa or are we pushing fascism? I don't know.
It lines up perfectly. It lines up perfectly with what Matthew said earlier, and that is that fascism tends to wear the face of useful idiot leftists in order to achieve their political aims, which is precisely what Biden is doing. Biden is a globalist who essentially wears the virtue signals of the left to seize power. Do you understand?
Biden is obsolete. Go ahead, Mojo.
Well, and fascists aren't globalists. I don't know where the hell you're getting that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that language to describe the left. I say authoritarians with a smile. I don't use, because fascism I know is inherently right wing, but you can also use the Red Green Alliance as an
Oh
issue
God,
where
the thing that you made up.
oh yeah, I made that up.
You did.
You can use that and use that as fascism, because Islamofascism is attempting to use the left as a weapon and useful idiots in their push for power.
Sorry, Blossom, if you want to respond. Otherwise.
Yeah, again, if you are going to exacerbate wealth inequity in this country and then point the finger at the bottom 80%, turning on a very elitist administration, saying, we don't want this, we don't like this is hurting us, our day-to-day sucks because of this, and say this is something we need to be careful about fascism coming into play, right? When I can go down the line of characteristics of fascistic regimes, and we can, and I'm not talking about the 14 points, but I can go down the line and we can talk through how so many of them parallel what this administration is doing. It's like Costco brand, like fascism. Then I just don't get it. Like, you're mad because the bottom 80% are pissed they're poor. That's just, people get pissed when they're poor and when they can't get out of the being poor. And maybe you can get fascism from that in a long run movement. But right now we're watching real fascistic strategies being implemented in our government today.
The 14 points of fascism. Oh shit. Go ahead.
So the administration, did Trump, or did he not make it where like corporations can't own houses anymore? Is that a thing, or is that not a thing?
It's not
but he had something like that. He's trying to.
He upped the amount of money, or he changed the amount of money that they can spend, or something like that. That was about it, I think.
I mean, would that be in a direct bill against his supposed elite friends that you guys say he aligns with?
That's like a response to what he did in his first administration, right? He allowed for private equity firms to bypass the 60 or 90-day threshold that they had to wait for residential property to be listed. By bypassing that, private equity was able to buy things up. What do they want to call that? BlackRock? I'm pretty sure it's Blackstone that did most of that purchasing. But that is it. So if you're trying to put a Band-Aid solution on your previous administration's problem, it's a little too late, in my opinion.
A Band-Aid. Wait, them not be, so that doesn't benefit Americans, the regular Americans, where it will drive down home prices, which is our biggest purchase in our life. It's what everybody wants.
Have you ever heard of the arsonist fireman?
No.
It's a term where firefighters will start fires and then put them out.
Okay, great.
And that's exactly what the Trump administration
to make themselves out to be heroes, similar to the way the SPLC funds hate groups. Yeah, just like that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Another example of like, because it's fascinating, the ability, but there's this thing, right, where if you put out a headline and then you have to ultimately retract that headline, it like you reach maybe 30% of the people that read the first one, so you can't. It's very difficult once you put a narrative out to pull it back, even if you wanted to, which this administration doesn't. But the SPLC has responded, and that particular indictment is extremely likely to fail, because they can provide not only evidence right now in court that they have consistently coordinated with the FBI to take these different right-wing extremist groups down, but they also provided it to the FBI before they were indicted, weeks before they were indicted. So it's, again, like this thing where it's like, you fund them, except we have all this evidence behind it saying we actually work really hard not to fund it.
Hey, Blossom.
To take it down.
Blossom. SPLC will get their day in court and they can make their argument, and we'll see what happens. But just my personal experience, I was a chairman of a 13 board member with thousands of people in the organization of a nonprofit. So I have a decent understanding of what you can and can't do as a nonprofit. Now, there's different codes for different nonprofits, but generally doing that would be illegal. Now, you mentioned maybe some extenuating circumstances. We'll see. But generally,
not true, though. It's not true, and that's not what they're alleged with. They're not alleged with doing something that is outside the bounds of a 501c3 activity or permissible activity, right? That's not what they're charged with. They're charged with lying to their donors, and that has some type of wire fraud attached to it.
As a nonprofit, you cannot lie to your donors. That's illegal.
Except that you have to prove that in court, and the basis of that is that they were collecting donations to fund these organizations rather than to take them down. So you need to prove that link. And I'm telling you right now, the SPLC, not only have they provided this information to the FBI weeks before they were indicted, they've now provided it to the court. And by the way, the agency that is pushing the DOJ to indict them is the very organization that they have coordinated with, that they gave this information to at the time that they said these crimes would occur. So you need to prove that they were not doing what every party to the lawsuit or to the indictment knows that they were doing. You need to prove that they weren't actually giving this information to the FBI. The FBI knows they were giving it to them because they have it in hand.
We absolutely will, and I guarantee you that we will be just as effective shopping around judges as the Democrats were in prosecuting Trump.
You already shopped judges. You already shopped judges.
Donovan, I'll make a bet with you on this, that this absolutely does not end up in a conviction of anybody.
Galaxy.
Because
okay.
Oh, sorry.
Deal.
Wonderful. Thank you.
But like, this is the same thing, right? Like, you'll be just as effective as what? That 2 times you've indicted Comey, when you've tried to indict Letitia James and now you're investigating her again, or Lisa Cook, or I think Adam Schiff was in that category, or Rep. McIver, and like all of these are dragging out, and they are not as successful. But you got the headline, and you guys get to sit here and say that Democrats are criminals or Democrats fund these things because you got the headline you needed. Everything else, when we follow up and show you that it's actually fails in court, doesn't matter.
No, we couldn't get Adam Schiff, Blossom, because, the auto pen gave him a pardon.
Yeah, but you guys, there was a whole list from Bill Pulte. I think, what is he, HUD or something? Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. There's a whole group of Democrats that he was pulling mortgage information on, probably illegally. And that included, I think he identified Schiff. Swalwell might have been on that too, but we got him for you. So good job, Democrats. And then we had Letitia James was on that list. That failed. So now we're doing it again. Like Comey, twice he's been indicted for nonsense. Twice he will be, he will get out of that by the courts. He will be cleared. So I don't think you've been effective, is my point.
Don't forget John Bolton, Blossom, and whether or not that particular prosecution is effective remains to be seen. You can prognosticate.
John Bolton is a right winger. What the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, Bolton is a deep state swamp creature, and he's getting exactly what he deserves.
Perfect. That's your side. And then again, I would point out as well, Act Blue has countersued the Paxson administration who was trying to indict them. So I don't think you've been effective. You don't think you've been effective because everybody cheered on Pam Bondi being fired because she couldn't close the deal on these indictments. So now you have Todd, what's his face, and he's going to fail too. Thank you, Todd Blanche. He's going to fail too because they're weak. They're sham prosecutions. But you got your headlines.
Just in my opinion, I think Pam Bundy was never someone I thought was like good at execution. Right? She might have played a role.
It's always that way. Yeah, she sucks from the beginning. I hated her the whole time. It's always that way.
No. I didn't say I hated her by any means. I do think as a player, Todd Blanche is better. I've been suspecting that Lee Zeldin will become the next attorney general through the confirmation process, and I think he's much more effective than Pam Bondi, in my opinion.
Well, Lee Zeldin, he's having a good old time over at the EPA explaining what he hasn't done to preserve clean air and clean water.
I'm not going to let I didn't trust Pam Bondi bullshit slide, because when the cabinet was picked and when the administration was being, showcased to the rest of the world, you guys all fucking defended every single appointee, every single one of them. And now that they're fired or let go, you're saying, well, yeah, they weren't that good anyway.
I mean, you're grouping me in to everybody, which is whatever. You can do that. We do that all the time here. But, I mean, do you want to go cabinet by cabinet and let me give you my opinion on each individual when they were appointed, or just Pam Bondi? On my personal opinion, rather than everybody's opinion on Pam Bondi.
Yeah, so the GOP isn't a monolith, civics, I think is what he's saying.
Well, all I'm saying, right, is if you guys were so efficient, why did you fire your AG and cheer it on?
Have you ever run a company or anything? Like, sometimes you got to fire people.
Yeah, because they didn't do their job.
Reasons. Sometimes people quit. Sometimes people do a good job. Sometimes people meet expectations, exceed expectations. Some people sometimes don't meet expectations. Like, it's an evaluation process.
Well,
Firing is a normal thing of society.
So you didn't like Pam Bondi. Donovan's saying that they have been...
I did not say I did not like Pam Bondi. Where did I say that?
I thought you just said that
to me
she
directly?
was a big fan of Pam. You didn't think she was doing a good job. Like,
No, I did not. When she was submitted as the possible next DOJ, because she had some background, like we knew who she was in the public sphere. I didn't say like, wow, that's a great pick. Now I wasn't anti it by any means, and I don't think she did necessarily a bad job during her tenure. I just said that I think there's other people that could do a better job, in my humble opinion.
okay, sure. So she didn't do the job that you were looking for. But Donovan,
I didn't say that either.
So she did the job that you were looking for.
What I said is that there wasn't anything during her tenure that I was alarmed by. I did continually think that there was someone that could do an even better job than she is doing.
Okay, so then she was fired. Why?
Well, what was the official statement? What I remember was
she botched the Epstein prosecution and release of the files.
That wasn't the official statement. The official statement was something like she's going to go. She's done a great job, and we have a role for her in the private sector that is going to be valuable, and we're happy with it. Oh no!
Oh my
she's got
God!
A role within the Shield of America.
Do you believe that fucking propaganda shit?
That's
Can I ask
Field of Americas.
May I?
I'm just saying, what's the official? Now, we can opine on what it was, but the official statement was she played her role, she did a good job, and now she's going to head this Operation Sphere, or whatever it's called, in the Southern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere.
That's awesome. Go ahead, Objective. Take a shot.
I think ultimately, as you were, pointing out, she wasn't very likable in the end. The left didn't really like her. And then I'll just give my honest opinion as, she was testifying, before Congress, just the way she was answering those questions. And it was very soon after that hearing that she was let go. I would just say she became unlikable to the country, and we needed somebody new in there. And I think the administration recognized that.
But the Dow is at 50,000. What are you talking about? How can that possibly happen?
Well, that was the kind of stupidity that was coming out of her mouth. I agree, and that's why I'm trying to say that it needed to be done. And in business and in country, you have to make tough decisions, and that's a decision that needed to be made. And I think it was a correct one.
I just think if unlikability is the reason to fire somebody, like in the administration, I think we should go with Trump. I think we should go with Trump. I mean, he has some of the worst approval ratings, especially at the moment of his term that we've seen in history. He's very unlikable now.
We fire people all the time, and there's small, big, severe, not severe situation where firing someone because they're unlikable is just, okay? Sometimes, however, let me respond to the second point you made. Sometimes you actually promote someone who's unlikable because of other factors and variables about his attributes. So it's not a one-all.
Promoting competence, yes, that is the right wing motto.
I've got a question for Matthew.
Promotion by failure.
She wasn't incompetent, though. She was well qualified. She wasn't likable in the end.
So, Matthew, from what I just heard, you did offer to...
Sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry.
So from what you said, like you gave the offer to walk through the entire cabinet nominations, like go back when it was happening prior to Senate confirmations. But from what I heard, it sounded like you were you didn't really care about Bondi, but sounded to me like you kind of classified her as a mediocre pick because there were certainly better options for nomination to AG. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm sorry, but you'd have to repeat it because I just couldn't hear you. I heard part of it, but not all of it.
You are a little
So
quiet.
from what you said, it sounded like you said Bondi was like a meh choice, kind of a mediocre nomination for AG, that there could have been better nominations put forward by the administration. Is that accurate?
I don't know how much, because there was a lot going on in the assembly of the second administration, so I don't know how much. But yeah, I've never personally been that impressed by Pam Bondi. So when like Matt, if you remember, Matt Gaetz was the first submission, then he rescinded, then they brought in Pam Bondi. Neither one of those guys were like, yes, you know what I mean? Like, no, they've never been like, I didn't know a lot about them, but they weren't like people that I was like super excited for. Definitely.
So given that there was probably there are better candidates in your own opinion, this kind of fits more in line with a DE hire than a meritocracy hire?
I wouldn't use those words, but I'm not going to.
There's the trap.
Great.
He just said a trap.
It was an excellent trap. Thank you, Donovan.
Are you suggesting that Pam Bondi was put into her position because of her gender?
No, it's not a trap because the evidence has shown that within the Trump administration, they do not hire people based on DEI principles. Their focus is on meritocracy.
But you yourself criticized him, saying that she was a mediocre candidate.
I'm one person that has opinions. Yeah, we're not always going to agree, no matter who we are.
Well, do you think? Say, like, if there's better people to put up for the nomination, your own opinion, and we've seen her track record and subsequent firing, that they probably didn't hire just based on merit.
I should say I've hired and probably let go people many times where I made the mistake. So in my own life, I do my best to get the best people around me, but I make the mistake all the fucking time.
Hey, Matt, if I may for a second, hey, everyone's dad, I just want to remind you though that the very first choice was a man. So I don't think it was necessarily
who was messing around with young girls and drugs. What is wrong with you?
I'm just saying it was definitely a dude that was put up first, and then Pam Bondi was the second choice, by the way.
Yeah, so
the first
that's
guy
objective.
Was that's just objective. I don't know how else to break it down for you.
Well, see, you took it to gender. I didn't take it to gender. I'm specifically saying on merit, the first one they put up was probably even more of a DE hire than Bondi.
If you're suggesting DEI, isn't gender a part of DEI? Am I missing something? No.
DEI is inclusive of gender, yeah.
Yeah, so then why are you, what are we talking about?
It's not specific to gender, though.
I get it, but what else would you have been implying, sir? Like, I mean, are you trying to like gaslight me here? Like, are you saying
no, it's simply that she lacks the merit to take on the position of AG. So did the first clown.
Okay, let's talk about that just for 1 second. Like, when you start to think about who should be an AG of the United States of America, my first thought when I think of a pool of candidates is going to be an ex-AG or an AG currently of a state. I don't know who else I would be thinking of. And so the last I checked, Pam Bondi was the AG of Florida? Where do you suggest that she didn't have the merit to be the AG of the United States of America?
I would argue that someone as the federal AG of the entire United States would be served having some experience as AG at the state level and federal government. But I'd also like to see much more operator type status, like judicial or maybe a prior judge or a prior AG then judge who knows how to prosecute but also knows how to apply the law.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being a judge and running a, government entity of lawyers. And I mean, I would argue that the person running a government entity of lawyers is more qualified than a judge behind a bench.
I don't think we're even talking about anything important here. She was shit canned. We now have a replacement. Who knows if that replacement is going to be replaced? I don't friggin' know. I do want to make a comment, Matthew, to both of you guys, I guess, on meritocracy. Donald Trump is absolutely against meritocracy. I hope hope you know that. One of the first things he did when he got in office is sign an executive order creating Schedule F. Schedule F meaning that he can reach down in the deepest bowels of the federal government and fire anybody he wants for any reason he wants. And he proceeded to get a bunch of people to quit as well as firing a bunch of people. And then he instituted loyalty tests in order to replace those positions. Those people had to sign a document saying that they were loyal to the president of the United States or to the executive branch in some way, shape, or form. And these are people that had their jobs for 20 or 30 years. Absolutely, they had merit over any new incomer that's going to be based on a loyalty test.
So labor laws are nuanced, and there's a lot of exceptions to the rules, but generally...
This is not a meritocracy, though, is my point.
Mojo,
but this is not a meritocracy, is what my point is.
Can I finish my thought? So generally...
And it's not a labor law argument either.
Generally, the rules are based on like whether you can hire. Unions are a little bit different, but generally, how you can hire and fire someone in America, you can do it so long as you don't discriminate versus certain protected things like race, gender, familial status, that kind of stuff, right? So generally, you can do that. Trump has challenged. He, as the CEO of the executive branch, has that right to hire and fire. Now, there are more mitigating circumstances because of unions and other statutes and codes, so he can't do it easily, but he's been pushing to have more authority within the executive branch, and the Constitution generally supports him.
But Matthew, that's neither here nor there. You're arguing about the legitimacy of the mechanism that Trump employed to move away from meritocracy. You're not like striking back at Mojo's argument that he's anti-meritocracy. You're arguing that he can be legally anti-meritocracy.
I have seen an interview where Trump has said he loves nepotism. I've seen him say it. Okay, right. So it's not an absolute game to me. There's a lot of factors. What my argument was that in terms of principles and like the idea, what they're pointing towards is a meritocracy, where the left has been focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the evidence is, I'm not saying it's 100% perfect all the time, but it's very clear based on the rhetoric and in the examples of things actually happening that Trump and his administration is much more focused on meritocracy than anything else. Not solely, but that's their main focus. And the left is focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a stark difference.
You've just been proven wrong on all of that.
He's pro-nepotism, and that the mechanisms he's using to move away from meritocracy, you're just arguing that he is anti-meritocracy. Nothing you've said has validated in any way, shape, or form that Trump is pro-meritocracy. Do you not understand that? Am I taking crazy?
And I would just say you're fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying, and I disagree.
Yeah, your response is nuh-uh. Okay, so I'm crazy. I'm taking the crazy pills.
Nuh-uh.
It's good to look in the mirror. I do it often,
Donovan,
and reflect upon what I say, what I think, and what my
you're gonna,
are, and I change them all the time.
Donovan,
be
you're going to agree
those
with
pills. They can cause mental health problems. So just be careful on those pills.
Donovan, I'm going to think that you agree here that meritocracy is not at the top of the list for Donald Trump, right?
Well, clearly what you're doing is you're leaving out Trump 1.0. Because what he did when he tried to reconcile with the GOP after consuming the party old is he attempted to add GOP functionaries to his administration and was stabbed in the back repeatedly. So you're ignoring the impetus for why he's doing what he's doing, and that's fine, because I expect that type of disingenuity from the left.
Do you think maybe it was because he was doing something wrong and the people in the Republican Party, he ended up firing at a 92% rate, were actually trying to stop him from doing wrong shit?
Yeah,
well, I mean,
Donovan,
like what?
Donovan, you're saying that he's moving away from meritocracy because when he hires subject matter experts and based on merit, that those people disagree with him. So again, sounds like you guys aren't defeating the opinion Mojo has that he's anti-meritocracy. You're just giving reasons that you agree with him.
Absolutely not. I mean, regardless of whether or not the experts that he picks agrees with them or disagree with them, the buck stops with Trump. So if he doesn't want to accept what an advisor is telling him for whatever reason. Maybe there's more reasons at play. That is the right of the chief executive to do so. And rather than acquiesce to that right, you would rather call him a fascist.
No, I said he's anti-meritocracy. That's what he is. And you've just agreed once again that he's anti-meritocracy. He doesn't care about who's best qualified for the job. He never has and he never will.
I disagree.
He just wants loyalty. You just proved it yourself, Donovan.
You're leaving out key context.
I'm sorry, you just proved it, Donovan. You just said he wants loyalty above all else.
No, that's not entirely true. It's nuanced again, Mojo, but loyalty is a key factor when you're trying to accomplish goals. Like, you got to be.
It is the opposite of meritocracy. It is the opposite of meritocracy.
No, it's not.
It is. It is the antithesis.
No, you're lump summing it. You're absolute in it. And the thing is that when you're trying to accomplish something in a healthy organization, you want people that support the goals, right? You don't want everybody sitting in the peanut gallery complaining about every decision you make. So loyalty is important. But you also need competence. You also need effectiveness. You also need skills. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But loyalty is, if you're ignoring loyalty in your organization and people having passion and large agreements with the direction that you're taking the organization, you're not going to succeed. So it's important.
No, you're not going to succeed as being a good leadership unless you have people that challenge you. If you have people that just say everything that you're doing in a room full of yes men, that's not good leadership.
You need people, you do need diversity is important. So you do need.
Wait, now you're arguing for DEI? Are you serious?
First of all, it's not all right, all wrong.
You see how you're choking up on your words there?
No. It's like everything's right about this and everything's wrong about that. No, there are aspects of DEI that is relevant to me. So I'm not one that's like,
get rid of it. Why support the man that wants to get rid of it?
So eliminating diversity of thought is meritocracy.
But hey, no. So wait. Just because you have disagreement doesn't mean you can't be loyal. This is like the whole like two things can be true at the same time. You can have people that you have put in place to be able to advise you, and as Donovan, eloquently mentioned earlier, the president is the ultimate decision maker, but he puts people in place to be able to give him the advice through expertise and maybe push back a little bit. But that doesn't mean that they're not loyal to him in the end if they are saying, don't do something, Mr. President, and the president then decides to do it.
The best of the loyal will never be the best of the best.
What is that supposed to mean? In order to be able to have a functioning government that is working, cohesively, it's important to have people that want to work in your administration that, agree with what you're doing. And if you're going to have immediate dissent, you're probably not going to be a good asset to that administration.
If you're the CEO of a company,
that dog is still going through that.
If you're a CEO of a company and you have a division that says, is the EPA, for example. When you hire that person for the EPA, the first thing you're going to say is, do our visions align, yes or no? And if
so you were asking for loyalty first. You were asking for loyalty. You were asking for loyalty first, and then the people that are loyal, you're going to try and pick the best person that's qualified.
No real
Wait, stop, Matthew.
That's not happening,
Matthew. That's exactly what you're describing right now.
Do you know who Kobe Bryant is?
No one's ever heard of him. I think you guys are confusing loyalty.
Is he a soccer player? He's a soccer player, right?
You guys are confusing loyalty and obedience.
Hold on. Do you know who Kobe Bryant is?
He's a soccer player, right? And that guy's a football player?
Badminton. I saw his tournament.
I
think it was cricket.
Kobe and Shaquille didn't align, okay? They would have been the greatest duo ever. They would have fucking won every championship every year, but they didn't align. And they fucking couldn't win championships because of it.
They did win championships.
Not as many as they would have.
Well, no, you can't say that. You don't know the future.
They were fighting all the time. Kobe literally told him he wanted to beat his ass all the time.
It doesn't matter. Maybe that drove them to compete even harder, and maybe they did better because of that. Maybe they'd have done a lot worse if it wasn't because of that. You still hire based on merit. You don't hire based on loyalty. You should never hire based
you
on loyalty.
hire on you
Yeah,
hire based on trying to me, when I hire or choose someone to take a position, I hire based on whether they can effectively do their job, and we as a company can succeed.
Okay, well then don't get to say you're a meritocracy party. You are now the DEI party. You are the party of
What is
DEI. The
meritocracy? Achieving
Republican
goals, like
Party is the
being
party of
successful,
DEI.
being good, doing your job well. That's meritocracy. Just means that you're effective at what you do.
No, meritocracy means that you are the best at what you do. That you are the best candidate that applied for the job, that is available for the job. The best candidate.
Goals and ends.
So that
And
would
you
be
get rewarded for that.
competency, not
And you get rewarded
meritocracy.
for it.
There's a lot
Being
of
able
factors.
to achieve
There's a
your
lot
goal
of
is
factors.
competency.
Competency is one.
Achieving that goal is success.
So, for example, I had, like, when I was the chairman, I had people that were fundraising, some people that were marketing, I had some people that were hiring, like, there's different divisions. And when I met with them, I said, can you do your job well? Are you going to do your job well and as best as possible? And that's what meritocracy is. But what I thought was best could be disputed. And people questioned me all the time, the decisions I was making, because it's never a consensus, guys. There's always debate. And yes, in a healthy business, you're going to want some pushback. You don't want blind loyalty. That is not healthy for a business. So, but
You're arguing our point, Matthew. You're arguing our point.
So somebody could write down credentials. Somebody could say they believe stuff, but actions are completely different. So, like, if the actions that they're doing in their job show that they suck, I mean, people think that they're fucking liberals, and a lot of times they're fucking conservatives. I mean, it's that easy.
So let me ask y'all something. What do you define as loyalty? Like, if I'm your friend and you're doing something really, really dumb, is me pointing it out and giving you countenance?
I can answer. I'll answer to you. I'll answer you.
Or just agreeing with you. Which one is an
It's not
example
about
of being
agreeing.
loyal?
It's not about agreeing. It's loyalty comes down to when you're in charge of something. How I would define loyalty is we've made a decision to move forward towards a common goal. And if we are disputing for some reason, so long as I'm not violating the law or doing something so unethically that you can't move forward, right? And you have to quit or whatever, you have to find different recourse. That when I make the decision that's like if there's a tough decision to be made, you follow it, even if you disagree with me. That's loyalty.
Okay, hold on. You're bringing a power dynamic into it. So you're my boss. I'm your direct report. And you make a decision that I've given you countenance that we shouldn't do because it's illegal. Now, we've made a decision.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Matthew.
When you say we've made a decision, let him finish. When you say we've made a decision, that's ambiguous because when there's a power dynamic in play, we infers the leader has made a decision. So in this hypothetical, you've made the decision to move forward against something that is illegal. I've been loyal to you and given you countenance that we shouldn't do this.
Illegal, let him finish.
Now I have to move forward or I'm disloyal?
Matthew, you're driving us nuts, man. You gotta just let him finish. I promise I won't let him interrupt you. Just please don't interrupt him. Thank you.
Are you done, everyone? You want me to respond?
Did you hear the last part?
I did. And I was trying to I'm sorry for interrupting you. I apologize.
Can you sum up the last part? Just want to make sure that you got it.
Yes. If you're in dispute if I'm your boss and you're my subordinate and you're in dispute and I'm asking you to do something illegal, you need to do it. And no, if it's illegal, that's a whole different conversation. I can't ask if I ask someone to do something illegal, we should be held accountable by the law. And if you do it with me, you're a conspiracy of that violation.
Okay, so what about not
hold on,
illegal?
Let me finish now, everyone. Okay. However, if there is a decision that's difficult, we're not sure exactly the best direction, but it falls within the guidelines of law and ethics and all that stuff. And even though you disagree with me, I'm the boss. And so you need to do your best to fulfill that mission because it falls, even though you disagree with it, it falls within the law, it falls within ethics, it falls within morality. So even though you don't think it's the best course forward, because you're my subordinate, you have to be able to follow my direction. And if you can't do your job because you lack what quote unquote loyalty because of you think you're the boss, then you need to get out.
So you said if it's like falls within like ethics, right? So in this hypothetical, I'm your direct report. I disagree with your decision on moving forward on whatever because I view it as extremely unethical. You think it's not, or you just don't care. You haven't disclosed to me your opinion on it. Should I then move forward? Since we, meaning you, have made the final decision to go forward in the unethical nature of what you want to do, would me disobeying you at that point be considered disloyal?
Okay, so if that case came up in real life, if I had this conversation with a real subordinate of mine, if they came to me and said that I'm asking them to commit an illegal act,
not illegal,
I would take
legal but unethical.
Even unethical, because you can't act unethically with it doing business. That's wrong.
Sure you can.
Fine. I'm just saying it's wrong. I don't do anything to promote.
I think you and I would have different views of what is ethical.
Can I finish my thoughts or no? Are you gonna? Okay, thank you. And I did it to you too, so I'm very forgiving, and I apologize for when I did it.
And I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job. But yes, Dad, please let him finish as well.
I'm sorry, I just went to the exact amount that he did to me, and now I'm done.
It's okay. Let Matthew finish, and then you can go ahead.
All right.
Stop making out.
So if I had a dispute about legality, I'm just going to use that as an example, but it can be rolled over to ethical or morality too, but just legally specifically right now. If a subordinate came to me and said, what I'm asking him to do is illegal, and I disagree, I would never, first of all, I would never ask anybody to do anything illegal if I thought it was illegal. That's just me, okay? But if I disagreed that it wasn't illegal, but he thought it was illegal, what I would say to him, I would give him all of the tools to fight my illegality, but not within the organization. I would say, this is what you'd have to do to dispute this outside the organization, because I disagree with you fundamentally that it's illegal. But but I would never, if I would never say, do something illegal. The only time it would become conflict with me is if I read the law differently or understood the law differently. And then if someone that was a subordinate to me said, you're doing something illegal, I would say, I disagree with you based on the advice of my lawyers or whoever it be that told me that it is legal. But I would also then give them I would end the conversation before I fired them. That's potentially would say, this is how you would fight back at this, so that you can be heard. But it's just not going to be within this environment.
So you're saying, and we went back to the legality when the second question was ethical, but you're saying that if someone was disloyal to you by disagreeing on whether or not something was legal to do, you would empower them to be disobedient through external means to you.
Empower, that's the wrong word I would use. I would give them the full information of how they would file their grievance in some form or fashion. Yes, but I would maybe fund them to do it. I wouldn't call them up on a weekly basis and say, "Are you doing it?" Like, that would be of their own volition. But I would probably and have said, if that's what you feel, here is your way of recourse. And good luck. See you later.
So again, we're getting back to the heart of it. You guys are like mixing up loyalty with obedience. And nepotists favor obedience, not loyalty. Trump's not looking for people to be loyal to him.
Wait,
he's looking for people to be obedient.
Trump? Are you using psychological terms?
No.
There's just no point. I get it. You know what? We've been kind of going in circles here. Matthew, you would never conduct your business, your nonprofit, or if you were CEO of a company, the way that Trump does. I don't know why the fuck you're running defense for him. You know that's not the way that you would run it. You would want dissenting voices if they're experts in their field of whatever it is. Your CFO, who's a chief financial expert, you don't want that person to have a background in fucking zoology because they don't fucking know about finances. So again, you wouldn't run your company this way. I don't understand why you're running defense for somebody who's picked the most fucking inept people to run the administration right now.
If I may for 1 second, so can we move on from this conversation? We obviously have cabinet members that are required to be confirmed by the Senate. And so your nepotism argument is just out the door from right there. Yes, there's other positions, such as, Jared Kushner going over and arguing, what am I what word am I looking for here? Negotiating. Thank you. With Iran and the other places. But I mean, that's Trump's prerogative. He's allowed to do that. But the important positions within this administration require approval. Said and done. So let's move on.
So everyone,
confirmation doesn't negate nepotism.
Who is in Trump's family that is confirmed by the Senate and the cabinet? I'll wait.
Oh, no one, but they're acting official capacity regardless.
Okay,
right?
so what are we talking about?
Yeah,
exactly.
Hold on.
That's why I said confirmation doesn't negate nepotism.
Hold on. Go ahead, Stargazer.
Okay, I posted something in Discord. I don't know if you wanted to check it out. It was written by Charles Krauthammer, who was a political speaker, but he was also a psychiatrist and was a contributing author to the DSM-3, which is the book that explains mental illnesses, and what he said about Trump. It's pretty eye-opening and accurate.
Wasn't Charles Krauthammer a neocon?
He was on Fox.
Yeah.
He was on Fox a lot.
Yeah, I like Charles Krauthammer. I have for a long time, but it's kind of hard to say that he's not a neocon. Don't do it, Mojo.
I don't know what a neocon is, so I just...
Well, that would be Donovan. Donovan's a neocon.
Oh, you had to do it. You had to do it.
It's a warmonger, Stargazer.
You should read it. Pull it up.
Well, Krauthammer is not a psychologist, but I'll read it off anyway.
He was a psychiatrist.
Was he? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This was posted in the Washington Post, August 4th of 2016. This is quite old. But this is beyond narcissism. I used to think Trump was an 11-year-old and underdeveloped schoolyard bully. I was off by about 10 years. His needs are more primitive: an infantile hunger for approval and praise, a craving that can never be satisfied. He lives in a cocoon of solipsism where the world outside himself has value. Indeed exists insofar as it sustains and inflates him. He is dangerously out of the mainstream and temperamentally unfit to command this nation.
A quick question. If Trump...
Well, it is Sunday, right? We are taken to church, and I appreciate that.
You're ignoring the fact that Trump is essentially a candidate that is, in case of emergency, break glass kind of candidate. And that's exactly how the American electorate reacted to him.
So if Trump and his merger company create fusion nuclear power, will you award him a little bit of grace?
You mean like a Nobel Peace Prize or something like that?
No, like, will you be grateful that his little merger with TAE created fusion power, which is very clean power, very efficient power, and is in abundance of material that is used to make
I have a problem with this. First of all, that it's based on cold fusion, which we have proven can't work through physics. So I don't know how they're going to reach this. But I'll tell you what, if they do reach it, and they're supposed to reach it by this June or July or something like that, if they get there, I think that's awesome as shit. I just don't think it's going to happen.
But you guys will just betray them like you did Elon Musk. Elon Musk was your guys. What happened? Why do you guys hate him now?
He ran $300 million worth of commercials for Donald Trump. Why do you think we hate him?
No. That's not the only reason. No. Hold on. That's not the only reason. Because he's a liar. He's a grifter, and he is, in my opinion, one of the most transparent salesmen that you will ever meet in your life. Because he cannot commit to any of his promises, and I'll be very specific. He promised that he was going to donate to the World Hunger. I think it's World Hunger Foundation. I always want to say association. If they could come up with a plan to fix hunger with $7 billion, that he would contribute to that. They came up with a plan. Turns out he had to buy Twitter, so he said scratch that and blew them right the fuck off. Then after that, he said, what? We'd be on Mars in 2024? I don't know, sir. I believe it's 2026. He also said that we'd have full self-driving right now. We don't have full self-driving cross-country. We are barely in full self-driving in his main territories. So he's a liar. He's a con artist, and everyone can see through it. Not only that, he turned his back on his daughter, which was wild to do publicly. He could have had that conversation privately.
I heard he's giving up on going to Mars.
You researched that a lot, my girl. Good job.
All that aside, I think the Yahtzee salutes on stage are the like big thing for me.
Huh?
And Doge.
I think the Yahtzee salutes on stage and supporting Germany's alt-right political party are kind of like the most damning.
Hey, do y'all remember when he sent that? Hold on, do y'all remember when he sent that rocket up?
Sure, Roman salute.
Do y'all remember when he sent that rocket up to go save our fellow Americans who were up in space? What'd y'all think about him then?
Remember when he shipped the car to outer space?
I don't know. Y'all want to hate on the guy, but
that is one of the best stories too. I love that, Dad. But no, I mean, listen. Hey, it's not. I like the rockets he makes. I think reusable rockets are really cool. I think, but wait, he didn't create that company. He bought that company, and he runs it like a militant ship. There's people that are sleeping on the floor at night in Tesla and in SpaceX and a lot of his companies. Right. Let's not even talk about the Boring Company.
Okay, hold on. What do you think of Branson? What do you think of Branson?
I'm not done yet. When he talked about the Boring Company, what that was supposed to be was vacuum. There was I think 3 or 4 test cities that was going to be, and they were high speed sealed vacuum that would take passengers from one place, from like, let's just say Providence, Rhode Island to New York City in like under 15 minutes, or Boston to New York in under 15 minutes. And then what that turned into was the Boring Company, where basically that was supposed to be underground tunnels, right? Well, now what it is you have a Tesla driving you from one side of a tunnel to another, and another back like a taxi. It's not an underground tunnel.
Okay,
he's a liar.
Okay, hold on, Badge. Hold on, Badge.
Hold on.
A second.
No, I gotta get this out.
I got to too, though, Badge. So I'm convinced, CS, that no matter what, you're just not going to be happy, right? So let's test this theory really quickly, okay? So what do you think of Richard Branson?
Did you wait? Hold on a second. Anything he does, I'm not going to be happy. Did I not just say I like reusable rockets?
Anybody does.
However,
you're not going to be happy about anything.
No. You're shifting.
All right,
the goalpost.
Go ahead, Badge. She's not going to answer.
You're changing this. No, because you can't keep up with this conversation.
No,
because
I can,
know
but
way more.
You're now going on a monologue. It doesn't require that. CS. It does not require that.
Stop objecting.
I asked you a simple question. What do you think of Richard Branson?
Stop.
You're talking about other bullshit.
You are arguing with CS right now. You realize who's going to win that, right?
What's that?
You know who's going to win that, right?
So this is why women can't love. They easily fall out of love.
What? So listen, watch yourself. What I'm saying, and Badger, I'll get to you in a second because I'm just getting fucking warmed up if we talk about Elon Musk. Listen.
I'm not talking about Elon Musk, yes.
You didn't respond to anything I said.
I don't need to.
Other than you said that I will never be happy with anything. Yet, I admitted in between that conversation that I like the reusable rockets. I like certain things that people can do. However, objectively, if you want the reasons why I do not like him, it is not because he switched to the Republican Party. It is because he has lied over and over again about his businesses, and I think he's a con man. And I gave you specific facts on why.
So CS used to be in love with Elon. Now she hates him.
Stop it.
It's not that he lied. It's that he set goals and couldn't meet them. That's not a lie.
Now she hates him.
Oh, wait, I think hold on. I think he did lie, but I want to talk about the space station as well. You know, if the Republicans wouldn't have canceled NASA a long time ago, I'm dead serious. Most of the people that actually work for SpaceX are NASA. They are NASA, and they're getting paid more, I guess, now to work for SpaceX. I'm not sure if they're getting paid more or not. I guess maybe on average. But either way, all those ideas came from engineers from NASA. And if we would have been funding NASA the way we should have been funding it this entire time, none of that shit would have had to been worried about at all.
So you're saying that Elon pulled from the right candidates to be able to have a successful business? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I don't think people understand the funding arrangements between NASA and SpaceX.
Hey, good job, Elon.
I do. Yeah,
knowing where to
Elon Musk.
Good talent.
Yes, Elon Musk picks good talent because he doesn't know a goddamn thing himself, so he has to pick good talent.
Isn't that what a good leader does? Like,
yes. Why doesn't Donald? Why did you vote for Donald Trump then, you dipshit?
Because that's what he's doing. Marco
No,
Rubio,
he's not.
What a great pick. Even the Senate and the House just the Senate alone, 99-0, agreed that he was a fantastic pick. I mean, we can keep going down the line. I think we've had very good picks and very good, well-qualified candidates in place in good positions that they deserve to be in.
Calm down.
Hey, real quick, NASA and SpaceX have what's called a cost sharing arrangement, right? So when we talk about like Falcon 9 and Dragons that SpaceX did, 50% of the funding came from NASA because it was a cost share arrangement, right? And then additionally, they had follow-on operational contracts like their CSRs or CRSs or what they're called, right? And that was for follow-up work for SpaceX to provide them with operational support on ISS. So in fact, the Dragon space capsule, which rescued these astronauts, was actually fully funded by NASA, just FYI. Thank you, NASA.
Yeah, run by Elon Musk company. So you're going to have to thank the the owner of said company that did it and the leadership behind it, which was Elon.
Let's not forget what Doge did under Musk's approval.
Let's not forget the chainsaw. This is the thing.
Got rid of a bunch
If
of
you
lazy
believe somebody like that, you
workers.
are so easily sold, which makes it so very true that you are Trump supporters. If you can believe in the things that Elon Musk sells, when he brings a chainsaw on stage as if he's gonna cut down all this government bullshit, like, come on,
Dude,
what happened with Doge? Do you think it was successful?
He brought a sink into Twitter when he went in to say
I know. Let that sink in. Believe me, I've followed Elon for a very long time.
So,
there are not
I don't
many
understand.
topics that I am well versed in, but
I don't hate the guy like you do. I mean, hate takes a lot.
Approval.
Yes, and,
Just FYI, the missions for SpaceX, the operational ones done under the operational contracts for NASA, are joint run missions out of SpaceX and NASA.
What are you trying to argue right now?
Do you know
I mean, you're arguing that like this guy is like the Lord and Savior of NASA.
do not
You
argue
don't
that at
understand
all.
the basic cost
He's a
sharing
good leader.
agreements and the CCPs that are in place.
That he's a good leader of a company, just like Trump's a good leader of America. That's what
He is excellent at identifying talent and which talent is willing to take the most abuse. I'll agree with you there.
Oh, wow.
That's correct.
Go join a union. You got representation.
You guys don't like unions. I
He
am my own
hates
business.
unions. He's very anti-union. He won't let Tesla. He won't let anyone in Tesla unionize. What are you
That's why
talking
he's
about?
having a huge fight in the European Union over workers trying to unionize in an environment that is very pro-union. I don't know why he didn't think that was going to be an issue. He's an idiot for trying to go there anyway.
Yes.
But secondly, I don't understand why you are anti-union based off your comment. Like unions, this going back to making America great again. We were at our best when we had strong union membership. Unions were providing not only a work-life balance, but also job security, and ensuring that that labor laws are being enforced.
Who is anti-union?
Based off your comment, it seems like you're anti-union.
I'm not particularly a fan of unions. Let's be clear.
What are you talking about? I didn't say I was anti-union. I'm saying if you're a worker in a workplace, you can start a union. You could join a union, depending on your state. Okay, I didn't say I was anti-union. He's just speaking about workers. He's complaining for workers that are not complaining for them. And I just said, well, they have unions in place that help you.
How many unions are at Tesla?
I don't
or Amazon
know.
or any of the big companies?
I don't care that much to know.
But it's problematic. If you're not, hold on.
Unionizing is an employee-based decision.
So let me get my point out real quick now. My point is the left, we talk to you guys, we bring up something, and you spin it in the way that your brain thinks we said it. It's unbelievable. You need to listen better. Or like, oh, I didn't understand what you were trying to say. Instead, you just respond. You don't even respond correctly.
Okay. Let's circle back to then, Badgers, you are pro-union, Frugal's anti-union.
Didn't say either one of those. he was complaining that.
Okay, well then let me ask you: do you agree or disagree with unions?
They are beneficial and they can be not beneficial, but they're great for representation. If you're working for somebody that overworks you or underpays you, they're very good at getting you the correct wages. They're very good at representing you so you keep your job. So there's benefits, but you pay for those benefits.
Yes. That is a pass the hat kind of thing.
Yes. But what he was saying, everyone was saying, Elon just slaves his workers. Oh my gosh, they're so tired. They don't even sleep. I'm like, well, fuck, then start a union in that company.
Okay, and infamously, how have unions fared well in Elon's companies?
I wouldn't know. I don't care that much.
But you can't say start a union when the reason why I asked you that is that he is adamantly anti-union.
Yeah, if you're an employee,
he only builds factories in states that allow for right to work states, right, where you can't form unions.
Hey, civics. Let's be clear. There's no company that really wants to have a union. Unions happen on their own at the behest.
I understand that.
Yes,
Frugal, but some people.
If the employees of Tesla or SpaceX or whatever company, Twitter, that he owns wants to unionize, they absolutely can, but they have to go through the process, civics.
Mm-hmm. And are they fired? Are the union leaders? Are the union leaders fired?
I mean,
just because you can doesn't mean that it works out.
So civics, okay. Let me
look how long it took. Hold on. Go ahead, Mojo.
I just want to know if you've seen this image before.
I have not. Where is the origin of this?
This is a CS alt that was created. Well, it's CS13. It's CS13.
Oh my God.
Civics in America. So let's use Tesla or whatever, because that's who we're talking about. In America, are you forced to stay at that job? Do you have to work there? Will you get in trouble if you quit?
It depends on where you're at.
No. Oh my God.
It does. Do you want me to give you examples as to why it depends on where you're at?
In America, you have to work at the job that you're at unless you're in the military.
It depends on where you are. Can I give you an example, or are you just going to fucking clutch your pearls?
Please give me.
You can clutch them if you want, but the point is, if a company like Tesla or Walmart is probably a better example. They come in and undercut the existing competition so that they're the only fucking employer in town. You don't really have a choice then, do you?
No, you don't have. Those are not like Walmart.
He's in Austin, Texas, homie.
How many people
realize where Tesla is?
How many people? Guys.
How many people work at Walmart and that's a career? There's maybe like 10 positions that are career positions at Walmart.
There are plenty of people that work at Walmart as a career that aren't necessarily in a managerial position. Absolutely.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am dead serious. Floor managers, people that are cashiers that have to work there 40 hours a week just to make ends meet.
I'll give you the store manager. I'll give you the assistant managers. Everybody else is pretty much can get an equivalent job that pays more in the construction field, in the delivery field, which have zero qualifications. So what are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Did you say that you don't have to have qualifications for construction? What fucking buildings are you fucking working in?
General laborers do not have to have any certifications.
Do they have security clearances?
General laborers? No.
Hold on.
Only ICE agents have those.
In what fucking world? In what world do you think that you could just walk onto a construction site and be like, I don't know the difference between a hammer and a nail, and they're gonna be like, good, you're hired.
General laborers, anybody can shovel. Anybody can hold a stop sign.
I cannot shovel. My arms, everyone knows here, I'm a gummy bear, and I cannot shovel.
Anybody can spot.
These arms will not work
demolition.
That way.
Like, what are you talking about, civics? You get paid more if you get certs in the construction field. There's certain things that you have to be certified: rigging, driving, being an operator. But you can still not even be certified and still work, and then get your certification.
I don't know if you're being genuine or you just don't know.
No, I'm being serious, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, then you don't know. All right, that's fine. If you're being serious, that's fine. Legit. I'm not going to discredit for the fact that you don't understand that there are certain places in the U.S. where there are 1 or 2 employers in the entire fucking town, and they don't have a choice.
So hold on, you have to live in that town? You can't move?
It's not that easy.
Are you serious right now?
You're acting like we're communists, like you don't have freedoms to move, you don't have freedoms to work other places. That's my point.
Have you seen housing prices lately?
You're just being woefully ignorant.
No, you are.
No, I'm not. Well, then disprove me. Sorry. If I'm being ignorant, disprove me.
You just got neenered.
I moved from San Diego, California because I couldn't afford it. Went to Utah.
I don't believe you.
Moved to Kansas after I moved out of Utah.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Because I'm not scared. I don't have to be attached to human beings that are, or whether friends.
Yeah, no,
family.
That didn't happen.
Okay, pause. Yeah. We have a pause. Yes, I do want to tell you this too. I didn't tell you earlier. I was listening to Danielle's panel last night, and Hoodlum is to be blocked. Just so if there's any mods in here too that hear this, I'm gonna block Hoodlum from coming on the panel ever again.
What? Why are you blocking him?
We love him.
He's disgusting.
Because he was on he was on Danielle's panel last night, and he was talking about how he was doing research and was looking at CSAM and watching it for research purposes, and then people were giving him a hard time about it, and he started going off at all the women, calling them every fucking name you can possibly imagine on panel. It was a horrific it was pretty horrific to listen to, actually. So the whole thing was pretty horrific.
What is CSAM? What is CSAM?
Sexual assault of minors.
What?
Yeah. He admitted to it. He talked about it. He defended it last night, watching it because it was research.
Oh my God.
Oh wait, are you saying he is one, or are you saying?
No, I'm saying I was saying he was doing. He said he was doing research. He defended watching it because he was doing research, and then when people questioned him about it, he started just freaking out. So he will no longer be allowed on our panel. I heard this last night. I listened to the whole thing. So.
Was he being berated or was he being questioned? I mean...
Well, he started to be questioned, but then he was being berated toward the end because he freaked out.
I mean, because the left
He defended himself, which made it even worse.
The left never berates the right, so
Well, I'm sorry. This is a step over the line, and I don't care whether it's the left or the right. If I heard anybody saying that, they will not be allowed on my panel.
So why are you defending something that's indefensible?
Right?
I'm not defending it.
But you are.
No, I'm jokingly.
Oh, now you're joking. Okay, cool.
He was asking questions.
Way to take one out of the Trump fucking playbook there. Oh, do you not like what I'm saying? I was just joking.
Would you? I guess maybe I'm not going to interrogate you or badger you for lack of a better term, but do you think that it's okay to watch CSAM stuff?
No, definitely not. I didn't even dig into the e-files because I'm not about that life.
Okay, I believe you. So with that being said, I would hold that, even if he said nothing to any other woman on the panel, that is insane.
Yeah, I don't know the concept.
Can I ask a question though? And look, I'm not defending it, but if somebody were legitimately doing research, how does one research it without entangling themselves into that? Like,
I can answer that. I can answer that.
Can I answer too?
Sure, go ahead.
There's appropriate way. We need people to try to, like law enforcement and there's certain nonprofits and stuff like that. There is a legitimate way to confront that. Watching it is not one.
Thank you. I was going to say something similar.
Go ahead.
It's frugal. It's law enforcement. That's who can do it, right? Law enforcement and informants that are working with law enforcement. They're the ones that can do it. Not a fucking private citizen.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know what the research is, and it doesn't. If somebody were legitimately trying to, be journalistic around it, or try to, be the next, what's his name? You find the famous reporter they're trying to be and break some story. Like, how do you do it without?
So I can tell you specifically what.
I'm not defending it. I'm trying to figure out how one would. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No. I know. I'm just reading you, like, because I didn't hear the acronym before. I mean, I've heard that stuff like this exists, but I've never really like looked into it. And now I feel like my computer's between this and the goddamn mushrooms is going to be.
Yeah, don't look that up. Don't look it up.
It says a legal and law enforcement team referring to the content depicting essay of minors often used in cybersecurity, law enforcement, and child protection discussions. So
he did say he was going to the dark web to do the research. Also,
yeah, I don't go there.
That's
I would
a
never
deep
go.
hole you're not coming out of. There's no defending that. I'm sorry, Badger. If you're telling us that you're going on the dark web, there's no defending that.
I just said I don't even go on the dark, bro. Civics, me and you are about to sign a waiver and meet up at a gym, bro.
Do it, brother. Do it, brother.
Come on.
Do it, brother. I don't punch down usually, but I'll meet you there. What are you, 5'2"?
No. Stop it. We're not doing this.
That was a joke. I know you're 5 feet.
Why do you continually say something I don't say? You say the complete opposite every time, Civics.
Badgers, it's okay. We can move on. We know that you don't support it. It just sounded like you were defending it for a second, and so we were questioning that. We were just like trying to get to the bottom of the situation with Hoodlum, and it sounded as if you had more questions about how he was being treated than questions on what he was actually doing, which is very terrible. Like, not on your part, but we can move on.
This goes back to the left, how we talked earlier about how they like to dox and try to get people in trouble.
Okay,
And
this
I think
is not doxing. This is not
I know,
doxing.
but they do by misinformation, not interpreting it correctly, like Civic has done 4 different times in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, Badgers. Wait, hold on, Badgers. There were like 600 people in the room at Danielle's panel last night. I happened to listen to it directly, so I heard it all. I heard it happen. I heard it go down. There are a number of people in the comments here that were bringing it up, which is why I brought it up. So there's all kinds of people that have heard it and know that it happened. I'm not trying to dox him. I'm using his TikTok name of Hoodlum. I'm not using any kind of normal name at all. I'm just saying, and I'm not even saying that he should be canceled. Everybody else can make their own decisions. I'm just saying he will not be allowed on my panel. That's it.
Gets locked
What was
up.
Danielle's take on it? What was the host's take last night?
She stayed pretty much quiet, and then she said, "I can't take this anymore," and walked away and gave the panel to Nemo, who proceeded to kind of boot him from the panel at some point.
Well, at least he got booted.
Yeah.
You better hope you don't go to a YT cell if he gets locked up for it.
I don't know that he will. I don't know that it's going to go that far. It was just stop reacting to this accusation. I listened to it, Ginger. I listened to it. I heard it. It's not an accusation. I heard it.
YT people incarcerated, they check your paperwork, and if your paperwork's dirty like that, it's going to be bad. Bad news. Just look at Epstein.
Oh, I didn't know she brought him back. I just know he got booted off at some point. And then I probably fell asleep shortly after that. Anyway.
Why do I always miss the good stuff? This is why you can't have a normal sleep schedule.
Because all the best stuff happens after you go to bed.
It was about...
They do that on purpose. It was like...
CS turn her camera on so I can really find out.
CS, you want...
Jesus Christ.
Have you really never seen
anyone have a pic of me for real so that we can show them?
She's on camera all the
it's
time,
on my
bro.
screen. Badger, this is what she looks like, a gummy bear. This is her.
CS.
Badgers, I'm on screen all the time. I'm just not on camera right now because if you cannot tell, I'm sick as a fucking dog. Still cooking you.
CS. So when I got on TikTok originally, I fell into like the Palestinian and Israeli debate. And then just recently, in the last few months, gotten into the American rooms. And one thing, I don't know about this specific situation, but one thing that I've identified that's more common in the American rooms is drug and alcohol. I'm sorry, schmug and alcohol abuse. So that probably happens at night more often too, would be my guess.
That could be very true. There's been a few late nights that I've had that are regrettable, but onwards and upwards.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, no, I hear that.
CS is, what do they call it? TikToking, and are you under the, wait, how do you do that? Do you drive or video on TikTok drunk?
Half the people that come on TikTok.
Drunken life.
Half the people that come on TikTok and half of the freaking creators on TikTok are drunk most of the time.
Some of them drink on camera.
Yeah. Oh, they do, don't they? They do.
Yeah, unrealness every time.
Oh, yeah.
Unrealness and older millennial. That guy is just plastered like every single time he's on camera.
Plastered.
Dude, Texas for Trump scene. Texas for Trump scene's wasted every time too.
She does. She absolutely does.
But unrealness gets progressively drunk. OM is drunk when he comes on.
That is true. That is true. Well, you guys will be happy to know that I don't drink, so you will never hear me drunk at all.
And he has a drunk dar, like a drunk radar, like you wouldn't believe. You take one sip of alcohol, and that man's like, "You're drunk. See ya." It actually sucks.
CT says challenge accepted.
Does he pull you over and detain your box?
Never.
Well, it depends on whether it's Chardonnay or Burgundy or what. I don't know.
You wouldn't catch me dead drinking box wine, but yeah, no.
Well, yeah, I've been told if the wine is $100 a bottle, then you're a connoisseur, not an alcoholic.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the dumbest.
That's what I'm saying.
It sounds very bourgeoisie, Mojo.
Yeah.
No. The key is you start with the $100 bottle wine, and then you have the $20 bottle wines as backup because your palate doesn't matter at that point. It's still tasting that first one.
Dude, are you in my head? Get out of my head.
You start with the good stuff.
And I'm told if you never let your glass go empty, it's you only had one. I mean, so.
Oh, you just drink it out of the bottle then. Just drink it straight out of the bottle. What are you talking about?
Your palate doesn't matter. Are we going to let that slide? Like, your palate doesn't matter out of a man's mouth? Are you serious, Civic?
Says the guy who drinks Natty Light. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm sober, bro. I got sober life. What you talking
Ain't
about?
nothing wrong with a Natty Light.
Cool. That's cool.
Good for you, Patrick.
Good for you.
If you're 20 years old and playing beer pong at the fucking frat house, there's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, beer's a beer, man. Like, it does the job.
No, $20 is $20. That's the truth.
But it's a mouth's a mouth. That's a joke.
Wow! Whoa! Somebody clip that shit.
It's a joke. It's a joke. That was a joke.
No, that was funny, dude. That was funny.
It all feels the same with your eyes closed is the truth.
Don't double down. Fuck's sake.
I know what's going on here. There's a lot of people coming out of some closet right now. I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
Here comes cross steps.
Oh my cross steps.
You guys are involved in locker room talk right now. This is locker room talk.
This is hilarious.
Wait. Are we in the trust circle? No. Wait,
hold on. Then let me tell you this: if you're in the top box, guess what you can do? You can grab him by the penis anytime you want. You can just fucking grab him by the penis if this is locker room talk.
It's going to be hard to do that in cold water.
I'm right next to you, CS.
This on over. This is like 140 person trust circle there. Objective. Not a very small group.
Please only do that when the weather is warm, CS, please.
Are you worried that she might need to use like a tool or a utensil or something to?
Well, my blood flow needs to like warm my body.
Blood flow. So. Okay. Okay. What the hell? What are we doing? What are we doing? Stop it.
Yeah. How dare
there's something political, right?
Right?
No, this is not a good time. This is not a good time.
I have a question.
$20.
Yes.
$20. Don't lie.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's tap the screen. All right, tap the screen, share the live, do all those things. Let's change the subject. Let's get back on track.
I don't know if you guys have talked about the.
I had after dark.
You're breaking up, CS, or is it me?
Who'd we? Oh no, it could be me. It looks like I have bars. Let me switch over.
A British military ship says they caught fire after being hit off the coast of Qatar. That was 11 hours ago.
Hit with what?
British military ship caught fire Sunday after being hit by an unknown projectile off the coast of Qatar. The UK Maritime Trades Operations Centre said the attack caused a small fire in a bulk carrier, which was extinguished. There was no reported casualties. It was the latest attack in a vessel of Persian Gulf since the shaky ceasefire stopped between the United States and Iran. So they got hit by something. And
so it was a shipping container that got hit?
It was a bulk carrier. So yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Somebody just lit a smoke.
That would be me. I just got done cooking my beloved a wonderful breakfast, or brunch rather, complete with mimosa.
Oh, that's nice.
What is brunch? What is brunch anyway? You stand in line for an hour, and by the time you get to the front of the line and get your table, you're already eating lunch. So what is brunch? Why do we do that?
What are you talking about? Why are you standing in line?
It's a line from a movie. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's from Justice
League.
Intermittent fasting, is that what brunch would be? So you fast your breakfast? Is that what it is?
Daniel Rodriguez, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I am 48 and I voted for Kamala. I know you're not looking for me. I was hoping to just maybe make a comment and hop out.
You're good. We got four. Okay. We have 4 conservatives and 4 liberals right now.
Oh, baller! I've been hanging out with you guys all morning, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of you because I'm an empath and I've got a touch of the tism, and so it's a little bit hard for me to separate my emotions when I talk about these topics that are obviously front of mind for hopefully most people in the country. It's hard for me, so this has been huge. Watching you guys rein yourselves in has been amazingly helpful for me. And like you guys showing respect to each other, Badger, like you guys are great. Like I really appreciate what you're doing. And host and CS, you guys are awesome. This has been fantastic.
Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I mean, there's so
Win
much.
Daniel in the comments.
Yeah, W Daniel. And L Bryn.
Why
what
L
happened? Because she's talking about my tisms. She had to bring up my tisms. I don't like that.
Well, that's because you're in denial, and we have to remind you all the time. One day, Mojo was like, "Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go brush my teeth." 4 hours later, he calls and he's like, I ended up cleaning the entire bathroom, organizing my closets, doing this, doing that." He's got more than a touch.
Yeah, there's a word for that.
You looking for a roommate, bro?
It's adult ADHD, just so you know.
Yes.
It sucks. Yeah, you go to brush your teeth, you see a spot on the mirror, you start cleaning it off, then you realize there's more spots, and you keep going, and then you see something. You try and put your washcloth away that you were using or whatever, and you see a whole bunch of stuff on the floor in the closet, and you got to straighten everything out. And next thing you know, it's 4 hours later, and you're like, shit. I don't know.
I just went to go brush my teeth.
As long as you don't angry clean against like the people that live with you. I'm having to do this because you left this here. As long as you don't do that.
No, you hire somebody to do that and you make them pay for it.
Yep, that's what you do. I'm a big fan of that.
If you guys
I think this is an appropriate time for me to poke someone in the eye. Are we ready?
Please do.
Okay. I wonder if my cousins on the blue team fully appreciate the gravity of the SCOTUS decision. How many seats do you estimate will be lost due to the SCOTUS decision?
I don't have an educated guess nor an educated response. So
just to clarify for everybody that's listening, he's talking about the SCOTUS decision on redistricting on race. Because there's a lot of SCOTUS.
I think you're only going to lose one in Louisiana. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to accomplish anything before the election on any of the other states. So it might affect the 2028 election, possibly. However, I don't know. I think that Congress is going to be overturned, and I think that we will see. There'll be a good possibility that some legislation is passed to make sure that doesn't happen.
I also think at a macro level, though, Donovan, the pendulum is going to swing back hard. You realize this, right? I just think that whether you want to admit it or not, you're fighting, not you exactly, but they're fighting from a minority position. It's going to come back either legally or in a hostile way. And I don't mean in a violent hostile way. I mean that people are going to start demanding that we change the Supreme Court and the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. They're walking on thin ice, if like from a ideological perspective. They can't keep doing it's unpopular, the decisions that they're making, and you can only ride that unpopularity wave for so long.
Wait, following the law? Hold on,
okay.
following the law is unpopular? Like, what do you mean?
The Supreme Court ruling that is allowing, it probably, in my opinion, started not only with Roe v. Wade, but then going into allowing ICE to racially profile, and now this, like, people are growing more and more dissatisfied with the Supreme Court.
Are you suggesting
and they're aware of this? If you read the dissenting arguments from the Supreme Court, they're aware. They are self-aware. At least some of them are self-aware that this is a dangerous precedent that they're going down.
Well, let's be clear. Anytime you have a non-unanimous, you're typically going to have a dissenting opinion as to why they didn't, agree with.
No, this is about an activist court. This is about a court that's going against 50-year precedents.
Again, so when you have new things that come to light, that's why it gets brought back.
These aren't new. There's precedents.
It is. So
there's precedents. If they weren't going against precedents, they wouldn't be an activist court. These things have been talked about over and over and over again. Birthright citizenship has been in the courts twice since the 1850s, and they've ruled on it already. This has been standing law forever, and somehow they're still looking at it. Roe versus Wade was 1973, for Christ's sake, and that's been overturned. This is an activist court. This has been looked at for a long time. This is not new.
Yes, I would agree that precedent has been a part of our governance for since the beginning. So I acknowledge that, Mojo. But what you're failing to acknowledge is that precedent can change with new arising cases. That being said, the precedent of not being able to redistrict based upon race has always been there, and it just got upheld. That said, no, that still stands. We still can't do that, but you can do it politically. You just can't do it racially. And so y'all being upset about that is just kind of wild to me. That y'all don't want to follow the law. Sorry, Donovan, go ahead.
That's all right. Well, I just wanted to add the part that they're sleeping on, I think, because they're so focused on the midterms that are coming up. The part that they're sleeping on is the effect that this is going to have downstream with regards to state elections. I mean, this is going to fundamentally change the way the entire country votes.
We're not missing that, Donovan.
Okay.
We're not missing that. We understand. Well, those of us that are politically active should be aware of how valuable and important holding state houses is, right? They're the ones that they have a huge role to play, not only in federal elections, but I've made this argument every goddamn time. Your local and state government, and your municipal government for that matter, have way more impact on your day-to-day life than the federal government ever will. And as soon as things start, like I said, the pendulum is going to swing, and people are going to get upset, and they're going to be like, where can I effectuate change? These decisions are inadvertently causing people to get politically engaged and politically active. Correct. And once they find out that where I can get politically engaged is at my local level, it's going to backfire is what I'm trying to say. And that's what I mean by the pendulum.
Well, you could say that it would backfire in favor of the Democrats, but I would offer that if the country starts electing persons of color who are Republican and we do real damage to the Democrat plantation and you start to lose your foothold amongst racial minorities, that's it. It's over for your party.
Yeah, you can hope and pray that you find a flying pig at some point or another, but that's not going to happen. I think that what this is going to cause is legislation that's going to be passed at a federal level that applies to all states as well, where you will have to have nonpartisan boards that draw district maps.
I'm talking about the difference fundamentally between a Byron Donalds and who's the girl from Texas?
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, look at the fundamental differences between the candidates of color that the Republicans offer versus the candidates of color that the Democrats offer. They're just they're like
Crockett's
blunt
10 times
objects.
smarter than Crockett's 10 times smarter than Donaldson.
Okay.
But either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Black people are not going to be changing their vote in this country. They're still going to gain somewhere between 85 and 95% of the vote every single time to the Democrats. That's it. I mean, that's going to be the reality, whether you like it or not.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe 90%, actually greater than 90% of black women vote in every single election.
And black women are also the highest at the highest rates of college level graduations today too. So these are going to be very well educated college women.
If I could paint with a little bit of a broad brush, I sort of see this as an injury to the body of our nation. And I think this is going to scar, and that scar is going to be pretty thick. And I think that pendulum is going to swing. And when it swings, I think it's going to swing pretty hard. Because the reality is a lot of people have been riding the wave of, the progressiveness and not really paying attention. And just like host just said, Mojo said, it's waking people up. People who were never political before, they're turning around and going, you're taking stuff away from people I love. You're threatening my neighbors. You're threatening my family. And I'm pretty sure that we're looking at a future that is going to be a lot brighter than what it would have been had we elected the norm.
I can't take credit for that. Civics said it. I didn't. It was Civics that was saying that. That's all right. It's all right. I just didn't want to take credit for Civics' words.
Thank you.
I just want to point out something, and it's a little bit triggering, so I apologize. But I'm curious to how people respond to it. Mojo's panel, for example, Mojo's lives, and even when you came up, Daniel, Mojo said something, which is there's 4 conservatives and 4 liberals on the panel. However, when it comes to diversity, when it comes to race, economic status, his lives aren't that. So it's a bunch of liberals and conservatives who are white having this conversation, just to make a note of, and mostly middle class and above people.
Well, that's probably
I get you there. If I could, I'll just share a little bit about myself. I'm nowhere near middle class. I'm amidst a bankruptcy and a foreclosure. I've lost my job because I refuse to stand for the ignorance in the workplace any longer. And I've lost everything because of the changes of the last 12 years. So I get it. I get where you're coming from. If you look at the demographic of this panel, I agree with you. But I do think that we all have a perspective that is uniquely our own. And I'm coming from a place where I'm also LGBTQ. I'm engaged to a wonderful man, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to give vows. I mean, that's how threatening it is to me and so many others. And I'm not middle class. I'm broke. I've been on WIC. I'll probably have to be on it again, or not WIC. Food stamp.
Snap.
You know what I mean?
Snap.
Snap. That's the one. Thank you. I only been on it a couple of months, but I
What industry are you in, Daniel?
Come again?
Like what industry? You said you were done dealing with the bullshit. Like what industry are you in?
That's a difficult question. Let's just say hospitality. I was in hospitality for many years.
Fair enough. I was there too, dude. There's plenty of bullshit. I feel your pain.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where this situation, I honestly see this like we shook. A rug has been shaken, and a lot of bugs are in there that we didn't know were there. And I think this has been painful, and there has been literal, red in the streets, right? But this wound, people are waking up, and just like Civic said, I think this wound is going to grow back a scab that's going to pretty much overshadow the way things have been, because it's been nasty and it's cost lives now, and it has to stop. And I think a lot of us see that.
Can we unpack that for a minute, though, Daniel? What do you mean by
be very careful here, Objective?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't. Are you suggesting that Trump has done something? That he's the hypothetical, or what's the imaginary rug that's being shaken, and bugs are coming out? I want to kind of figure out where you're going with that.
Yeah, it's okay. I really don't know how to have a conversation with people anymore about the individual who is currently occupying the Oval Office. I mean, it's hard to have the conversation because you can point out the facts. He's an adjudicated schmapist. He's 27 times felon. He's on video and audio countless times describing how much fun he has ripping people off. What's the word? Overstepping his bounds with people physically, let's say, the things he said on the bus, right? I don't understand where any of you are coming from. And I'm coming from a truly empath area. I want the absolute best for every one of my cousins, every one of my neighbors. You guys are all part of my family, the human race. I genuinely want to see us all succeed.
Daniel, I get what you're saying, but how has this rug that you are suggesting of bugs coming out of it? How I get the feelings that you have there, but how has that affected you? Like I don't get it. Like at the end of the day,
Daniel, do you mind if I step in for a second?
No, I want to hear from Daniel.
Yeah, I know you do. But I don't think it's coming out well. And if Daniel is saying this is how he explains it, and he doesn't want to further explain more, I think I understand what he's saying. And I was trying to help.
You can't let a man speak for himself, CS. How dare you?
Objective, relax.
Yeah, see, objective.
No, he's kidding. He's kidding. He's just.
I know he is. It's just not landing. I'm
laughing behind it. Come on, you got to get it. Anyway, let's go.
I get what you're saying. I just don't understand how you don't see it. How you don't see it. I mean,
I'm asking you to help me see it.
Yeah, I will do my best, man. I mean, he's almost the classic definition of a con man. He's literally hawking sneakers and Bibles.
Daniel, can I respond? Do you guys mind if I respond?
No, you can't. You can let me finish my.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Let me finish my thought.
Yep, sorry.
He's hawking toothbrushes and cell phones. We just found out cell phones that no one will ever get. He is a literal con man, and yet he has oceans of people standing behind him going, "Nuh-uh, he's this, he's that." The dude is a con artist. And yet, he has folks defend him, and those are the bugs, man. Those are the bugs. It's gross. It's gross, in my opinion. The level of greed, the level of self-dealing, the level of ignorance that's just rampant right now in our society and in our politics. That it's hard for me. It's hard for me. And I'm just going to say this real quick. I'm pretty proud for myself because I think this is the first time I've been able to say so many words without losing my shit. So I appreciate the opportunity. But yeah, man, that's where I'm coming from. He's a bad man. He's a bad man, period.
It's triage.
Can I jump in? Donovan, do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to let Matthew go, and then I want to say something afterwards.
Okay. So, Donovan, we're all different because we're passionate. We have our points of view. You and I differ on our assessment of Trump pretty radically. But what I hear a lot when I'm talking to people on the left, when I'm trying to engage, and because I admit that I'm wrong, so I'm trying to I'm really here to learn and engage in good faith. But what I hear a lot, metaphorically,
me too, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, what I hear a lot metaphorically is kind of the Greta Thunberg of "How dare you?" Right? How dare you? And that's hard. It's like that to share with you why I've come to my conclusion, which has been hard and difficult. And trajectory of Trump has not been since he's come down the escalator. I love the guy. It's been the exact opposite, actually. But that's where I'm at right now in terms of my support for Trump. And so, but I can't give you 30 seconds to explain it. So it's just a hard conversation to have.
Hold on. I want to give an example of what he's saying. So sometime in the beginning of his statement, or when he was introducing himself, he said that he doesn't know if he's going to be able to actually seal the deal with his fiance, meaning that he won't be able to say the vows. This is something that homosexuals in this country have enjoyed since the 2000s. This is something that is under threat right now because of the Supreme Court picks, because of this activist Supreme Court. We have Clarence Thomas, who wrote into the what was I don't remember what the ruling was. The ruling against Roe versus Wade. The Dobbs decision. He wrote it in there saying that we need to look at these things again too. And he specifically mentioned gay marriage, Obergefell. He specifically mentioned that in the ruling to Dobbs, which means that is something that is going to be pressed up to the Supreme Court too. And if this Supreme Court stands, and if it continues the way it's going, Daniel may not be able to get married. And that's scary. So this is part of that rug.
There was a challenge to Obergefell. The Supreme Court dismissed it. They didn't want to hear it.
When was this?
This time.
This was like last year.
It was mid last year. Yeah, they did turn down taking it up.
They will continue to try and do it over and over and over again. And if they get the right case, they're going to take it. They've been doing the same thing with Roe versus Wade this entire friggin' time, and then finally they got the right case in the right court that agreed with them. So they're going to keep pushing it, and Clarence Thomas is going to ensure that happens.
And also at the same time, like I've been watching the comments. I read the comments too because I love the gulag down there. So good and bad. But they're saying like, oh, we're fear mongering. We're doing this. Never in my lifetime did I ever think Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. Like never in my lifetime did I think that this was going to happen.
I'm Gen X. I'm blown away. I can't believe it. I'm absolutely floored. So
if we mentioned that years ago, you guys would say we were fear mongering. So I think we just have to be careful when we look at this because things we thought that were never going to happen have happened. So we have to listen to these stories as well.
Do you suppose that the Dobbs decision is the effect of the negative effects that Roe v. Wade has had on our culture and our civilization as a whole?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
He wants to know what it means to. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mojo. No, you got it.
How
no,
6 million
morals.
What he's saying, no, what he's trying to say is how 6 million aborted fetuses has affected our society as a whole. Right? Something like that, Donovan?
Correct. Essentially, yes.
I mean, how has it affected you personally?
Well, wait. Similar to Daniel here, I also have some empathetic tendencies. And I don't even think it's done. I think that very soon you will see a push for the rights of the unborn. And this is simply because of the abuse of power that was laid at the feet of the American people. I think that Roe v. Wade was abused horribly. I think that to celebrate it culturally, to have an abortion was not what they had in mind when they penned Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, and I think that entire opinion is based on a fantasy that every sperm is sacred. So I'm sorry, I just can't go there.
I also believe, Donovan. I don't know. Okay. You asked how you think it affects the country. I'm asking how you think it affects you.
Well, it doesn't have to affect me because I care about my country and I care about the culture and I care about the future. Not only that, but I care about life. And for you guys to frame it as simply women's reproductive care simply because you are a fan of neuro-linguistic programming and you want to ignore the fact that this is essentially schmurder and ignore the position of your political opponents, I think you guys got exactly what you asked for.
Neuro-linguistic programming, as he says, schmurder.
But hold on.
There you go. I just took it to the other side, Mojo.
I know.
Yeah, but Donovan, this idea that you value life, but you are actively working against making sure that we have, after school care, child care, making that national, having universal health care, things. Well, actually, I think you do believe in universal health care, so let me walk that one back. Right? These are things that would care for the child. It's not just unaliving fetuses or whatever. You have to go the full 10 yards.
Yeah, that's moving the goalpost. That's literally moving the goalpost. We simply want them to live, and you're complaining about whether or not they get snacks.
Live
It's a
where?
gross.
Live
It's a
how?
gross live. Period. I don't care if they live in a
That's
gutter,
always the thing,
so
though,
long
is
as
you
they're
guys
alive.
want them to live,
Wait,
you want
hold
them
on.
all to be born, but as soon as they're hungry, nobody wants to put food in their mouth. As soon as they're homeless, nobody wants to put a roof over their head. Want them to be born, have them be born, so that we can claim we're righteous in the eyes of our genie who lives in the clouds. But
Yeah.
don't feed them once they're 10 years old. Don't feed them once they're 12.
Alive and poor.
Hold on,
Alive and
Donovan.
poor
I'm
is
gonna
better
help
than
you out.
unalived.
Donovan, I'm Donovan. You're speaking. I debated to interrupt because you're handling it pretty well. I'm with you. I think you rightfully said you're moving the goalpost, like figuring out how we best live as a society. That's a debate. But what he's talking fundamentally about is a life and it existing or not. And you're trying to say, well, if they do live, is it going to be worth it of living? But it's really about life, guys. And forget about how we implement policy to have best lives. We're talking about the murder of a child.
Yeah, but Matthew, there's a reality with that. Some of those decisions that have an AB are financial decisions. Can I actually have a healthy life for this child? And if they can't, they're making that difficult decision. And what we're saying is, if you want some of those decisions to go away, then make it easier for mothers. Make it easier for families that are trying to struggle. That's what we're saying. You're forcing them into that decision by taking away their ability to have an AB.
Can you put a value on the cost of a life, though, Civics? That's a little
I have the
interesting, right?
same argument I make every single time because I'm a woman and I have to. Sorry, Civics. Did you want to answer that?
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Because I'm a woman and I have to also make decisions based on my body and based on if I do or do not get pregnant. Like those are decisions I have had to make in my life and could have to make in my life. So like I have to look at it from a different perspective. And the argument I always make, which makes everyone uncomfortable in the room, but I don't give a shit. Think about it if it was your body. So if we're saying that a woman can get pregnant twice in 1 year and a man can get a woman pregnant, any woman, he can have sex 365 days a year. He can have that many pregnancies. Hold on, I'm not done.
I know.
He can have that many pregnancies happen. So if you are so worried about protecting life, why don't we go after the person who can create the larger ability to have more abortions and expand abortions rather than the woman who can really only have 2, but the man can create 365 a year. It's like going after the drug dealer versus the drug user.
I don't understand what's your argument here. Like, I think they're saying that they want life to happen. So
it means that
technically
we should legislate. It means we should legislate. Sorry, I interrupted you. I apologize, but I'll get back to what I mean if you didn't understand by that.
Well, I was just going to say, technically, the man, yeah, I mean, they're designed to go out and procreate, right, and the woman as well. But yes, to your point, the more population would, technically, could be better for society. I mean, they are definitely saying that our birth rates have gone down. I mean, I don't know where I stand on that issue, but all I'm saying is I mean, we were designed to do said thing. To your point, yes, we can do it all day, every day, and most men want to. And so I don't know where you're going with that.
Okay, I will tell you where I'm going. So the more drugs you can put out on the street, the more opportunity there are for people to use drugs. So let's use that example. So if there is somebody that can produce fetuses 365 days a year and potentially have that great of a population subjected or at least at risk for an AB, if that's the word that you guys want me to use, then there's a better chance of us reducing the amount of ABs if we legislate men's bodies and we make mandatory vasectomies around the age of, I don't know, let's say 18, until you're ready to have a child.
So I want to go back to that was crazy, but I want to go back to the financial
Because
issues.
you can't argue it, because it makes sense.
So hold on. So you're telling me that nobody that came out of financially struggling households became great human beings that changed the world for the better? Is that what you're telling me? So that's what I get out of that. I think it was civics.
What?
The financial decision to have an AB because people that grow up in financial unstable environments never become great human beings.
That is not what I said.
I mean, I would say that some of our greatest athletes, some of the greatest heroes in America came from places like that. So we might never see another Michael Jordan again because of AB policies.
Or you might never see a Michael Jordan again because specifically women of color and their maternal health care is never taken seriously, or not never taken seriously. They have a high mortality rate. So maybe that's the reason. So maybe we should be in control of the way that our bodies are treated, especially if you're talking about like creating athletes like a Michael Jordan or something like that.
Men could get pregnant.
What was that, Mojo?
I'm sorry. I just was pulling something up to play it because I was asked to. But go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm done there.
This is a minute 20-second video.
My overarching opinion when it comes to AB is that, any man's opinion is secondary. I mean, we should have to ask permission to sit at that table. We shouldn't be voicing anything about that. Not a single damn thing. Not one thing.
Then I would argue the same thing backwards when it comes to the financial side of it, that we should have a say in it as well. Are you kidding?
You're trying to tell me that men are somehow genetically predisposed to be better at finances? Bro.
It's not what I said at all, friend. I said if we're not going to have the right to be able to choose whether or not the child should be able to come to term or not, we should be able to have the right to choose whether or not we financially support that child, is all I said.
Oh, well, I mean, I'd have to put more thought into the financial.
Today's laws say that we damaged the woman and we are responsible for it. So no matter what, if you are the DNA tested father, you are responsible financially to have that child, even if the man said, I don't want you to have that child. So the woman gets controlled no matter what, which I'm not arguing one way or the other. I would just say, at the end, I think the man should have the choice if he didn't want it to say, I also don't want to pay for it. That's it.
Let me just weigh in on that. I would say if that is the case, I would point out the number one biggest chance you had to say no was before you dipped your pen in the ink. You had a chance. You're acting as if you walked out the door and fell into somebody's vagina and all of a sudden a baby popped out and you're like,
You mean that's not normal? You mean when that happened to me?
No. It isn't. You had a choice. God and that consequence is a.
CS, I'll meet you in the middle. CS.
Wait.
Let's say.
Wait. Before you do, I want to play. I want to play this video before you start flirting with each other. I'm going to play this video. Stop.
Let me meet you in the middle. Just let me meet you in the middle real quick. So you could get an AB. All right, you could get an AB. But if it's a financial decision because you decided to get pregnant and you want an AB, then you get tied up and you're not allowed to have kids anymore. I'll give you that little bit.
Hey, Badger, CS is rich, bro. She's rich.
No. Hang on. How is it?
She's a catch, man. You got to get her. She's got the money, bro.
How is it that the woman decided they were going to get pregnant? You just said you decided to go out and get pregnant. Well,
how come the moms never DNA tested?
All right, I want to play this before this conversation continues. We're going to slow this down. I'm going to play this real quick, and then we can continue the conversation. This was actually asked to be played for Donovan specifically, so I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to play it.
Well, while you're playing that, I got to run to Home Depot. I'll be listening in the cheap seats. You guys have a good Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
See you, Civics. Good seeing you, Civics.
You guys.
If men could get pregnant, abortion medication would be available at vending machines everywhere. We know it's true. I'm here as a man who has autonomy over my own body, agency over my own body, control over my own body. Women deserve autonomy over their own bodies, control of their bodies, agency of their own bodies. And if you have religious objections to it, that's fine, but don't force your opinion on the women of America everywhere. That's wrong. We need to reverse these Supreme Court decisions as soon as possible. We need to do everything we can to have these decisions reversed. And at the state level, we need to do everything possible to protect the rights of women, including rights over their own bodies, over their reproductive health. healthcare. That's why I'm so proud to support this legislation here in New York State. If we're going to live up to the ideals of our country, women must have equal rights, and that means having control over their own bodies, just like all men do.
All right. All right. That was what it was asked.
Can I jump in? Thanks, guys. I'm struggling because I don't want to, like, especially I'm trying to think about Daniel because he said he gets emotional. I'm trying to be mindful and have him have a successful.
I appreciate you guys so much. I do. This has been amazing for me. I can't thank you enough for letting me take part. I'm not upset. I'm totally fine.
I know.
I get passionate.
and I'm glad you brought that up because I like to see that you're having success on a panel and being able to share your voice. So I want you to be able to do that and be successful at it. And we're talking about something that's very personal to you. We brought up LGBTQ stuff, and this obviously is not this, but there's what we are talking about fundamentally is the act of making babies, whether we're trying to or not, right? And it's just a hard. First of all, it's a hard conversation in general, but it's to me, that need to procreate in our species is so fundamental and so strong, right? So it's something that's so instinctual. It impacts so many things of our society that it's hard. But I and I appreciate we're trying to find ideas and find solutions. But when on the right, when we talk about this with the left, it gets really hard because the ideas are, men can have babies, and that's the starting ground. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying that specifically to the AB situation, but that's so many of the ideas that are having, from my perspective.
Can you explain what do you mean by men can have babies?
Well, do you believe men can have babies?
I mean, are you? This is a trap. This is a trap.
No. What is your belief? I'm asking you. What do you believe?
I don't believe men are capable, of having a baby.
CS, you believe men can have babies?
Like fundamentally, of someone who's born a man? No.
Just answer the question. So a trans man is not a man then?
No. I'm saying someone who is born a male cannot have a baby physiologically.
You're changing the goalpost again.
You're asking a loaded question is what's going on.
Yes, I know exactly
I'm pointing out the counter arguments to us and where the starting ground is, and the idea that's being presented by the left on a regular is men can have babies.
Yes.
And I'm just using hold on. And I'm just using that as an example when it comes to whether it's LGBTQIA or the AB situation, is fundamentally you guys seem so off base right now that it's hard to have a productive conversation. Now, this is just one example. We obviously have a hard time with a lot of conversations, but I'm just using it in this scenario.
But Matthew,
I'm offended you didn't ask me. I'm way more progressive than either of them.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, yes, I think you probably are. But if you want to ask me personally, no. Someone I think who is born with a penis and no uterus cannot have a baby. How else do you want me to answer that?
I would answer biological men can't have babies, but that shouldn't stop you from trying, Matthew.
CS, she said, how would you like me to answer that? Answer, men cannot have babies. I don't believe men can have babies. Just say that, because you're putting these like little nuanced versions.
You don't have to put words. You don't have to put words in my mouth.
You asked me specifically how else would you like me to answer that?
You don't have to put words in my mouth. Somebody who is born with a penis and no uterus cannot have a baby. How else do I going to fucking answer that?
CS, I answered. You asked me how else can I answer that, and I gave you an option, and you chose not to do it.
You're just trying to be cute. You're posing this ridiculous question, and you're saying, "See, it's proof," and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, like I'm just answering
Wait
you.
a minute.
Honestly, I don't have an opinion on the other stuff, Matthew. I'm not somebody who argues every single topic that the left argues.
You're missing.
That's not me. I have very niche subjects that I will argue, but there are some things I really don't want to. And one of them is that I like it's not up to me. That you can argue that with somebody else. It's not going to be me.
CS, you're asking after you make your statement, you follow up with how else would you like me to answer that, and then I gave you an answer to that question. And you don't have to. I'm just saying that's the answer that I'd like.
yeah, that's the answer that you'd like, but you're not going to get from me. I don't argue that way. I argue based on my center and what I believe and what's fact for me. And if I don't want to argue it in a different way, because there's a million different ways you can argue it, it's not for me. I'll argue something else. You want to fucking talk crypto and bore everybody and ruin the panel? We can do that.
No.
She's saying you have to tailor your questions. You have to tailor your questions to her, is what she's saying, which is totally fine. So how about this? Is it a largely held opinion on the left that trans men can have children?
I don't have those conversations.
No, it is not. It's not technically, because nobody's arguing, I think, on the medicine end of it, what can be done and can't be done to produce a baby per biology. Nobody's arguing that. The issue with gender is a gender issue, not a reproductive one.
So explain to me what the term birthing person means.
It's linked to reproductive definitions, not necessarily gender.
And why move away from the terms mother and father in favor of terms like birthing person?
Because a birthing person doesn't necessarily mean that you are a mother and father in the context of parental, authority and also capacity. It is the case that you can be birthed by one person and be given another mother.
Thank you for playing. That was absolutely perfect. Exactly the answer I was hoping that you would give.
It blows me away how smart these guys think they are. It really is hilarious.
Oh, it absolutely blows me away.
Listen to how smug you sound right now.
That we cannot.
Do you even hear? That's exactly the answer I wanted.
Exactly right. Right,
because I don't get it at this point. So then, what was the point of the question?
With madness.
What is mad about the idea that
men cannot have children?
Give birth to a child.
Men
Who's
cannot
arguing that?
Carry a child to term, and the very fact that we have to have this discussion is proof that we are dealing with madness.
Okay, cool. So let me just answer that back. It is impossible for a man to rise from the dead.
I mean, again, Donovan, this is the right talking point.
Hang on. It's impossible for a man to rise from the dead.
I disagree categorically.
Matthew, Donovan, come on.
I've resuscitated a man myself.
And Christ did it.
Listen, Donnie. You want to sit here and create this ridiculous question about can a man have a baby, and now you're going to sit there and be like, I brought a guy back from the dead. You don't think you're ridiculous? That's ridiculous.
It's called
Okay. Mustard, can I get your age and who you voted for? I know you've been on panel before, but I don't remember.
Hey, Mojo, I am 51, and I voted for Harris, and I just wanted to say if there's any mothers on the panel, happy Mother's Day. Thank you.
Okay. Penny, I know you've been on the panel before, but I don't remember. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm going to answer how I used to answer on this panel. Hi, I'm Theo. I'm a dog, woof. I'm over the age of 21. I voted for Trump, obviously.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was great.
What up, Penny Lane?
I'm a dog, woof.
Can I go back? Can I go back to talking with CS for 2 seconds? So CS, basically, you made your answer, then you followed up with, oh, how would you like me to answer? And then I gave you my answer, and you said no. And what my point was, because you can't answer that simple question, that it's hard to talk about AB rights because you don't even know what a man is or a woman is.
Matthew,
that was my point.
I answered your question. And what you didn't like was the answer to your question. And so I know you're trying to make a point, but you should probably move on because you're losing. You're not going to win this one.
You definitely are, because
I don't think that this is a topic, yes, truly, it's like she's not arguing back with you.
I mean, I will engage with the topic with you, but again, you still fundamentally have no correlation to AB, and then also the situation with the gender. They do not correlate, because again, one is a situation specifically about gender, the other is about reproductive situations. Has nothing to do with each other. You guys are making that argument alone.
Did you wish your mother a happy Mother's Day, or did you say happy birthing person's day?
Okay, now you just wanted to ignore that. I will say that there is a connection. I will say that there's a connection, though. The connection being bodily autonomy. Do we have the right to decide what we
Oh
want to do with
yes,
our own bodies?
that's true.
What about
I give you
parents'
that.
rights?
Parents'
I
rights
would
for
also
what?
like to. Do you not think that the father should have a right to decide?
Uh,
I would also just like to point. I'm so sorry. This is disruptive, but I did want to go back to Donovan's point. I would also like to mention, because I love analog in the comments. It's, if I were to give my mom a car today, it would be Happy Hallmark Revenue Day. So
if I gave
There
my
you go.
mom a card, it would be "fuck you." So I don't know.
What?
Jesus.
But
Someone's a bitter Betty.
Shouldn't we do that on Valentine's Day too, CS? Like, why do we
So,
not get the same
Mojo,
thing?
do you think that fathers should have a say if being that they helped
All things,
make
all things,
comes to a
all things being equal, if women have the right to their own bodily autonomy and they can receive an abortion up to and including 9 months until birth, then yes, I would say fathers should also have the right to decide whether they want to financially be responsible for that baby or not. If any restrictions you want to put on a woman's right to her own body, then I would say we will also put the same restrictions on men or similar.
Now, most people know I'm pro-choice to an extent. Of course, you don't actually believe in 9-month ABs, do you?
I do, because if you don't allow up to 9, if you don't allow up to 9 months, women will die. As soon as you put a regulation on abortion, women will die.
If you don't think that if the baby can survive outside the womb, that's kind of
I do
like
think
that like crosses like a line.
yes, if that's the case, then yes, that baby should be born via C-section or whatever they can do without endangering. Yeah, without endangering the life of the mother. I agree with that. So I don't know. For example, if the umbilical tube was wrapped around the throat or whatever the situation is, that's fine. But if it is the threat of the life of the mother and it has to be the child or the mother or the fetus of the mother, then I'm going to say that I pick the mother every single time, and I think we should allow that through regulation. It's not going to happen very often. But the one time it does happen, I'm not willing to give up the life of a woman because of the regulations you want to put on their body.
Well, again, I'm pro-choice. So I'm probably not even the best person to be having this debate. However, that I think is a little radical. If you don't, do you think there's a difference between?
Well, hold on, Penny. I just want to say this before you move on.
Wait. I almost interrupted her too. Hold on 1 second.
Let her finish.
Hold on. I almost interrupted her too, but we got to let her finish.
I mean, there's kind of a difference between an elective AB and saving a woman's life if her life is put in jeopardy.
If you can find a woman that at 9 months is willing to just unalive a fetus, then yeah, I would say we probably have an issue. And maybe that can be tried in a court of law. It's not going to be elective at 9 months. It's never going to be elective at 9 months. Never.
I just think I wanted the clarification on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a great point, Mojo, because you're exactly right. And I did just want to chime in before we moved on. I didn't want us to move on. But when this might be a little confusing, but AB, even the term itself, it doesn't speak to the unaliving technically of a baby. It is the case because we do it predominantly before a certain amount of time, which is the safest and the most, they do about, pills and whatnot. Of course you would see that because the infant's not viable. But just because you see that or even hear about this quote unquote AB at 9 months, AB is only the term for the medical procedure. It doesn't speak to the baby's existence or not in any of those statistics at all. It's very well that there are cases that happened at 9 months and the baby's perfectly fine due to the fact that we also have the Born Alive Act, which is in every 50 states, and any baby that survives an AB or comes out viable from an AB, we have to do everything we can to make sure that they're supported.
Can we circle back?
Can I add something to that real quick? I am pretty much on the same wavelength as you, Mojo. Only mine for slightly different reasons. And I was in child welfare for some years here, and it is horrible. And I think that really pretty much what it comes down to, if you're willing to go on there and say, I am pro-life, or pro-birth as I like to call it, you better be willing to either adopt a child or give a lot of money in taxes to help take care of it. Because I don't want to hear about how much you care about human life, and then when that life is out here trying to exist,
Here it is again.
for them not to pull them up.
Yeah, this is a common tactic. Good job. I would just like, before we
Not
get
a
too
common
far,
tactic, sir.
yeah, it's very common. We've already heard it on this panel.
I understand that, but it's the truth.
Yeah, okay. Before
And
we
you
get
don't give any money to
Hold
it,
on,
do you?
hold on 1 second, Mustard. Yeah, hold on 1
Okay,
second.
I'll
Just
shut
one
up.
at a
Go
time. We
ahead.
gotta no, it's okay. You don't have to, but just let Donovan go and then you can respond.
Before we get too far afield, I would just like to point out for the audience and for everyone in the panel that just a few moments ago, CS brought up the fact that, I suppose, in an attempt to dodge accountability, pretty predictable, that she would rather men be have vasectomies, forced, mandatory vasectomies, rather than have any type of accountability. Let me ask you something, CS. Are all vasectomies reversible?
I think for the most part they are, and it's also a lot less expensive than getting your tubes tied or something like that. But also, again, this argument always
who's defining who's
hold on 1 second.
ready?
Matthew, I'm still
Who's
speaking.
ready, CS? Who
It's
gets
always
approval?
Matthew, I'm still speaking. So Donovan, I know this conversation always triggers you because when you talk about legislating men's bodies, it is very triggering because when you talk about legislating women's bodies, it's triggering for women. So listen, yeah, and until they come up with, and I don't know why the fuck they haven't had a well-developed birth control for men, then that's our only solution is vasectomies. So unless you want to get out there and advocate for more funding for men's birth control, then I think my theory still stands that there's more opportunity for ABs if you don't legislate men's bodies.
Are you sure they don't have men's birth control?
So CS, what I'm hearing you say,
But I don't think it's FDA.
hey CS, what I'm hearing you say is at birth, instead of like a vasectomy, you want like an on-off switch put in there to be able to use later on.
Wait, that would be cool. Wait, that would be cool. I'd like to see that. What the hell?
We
That'd be
need
awesome.
our betters that are
Well,
through
Mojo, I
government
know
to
you have
decide
an
who can have
on-off
kids or
switch.
not. CS is saying that the government's going to decide who can have kids or not, which is just insane to me that the government's making the decision of who's ready to have
Yeah,
kids.
aren't they making the decision right now?
Whoa, Mustard, you're yelling.
Yeah, Mustard. Hold on
I
one
know,
second.
I'll stop.
The government. No, I think it's also your mic. But the government is deciding that, Matthew. The government is saying that women have to.
Exactly, they literally did.
So the woman that has no agency on whether or not she has the potential to get pregnant is what you're saying? Women don't have any agency?
Well, do men?
In Georgia, they
Yes.
definitely did not.
It exists
we
for both.
do.
It exists for
before
both
you-
sexes.
Before you make the nasty,
Yeah. So if you're
realize
gonna
there's
force,
consequences
if you're
to
gonna
making
force
the
a woman to
nasty.
go through birth,
Don't
then
say
you
make
should
them
also.
nasty. That just dried up all of TikTok.
If you're gonna force a woman to go through birth, then you should also force a man to get a vasectomy.
If you are considering doing whatever, and a life is conceived because of it, that life has the same rights as everybody else. So your right to life is the same
That's
as that
not true.
other life.
That's not true. The fetus does not have the same rights as a
And I
full-born,
also take
adult,
issue with
grown,
conceived.
born human being. It does not have the same rights.
Because technically, sperm would have the same rights, and they don't.
Well, you know what's interesting is Nabra made an interesting argument. Nabra made an interesting argument the other day about this, which it was in the Supreme Court case, or the government was arguing that with the birthright citizenship, that they made it a special class for the unborn. So technically, once you made the class for the unborn, they now do have protected rights.
Have you ever heard of the Cooter Cannon?
Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
Is that addressing the argument that was made?
What kind of dirty Mario Party are you playing?
I just want to know if it's real or is this an abstract concept?
Oh, it's real. No, it was a wild debate we got into one night. It's a very long story, so I won't derail, but it's fucking hilarious. It talks about whether if you're born like on the border and the woman, there was a wild situation being brought forth. So I brought another wild situation.
It just sounds like dirty Mario Party to me.
Yes, so it's kind of. So that's kind of true.
A Cooter Cannon? Did I get that right? Is that what you said?
The cooter cannon. So let me explain its origin very quickly. I will do it in 2 seconds. So there was the argument being made that it was just some weird argument about somebody robbing a bank, and during the bank robbery, she gave birth, and what does that child belong to? Where, what, and they were an illegal, and blah 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 blah.
The bank happened to be sitting. The bank happened to be sitting on the Mexican-American border, so it was half in Mexico, half outside of Mexico.
So I said, what if she accidentally sneezes and the baby gets shot from the United States into Mexico, but the umbilical cord is still attached into America? So then there was a series of AI songs, AI pics that came from it because it was just a ridiculous statement to make. And one AI image that was made named it the cooter cannon. So
you left out the best part of that story, CS. And Daniel, you'll like this. That particular discussion, all the blue team was pretending to be red team, and all the red team was pretending to be blue team.
I don't know. It was funny, though. It was a late night discussion. We had nothing else to talk about. We were all laughing our ass off. I have songs and I have images of this discussion that were created because of the discussion. It's pretty crazy.
I love the complexity y'all went
Would you
to,
say
though,
that's
with
the best
hospital being on the
representation?
border and everything? That's complex. I love the nuance to the
and
wait. What were we going to say, Penny? Hold on. Penny was
Would you say that's like the best representation of the comedy on your panel?
Sure, I think I laughed my.
I think it was hilarious. I laughed my ass off.
It was hilarious.
What do you think the funniest thing that ever happened on your panel is?
Wait. Earthquake in Alaska. But one of the funniest.
I always leave my mark on a community.
One of the funniest parts of the song was, "Who will the passport be supplied by, and will it get free chips and fries?"
Or chips and salsa.
No,
that doesn't
chips.
rhyme. That's cool.
Chips, as in tortilla chips or fries.
Yeah, and
or
salsa.
Both. You don't have to have salsa.
I want queso.
I prefer guac because I'm extra. But
yeah, Penny, me, you can vibe.
No.
I am a vibe. I'll follow you. There you go.
I totally distracted this whole thing. Sorry about that.
You did. Go ahead, Daniel.
Well, you got top mod of the year, so it's all well and good.
So I tend to perseverate on ideas, and I'm a bit of a fixer. And so one of the things I've been thinking about lately, and I hate being distracted by nuance. I like to just kind of find an issue and solve it. And I think something that every single person, at least so far that I've ever spoken to, when I've asked them, do you think humans deserve to eat? Everybody seems to agree, yes. In fact, I would say the overwhelming consensus is human beings should be entitled to food, because not a single one of us asked to ever get hungry, and yet here we are. And so humans should be entitled to food. And so
cue the uncomfortability to Donovan, and tampons. Free tampons.
Oh, absolutely. No, you're
are we talking about Tim Walz?
Okay.
We can.
No,
we can if you want.
I think this list is extensive, but I like to try and keep things simple. And so looking at things in an emergency sense, right? What's most emergent? Emergent is food. We are sitting right now in the wealthiest country to have ever existed, and yet we can't say our people are fed. I mean, we have all of these conversations about, schmootings and schmizreels and schmickety schmackety schmoo, all the things we can't say on TikTok. We have all these conversations. It's great, but you know what? I've learned one thing from this administration. If you come into power, you don't have to care about anyone else. You don't have to care about what they did before you. You don't have to think about the consequences of your actions. You simply have to look at the agenda before you and start ripping out wiring until you get what you want. Okay? Now, if that is the case, I get it. I know I'm probably holding a match under people's feet. I'm sorry. But if that is the case... Can you be quicker?
No, I just want to respond.
Yes. Let me wrap it up. I'll totally will land right now. So if that is the case and people are entitled to food, right? Why are grocery stores for profit? And I know I'm asking a big, giant, broad question, right? I think this should be applied to many things. I think it should be applied to medical. I think it should be applied to fountain products. I think it should be applied to all kinds of things. But let's just keep it food. Let's just keep it simple. Why are grocery stores for profit? Why isn't every single grocery store partly owned by the government? Like, why isn't that a thing?
Okay.
Sorry.
I want to touch on one of the things you say before the question's answered. which is, you said if you learned one thing from this administration, you could walk in and basically like disregard anything the previous administration has done. Can you remind me, what did Joe Biden do when he got into office, like the day of or day after?
I don't know.
Didn't he reverse every single one of Trump's policies? Like they could?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. I think that's something that most of them tend to do on their first day, isn't it?
But you said that you learned that from this administration. Were you just not paying attention before?
No, I'm sorry. The East Wing is gone. I don't know if you noticed.
It's not completely gone. They are doing construction.
Yeah.
No, it's gone. It's gone. They got rid of all of it.
It's called construction, guys.
There used to be an East Wing. There's no longer an East Wing right now.
Exactly.
It's the ship of Theseus argument. Cut it out.
My point is still the same. Wiring is just torn out. Okay, fine. Let's not argue about it. Let's tear out some real wiring. Let's look at feeding people. Fine, let's feed people. Let's take grocery stores out of the hands of profit.
Yeah, my guy, the problem that exists in your scenario is everything that's in that grocery store needs to be curated, correct? And that's going to be coming from your places like Campbell's, your Cokes, your Pepsis, your Goldfish, your frozen foods. I mean, we can go on, your produce. And then all of those things have to get there some way, and they're all going to be coming from different locations. Then you, my guy, let me finish.
Yeah,
then you have to have all of the shelves stocked in there so people like you can come in there and get it. Then you're going to have the checkers that are there. So my guy, it's not as simple as, hey, let us just give free food to everybody, because there's a lot of labor that goes in and cost and ambition and risk into going through this process, Daniel. So it's not just as simple as what
Please don't do that, Daniel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, yeah, please don't just talk during the time he's talking, even if you just agree.
Apologize.
Thank you. It just sometimes it messes with people and they forget what they're saying and they get distracted by it or whatever.
I'm sorry, Object.
That's all right. Thank you. I don't know if you wanted to respond. Yeah.
Yeah, I could. I just wanted to respond with, I think, what do they call them? The S-HEED drone. They cost about $50K, and we're spending about $4+ million per shot to take them out. I mean, I'm not going to be able to give you a comprehensive Excel spreadsheet right now with how much money we've wasted. But I really do think if we take this down to something as simple as food, yeah, you're right. There's a whole lot of stuff involved. But if every single person I talk to believes that human beings should be allowed to eat, why aren't we doing something about it? Why are we spending all our time arguing about all these other nuances, all these other things that we can't solve in the moment because we don't agree on it? You know what we do agree on? People should eat, right?
Because your argument is a gross oversimplification and a virtue signal.
And the problem is you want, hold on, Daniel. The problem is you want the ranchers that are out there spending their time, their money, their resources, taking care of the cattle. Then that has to go through the process. You just want them to give that away. And that can go through every industry, whether it's a crop, whether it's animal, whether it's fish. I mean, how do these people get compensated if you just want them to come back and be like, here it's for everybody? It doesn't work.
Okay, there are solutions for all this, but before I go on, or before I let this go on, hold on one sec. Can I get everybody to tap the screen, share the live, do the heart me at the top next to my name? There's a little orange heart. Click on the orange heart. If it says join, click on join, then click on the orange heart. Gift the panel if you like what they're saying. Even if you don't like what they're saying, gift the panel and help me with my gift goal. It's a bunch of little fam things or whatever. They're like 15 cents a piece or something. And we do have a mod in the comments right now, Viper Vicky. She is a mod for a lot of different liberal panels. You will see her all over the place in the comments, helping us all out. And she, because our healthcare system sucks so bad in this country right now, she's going through some healthcare issues and it is not being covered. She's collecting specialists right now. So a couple in the community have helped her out by setting up a GoFundMe. She has it in her bio. She also has a couple of cash apps. If you can throw her an extra few bucks, that would be great. All of us would appreciate it quite a bit because we don't know what we do without her. Thank you all. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vicky.
Continue the conversation.
I do want them to get paid, and I acknowledge that wholeheartedly. I do. But we have the money. we just won't spend it on the things that we should be spending it on. We have the money. We're the richest nation to ever exist. You can't tell me we can't put food in everyone's mouth. You just can't tell me that. Not when we can afford to fire $4 million a pop, right? And sometimes you see those videos come through where they actually disturb me, where they show the $sign below the weapon, and the weapon will be firing, and it'll have the $sign just rolling along. And those guns and stuff. I mean, even some of the machine guns, after a minute of firing, cost millions of dollars.
Make sure to say pew pew for the live.
Okay, Daniel, here's the deal. Daniel,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt him.
No,
Make sure he was done.
Wait, we can say pew. We can say gun, by the way.
Are you sure about that? I was just trying to help out.
One of the gifts is a money gun. We can say gun.
I was just trying to help out. Sorry, bro.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I just always say gun, so.
And objective, I think it is something that is, yeah, man, it's a hard situation to figure out because there's a lot of levers to pull, but the facts remain the same. I'm pretty sure we all agree that everyone should eat. We live in the richest, most powerful, most wealthy nation in the world. We can do it. We can simply do it.
Daniel,
all we have to do is change it.
Daniel, I would argue though that in the United States of America, through programs like SNAP and WIC, we do make sure that every American eats, or at least has the ability to be able to apply for said programs. And so, if they are indigent or poverty, they absolutely will qualify in their states. But this brings me to the next point, though, Daniel, is when and where is enough? Because we could argue, Daniel, that beans and broccoli and rice is sufficient for survival. And at what point in time is it the Americans' people, responsibility to provide luxuries such as filet mignon or ribs or pork? I don't even know what you would consider luxury and not luxury. But I mean, where do we draw the line to say you are fed and this is enough to whereas all right, now you're taking advantage? And I'm going to land it there.
I appreciate you, man. That's a magnificent question, and I think those are the conversations we could have. And I think that we're a powerful enough nation to solve it. I don't think that you're right. There's questions to be answered, and maybe it's a lofty approach. But one thing that I've really gotten tired of feeling jealous of other countries. I'm a Gen Xer, right? So I grew up at the peak of the just say no. I grew up at the peak of American, power and all of that stuff. And being told how great we were. And, here I am now, I'm almost 50. And I get it, man. I understand. I was on free lunch as a kid. I had to go pick up the token every day. And yeah, so you're right. Those things are in place, but it's not good enough. It isn't good enough. All you have to do is listen to some of the stories from some of the towns, and there's kids hungry. There's kids. I just saw a lady the other day. She posted a story that a kid neighbor came over and asked if she could make him a sandwich because they had been off school because it was the weekend and he hadn't eaten in a couple of days. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we shouldn't have that. We're the most powerful. Why aren't other nations jealous of us? Why aren't other nations jealous of us? Why are other nations saying, "Hey, America, look at our free healthcare. Hey, America, look at our, low crime rate."
We subsidize their healthcare.
Sure, for real, and I think with Schmizrael in particular, we do. But why aren't we doing that here? And let's just start with food. And I'm sorry. Objective to your other question, like where do we draw the line? Right? Great question. That's a great question. I would, in my head, I see grocery stores providing sustenance, and there being a for-profit industry of that higher end stuff. Just like if we were to provide, I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole of a universal income, but a lot of folks have talked about the prospect of a universal income. Once you get people at a place where they don't have to worry whether or not they're literally going to live, then we can start talking about fixing the bigger things in society. So let's start with food and shelter.
It's interesting that you brought that up because if you actually go and you maybe look into this a little bit, You look at places like New York and California, Oregon, all these places that have minimum wages up into like the $17, $14 range, and then you start to correlate that to the unhoused in those places, you are going to see that statistically they have higher percentages per capita of unhoused in there, so they have increased their wages, but yet have made the cost of living and the cost of just everyday goods so expensive that people can't even, afford to have a roof over their head, versus places like Texas and Florida's where we're still at $7.25, and we beat the national average when it comes to unhoused. So it's like when we start to think of these social programs, look, you have to be careful on where you start. I will agree with you that when it comes to social programs, there's a couple that I find important for my ideology, and that is, to your point, people need to eat, and two, people need to be taken care of when it comes to health care. Those are my two important ones out there if I were to put them at the top of the list. And so I'd love to figure out a way to get there, but it is so nuanced on how to get there, and I'm going to have a capitalistic approach on getting there, and I'll end it there.
Okay, sorry guys, just 1 second. I'm so sorry, Mustard. You can actually go next. I just wanted to introduce the new panelist. Is it Dion?
Diane Feet. Diane Feet.
Oh, Diane Feet. Oh my
Before
God.
Live on Needs.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the panel. Can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
52 for North Carolina, and I don't support either party.
Right or left? Are you right or left?
I have conservative values.
Okay.
Did you vote in the previous election?
No, I didn't. I can't support any party with what's going on with them now. Nobody in our government's worth is I can't put my name to anybody in the government with what's going on with e-files and all that.
But that was after the election. So
I knew about all that stuff. I know about that for 10 years, what the government was doing and what they're involved in.
This one's acceptable.
Do you know him, Donovan?
I agree.
No,
it's
I do
acceptable.
not.
I'm fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
I know it's fine. I just think it's funny.
I interrupted Mustard, so I apologize, Mustard. Did you want to say something there?
Yeah, and no problem. I was interrupting as I came up here, so what's good for the goose, right? I just wanted to add, okay, Daniel, I love your idea and object. You are right on. It is going to take a lot, but what if we went in smaller increments? What if we just started with free lunches for kids, free breakfast and lunch for kids across the nation that are in school, and then keep that throughout the summer? And then those kids who may not have that food in the summer are able to get at least 2 meals a day from school, or maybe even one if that's all they can make it up there. Plus, you give jobs now to those aides. You don't have the teachers' aides that are in the classes that may only get paid for the 7 or 9 months that they're in school. It helps the community. It gives children free, or not free food because we're all paying for it, but it gives them meals that we could probably get behind, because if I'm not mistaken, in order to feed all those kids, I'm not going to say the number because I don't have that exactly in my head, but it's not very expensive. I land my plane.
Yeah, I do believe we have those programs, though. Like in Texas, if you're a kid and you're enrolled in school, you're not going hungry. We have the free lunch programs, and I thought most states had those where you could apply. I'm not, totally up to speed on it, but am I crazy for thinking that those programs exist?
Well, I know like Alabama rolled theirs back a little bit. I think it just depends. Oh,
go ahead, Mustard. Sorry, it also depends on. No. And well, we could do this federally though, just so it goes across the states, because what they've found is that kids who are eligible for the free lunches that probably you remembered in school, you have to have some sort of punch card, or the parents have to pay back the money, or you have to go up there and literally tell the people, I'm poor, give me my free lunch. Dude, the shame and guilt that brings to children is not acceptable. And this way, those kids could be better fed. And it's also scientifically proven that people who are well fed do better in school. So
maybe that will help them in the future.
I believe that there would be a defined process that you go through, and if you don't like that process, that's something that we could talk about.
Yes.
But the process, is what it is. And if it exists and you're choosing not to take advantage of it, there's, what else is one to do other than provide the education, provide the resources? And if you're still hey, I'm too proud to do it, then that's on you. I don't know how else to help an individual like that.
Mojo. Well, are you going to say that to a fifth grader?
Wait, I heard
Are you going
my
to say
name.
that to a fifth grader? Sorry, go ahead,
I
Mojo.
called your name. This is
Donovan.
starting to feel like a virtue signaling competition. Can I ask the FNG a question? Okay.
Can you ask who? What?
Can I ask the FNG a new question?
What's the FNG? I don't know what the hell that is.
The fucking new guy.
Oh, okay. Yes, ask the fucking new guy.
Okay, so this guy's a wild card. Yeah, he doesn't have any stated political affiliation, so
I have conservative values.
Here's my question. It's two parts. Do you acknowledge the existence of the deep state? And if yes, define it.
That's a tough entry question. What the hell?
No, it's pretty basic with his initial commentary.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the deep state has to do with it would have to do with what our government is involved in as the pedos.
If I could real quick.
Wait.
No.
Wait, I want this to happen, Daniel. Donovan, do you want to explain what you mean, or
what do you mean,
Donovan?
Oh,
on his voice came
not Dion.
I'm sorry, Donovan's got bars now. Damn it!
To discern that this individual's objection is to the deep state.
Okay, so if there is a deep state, would it not also be responsible for, I don't know, covering up the e-files? Dion?
I would think so.
There you go.
Well, the problem is the government's not going to tell them. The people that can do anything about what's going on with the pedos are the pedos, and they're not going to tell them themselves. They're not going to prosecute themselves. They're not going to do anything about themselves. They're going to protect themselves.
So you think there is a deep state, and you think that, but can you define what the deep state is, I guess, is this other portion of the question. What is it made up of?
There's 13 bloodlines that run the world since the 1400s.
Wow. Okay. That was more than I expected.
That's exactly what I expected.
The Rothschilds, the Bilderbergs.
Can you name the 13 families?
No, I can't.
I'm going to bow out. I thank you guys all so much. I've never before had political discussion. This was amazing for me. My heart grew 10 times today. Thank you.
I'd love to hear that, Build-A-Bear.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Build-A-Bear?
Yes. Your PFP. Yes, Build-A-Bear. Thank you for being here. You're always welcome back. I do this every friggin' day. So.
Yeah, Daniel, come back.
I'm going to claim old for not knowing that, Mojo. What's your excuse?
What's my excuse for what?
How do you, knowing that, Build-A-Bear, did you participate, sir? How would you know that?
No, you don't. Oh my God, he doesn't know this story. Oh my God, this is hilarious.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to derail.
No. He has a membership. No, he has a membership. He takes his dogs there every month, once a month.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. No. What are you talking about? No, I don't know what Build-A-Bear is. I just assumed that his PFP was a bear, and that's what she was
Look
referring
at that Build-A-Bear stock.
I don't even know what that means, but I just assumed she was talking about his PFP. That's all it was.
I was. Yeah,
but you don't know what Build-A-Bear is in real life, real time, right now?
It wasn't too deep.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's a store.
You might want to take a look at the Build-A-Bear stock.
Build-A-Bear workshop.
I thought it was a funny comment, is all.
Oh.
Later Build-A-Bear is all. I thought it was funny.
It was funny. I thought it was funny too. I don't even know what it means, but it's funny.
Do you want to show the bears that you've built?
I don't have any stinking bears. Leave me alone. Damn.
Mojo, I'm going to send you a bear, and it's going to have my voice in it.
That's scary. That's scary.
And it'll just go. There was an earthquake in Alaska.
Yes.
Every time you hug it.
Hey Mojo, if you don't like bears, I just took my daughter there, and she got a puppy. So you can always get those.
What's going on here?
I think
don't
Build-A-Bear
even know what's
Workshop
going
needs to be shut down. It actually feels a little bit illegal. How are you working and paying to work? Like you're having to literally manufacture your own and then paying for it.
Well, you can get tips.
That's a hell of a business plan. If you can talk people into working for free and then actually paying somebody to be able to work.
They don't work for free.
The people that go in there and build the
talking about the kids.
Well, they have the people who work there fill the bear up. And you get to pick out the clothes and everything.
Oh,
I
so
would
you've
argue
done this?
laundromats are a better
You've done this
grift model
before?
for that.
Do you know what the best grift model is? Those storage unit buildings.
I so want to be an asshole right now.
Go ahead. No, don't go ahead.
I'm not going to. Sorry, go ahead.
I told you
go ahead. I'm biting my
You're making
tongue.
me hold my tongue.
I am biting my tongue right
It's
now.
time to make that visit to Build-A-Bear. Get your nerves down.
I didn't realize that the
Monthly
joke
visit.
would start a whole new conversation.
It did. I don't even remember where we were at before. What were you guys talking about? The deep state.
The deep state.
Yeah, what is the deep state?
The deep
Diane?
state. Good God.
Still on that? I wasn't looking to talk about that.
Oh, well, Donovan just want to know if you can define the deep state. That was it. If you can't define it, it's fine. We can move on. Donovan can't define it either, so it's okay.
I absolutely have on many occasions.
It's just those people that are in government. It's just those people that are in government and people outside of government that control government. But I can't tell you who they are, but they're just there.
They're on the inner side and the inner layer of the Pentagon below it, just deep down, and they're the state.
Okay, so the state is the state.
Can you
is
name the
state.
13 families?
With the 13 families.
No. Can you name them?
I already said I couldn't. I can name some of them.
Well, how do we know it's 13?
There's 13 bloodlines.
Which ones can you name?
Rockefeller, Bilderberg, Rothschilds.
Mellon's got to be on there.
No, not
Mojo
Mellon.
still owes me a
Shut up,
galaxy
CS.
from that.
Shut up, CS.
The Koch brothers, are they on there?
The Koch.
Nope.
No. I have
What
no
do you
idea.
think about those 13 bloodlines that you brought up?
I think they're powerful families and they run the world.
Is that it?
They're pure evil. They're devil worshippers.
Do you know how we could stop that? We could stop that by creating a one world government and creating a world bank. Wait. And creating a one world bank and issuing one currency to the entire world and taking in all the precious metals into that bank to fund that one world currency. We could completely empty their bank accounts because whatever currency they have right now or whatever they're holding on to is not going to be worth any more than what anybody else is holding at any given time. Now, if they have if they hold all their stuff in gold or diamonds or something like that, maybe it might work. But if they've got any kind of cash or investments, then they're going to lose those to the new world currency as well.
But Mojo, you got to have a fix for the demon worshipping. So we need Christianity. We got to have a religion.
Well, Mojo, so you support the globalist agenda?
I support a one world government.
Well, the 13 families are bringing the one world government.
I don't support a globalist agenda. I don't support the notion that rich people are going to control the world. I support the people of the world controlling the world.
Why was that funny to you, Die on Feet?
I think he coughed.
I coughed. I'm sorry.
I like that idea.
Why are you guys being so hostile to our new friend?
I like our new friend. I don't know. TBD.
You know the new economic forum, World Economic Forum. You heard of that?
Nope, never.
Yes.
So they actually meet with our government every year and make laws for they make laws with our government together. I mean that's a deep state.
No, they don't make laws.
They do.
Do you mean Silicon Valley? The guys over at Amazon and Elon Musk and who are you? Bill Gates?
Well, those are
you
the super
talking about
elites.
the tech billionaires?
Those are all super elites that
I believe Elon Musk moved to Texas.
Yes.
I mean, Gates said that he can control the population of the world through vaccines.
What? Yes, so more people
Wait,
live.
whoa. 1 second, panel. We have to be very careful with this topic. Die on feet. We just have to be we have to be careful with this topic because it'll get the live taken down if we go too far into conspiracies, okay? Specifically.
You said it on the video. It's not a conspiracy.
That was not what was said, though.
The
context is different.
And I don't care what is said on the video. It's not going to, there's a lot of things said on videos that we can't discuss here. It's not our rules, it's TikTok rules. And again, I just don't want the live to get taken down. So I would appreciate it.
That's why I said I really wasn't looking to talk about this, because it's hard to talk about it because you can't say what you can't say.
I agree with you.
TikTok.
I agree with you. Is there something that you wanted to talk about today? Because you've been getting a lot of questions.
I was just going to don my tinfoil hat. What are you doing? I'm just donning my tinfoil hat.
Free lunches at school. I believe if you have SNAP benefits, you're automatically eligible for free lunches. Like you're automatic. You don't have to sign up or anything. You show you have your SNAP benefits and they give you free lunch.
You know what would be nice is if we just provided free breakfast and free lunches to all of the kids in public school, period.
Agreed.
So nobody has to do any programs or whatever. It's given to everyone.
We could do this
and then
stuff.
we all eat the same food. If they want to bring in their food from home, fine. But food is available for no money.
But we need to stop the spending. We need to stand up against the government for their spending money out of the country and keep the money here so we can do stuff like that. We can't.
Hey, can I ask a question really quickly, Fee? Have you been upset recently with prices on where they are?
Well, the prices started going up under Biden. They went up the highest under Biden.
No, I'm just curious. Are you happy with where grocery prices are today?
No, of course I'm not. I mean, why would I be?
Hey, Fee, are you happy with them?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so guess what? If you get what you're asking for and giving everybody food in these states, yeah, they're going to be a lot more expensive. All you're doing is going to be able to cover.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, that's all that's going to happen.
Yes.
Everything's going to go up. Everything's going to cost you more.
It already works. It's already worked in other states.
Why would the government give us free lunch at school?
Even if it remained the same today, you'll have less income in your pocket because you're going to have to pay for it. It's going to come through taxes. So even if you're unhappy with today's prices and you will admit that they won't go up and they'll just remain the same, you're going to have less money to spend because somebody's going to have to pay for it. It's going to come from you and me.
I guess you didn't listen to what I said, did you? You didn't hear a damn thing I said. If we stop spending money,
why don't you address what I said?
The money
Go
would
ahead,
be here.
point it out.
If we shut up against the government for sending all our money overseas, the money would be here to take care of America. I mean, we're $40 trillion in
Our
debt.
money's still going to have to be able to be sent overseas to protect us. I mean, you do realize that there's more to us being surviving and eating, right? Having the ability to eat is, a luxury for us because we're able to survive because of all this money that we're sending over at other places. You realize that, right?
So we're buying our freedom, we're buying our safety from these other countries?
I mean, yeah, I would argue 100%. You don't think that the money that we spend over in other places is about our security?
Yes, are you suggesting
gender studies in Pakistan is for our security?
Sell pics. We have sweater pics. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying that when gender studies in Pakistan is for our security.
I'm sorry?
Gender studies in Pakistan is for our security?
If you're speaking of Doge, no, I don't think that was good money spent. But that's not the money I'm talking about, my guy. That's a small piece of the pie when you look at the total big picture.
Are these guys talking? I totally missed that. What are you guys talking about?
I have no idea.
we buy our freedom from all the other countries. That's why I send money to them.
Basically, they said, in order for us to get free breakfast and lunches in school, we need to stop sending money overseas. Which
that's crazy.
That's not what I said at all.
I did not say that.
Okay, I can show you studies right now that say that will prove to you that we can get rid of food insecurity in this country for less than $10 billion a year. And honestly, if we change our economic system, we can get rid of it today because we grow enough food in this country to feed the country 10 times over. It just goes to waste because there's no profit motive in keeping food around or giving food away.
And you said it's less than a few $1 billion to just take care of it, right?
For $10 billion a year, which is a drop in the bucket in our overall budget, we could make sure that everybody is fed in this country at least 2,000 calories a day.
And we gave Argentina $20 billion.
Yeah.
Or the $500 billion they're asking in new defense spending. Apparently that's okay with conservatives, but feeding children is not. I just don't understand where the next generation of workers are supposed to come from, unless they're supposed to be poverty-stricken, unable to live. This year, graduates, my daughter was just here for Mother's Day. She's lucky enough to have a job, but a lot of her friends are not getting jobs, and the ones graduating from an Ivy League school this year, very few are getting jobs. They're making it rough out there. And
What did you say the money was for? You said conservatives are for it? I didn't hear what you said the money was for, or what was going on.
I said if we could give $500 billion more, which is what Hegseth is asking for the defense budget, I do not understand how and why we cannot say that we can do this. In other words, the money is there, it's the will is not. And that's predominantly on conservatives. They will not vote for it.
Can I add one thing to that? And it's pretty much, we are pretty much a capitalist society, and in order for a capitalist society to work, there always has to be a working class or an underclass. At least from my experience and my thoughts, my studies. If anybody has anything to say on that, please let me know. I definitely have to learn.
Well, to be fair, though, this is where they do answer the question, but nobody like the answer, and people like to lie about the answer. Immigration. That's what's going to continue to provide that working class. And Republicans and Democrats both know it, which is why neither one of them are going to actually produce effective immigration policy or do immigration policy correctly in the first place. It's always been biased. It's always been selective. And that said, that's why it exists today. That's why y'all, the people on the right, I'm not going to say y'all, the people on the right complain about this situation that supposedly got so out of hand. No, it's always been the case because they're not trying to support the working class that they have. We cost too much.
Okay, I want to show this real quick because this is something that happens every year. Americans failed to pay $688 billion in taxes in 2021, IRS says. Looks for more audits. This is the 84,000 IRS agents that were to be appointed by under some legislation passed by Biden, so that we could do more audits on the wealthy in this country, because the wealthy are getting away with not paying taxes right now because we don't have enough IRS agents to actually do the audits. So we were losing out on like $700 billion a year simply because we can't collect taxes from them.
Oh no, the poor IRS agents.
Well, don't you want that money collected?
Yeah.
And why did Amazon pay zero in taxes this year? Or Tesla? Why are we giving government contracts to billionaires instead of giving government contracts to small businesses?
Because those individuals can fulfill the contracts. Small businesses, especially in this scale, can't. That's why.
Based off of what? Resources that they can acquire because we're not giving them resources to acquire same said resources in the way we're doing Starlink, Tesla, and everywhere else.
NASA.
And government contracting, probably none. Absolutely none. So again, though, if it's the citizens' tax dollars going back to SpaceX, why can't me and this lovely lady next to me, say that we want our tax dollars to go back to everyday people, average Americans, small businesses, and things like that, instead of SpaceX or Tesla or Starlink?
Again, because it's a gross oversimplification. Are you two going to start in a company in your garage that's going to compete with SpaceX?
Hey, if the government gave you subsidies like they did to Tesla, heck yeah.
Yes, or SpaceX. Our tax dollars paid for building those quote-unquote private companies. What are you talking about, Donovan?
We paid for the internet.
Your position's laughable. It's absolutely laughable.
You're
laughable. Fact-based.
Actually, I'll compromise. How about this? Since we're doing so much for the oil companies militarily, I'll just be okay with giving every American free gas, and y'all can do whatever the hell else y'all like. There we go. Thanks. Problem solved.
We should nationalize oil. I still think we should. It should have been shared by the people whose land it is on. And the biggest chunk should go to our indigenous. It's exhausting.
It is. It's called
how much capitalism takes.
It's called the PFD. If you've ever lived in Alaska, you'd know that.
Well, I never lived in Alaska. And I know that they get it. They should get more. And it's crazy how much you don't understand, Donovan, the disparity that I grew up as a poor kid to climb out of that to where I am now. I could do that. We have kids who aren't able to get jobs who are Ivy League educated.
Oh my God. So
I mean, with
Ivy
student
League,
loans.
you guys
it's not
are
just
turned
Ivy League.
completely
It's
on your
states.
head. Did you just say the poor Ivy League? Is that what you just said?
They're coming out of school. My daughter didn't, but other kids are coming out of school with $250,000 in debt. Not just Ivies, any college right now.
Yeah, if you get a degree in gender studies, I'm not surprised that you can't find a job.
These are
Excuse me, it
kids
was
coming out
underwater
with
basket weaving,
engineering.
but thank you.
It's engineering degrees.
It's upside down transgender underwater basket weaving. What are you talking about?
True. My degree, my daughter has a job, but thank you.
And why can't they find jobs? They're not out there? Jobs aren't available?
Yeah, they're unavailable. Companies, Amazon, all of the guys in Silicon Valley just laid off almost 300,000 people total. The U.S. government laid off 300,000 people total. I think last year was the lowest growth in new jobs that we've had in decades. It was 100,000 total.
You're saying Trump is shrinking the size of government?
Wait, he's making it incompetent, though. It is taking like 6 or 7 times longer to create an application. I know this from personal experience because of the people that were laid off in this process. So this is what Republicans do. They tell you that the government fails and it doesn't work very well and it can't actually do anything efficiently. And then they fire a bunch of people and say, see, look, it's not working. Oh, my God.
Negative. What we want, and the example that I'm going to give is the Department of Education. We would much rather give people authority that have skin in the game vis-a-vis local interests than have a faceless bureaucracy that wastes billions of dollars in Washington, thousands of miles from the issue.
Getting rid or defunding the Department of Education did nothing to save any money at all, not a penny. Every single thing that the Department of Education did is a requirement. These are all something that is written. These are all things that are written into law. All they did was move it from the Department of Education to another department and overtax the employees in that other department, or they had to hire new people for those jobs anyway. One of the two. So either way, you're making it less efficient, or you're paying the same amount or more money than you were paying before.
And you're trying to address a problem, and you're not even speaking on the problem accurately, because when has local authorities not had control over education? They have the most control, actually. It is the case that our Department of Education truly handled enforcement of civil rights and disability issues and things like that when it came to education, and then also grants and initiatives, projects to support secondary education and also primary education. That's it.
Could the SBA
at the end of
fulfill that role?
The SBA fulfill the role of supporting, of giving grants? I'm sure for college students. However, could the SBA give grants necessarily for, other things? Yeah, I can see that part. As far as when we come to the issues with the education system, that's still at the local level. And that oversight still needs to be done by educators, not by other people.
Right. So what you've acquiesced to is the idea that Trump has targeted a redundancy in government and is going to save us billions of dollars in consolidating the power into the SBA, as opposed to having government middlemen continue to fuck up the issue.
No, there was no problem. All I gave you is that, yes, they could administrate the numbers around grants. But that being said, someone at an SBA may not be the person to make decisions about what grants or what we need to be incentivizing. I may need to incentivize this workforce. I may need to incentivize this. I may need to incentivize everything all the way around and not just incentivize off of an agenda. It is the case that being from another department with a whole nother different sector, you have a lot of pull that could not necessarily be the best for the Department of Education. And you know this. I don't even know why I'm having to say these things because it's common sense.
Here, hold on.
Since the inception of the Department of Education, education has been on a steep decline. So we clearly need to do something different. And Trump has the political will and power to do so rather than simply virtue signal and say, oh, we need more money for education. And just throw all this money down a bottomless pit.
Hold on a sec. True Love, hold on. True Love, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Are you there?
45. Trump.
Okay. Can you
25?
Can you turn
I
your?
said 45, man.
Can you? I have a question for you, Alexis. Do you listen to Scratch and Cringy?
Scratch and Cringy, no.
Okay. It is the case. Where do you get it is the case from?
I don't know.
That's something they
Could
say
be an
all the time
Alabama
too.
thing.
Okay. Just checking.
Southern thing, maybe. I don't know.
I love her accent, not gonna lie. It's the first
It's
Southern
just
accent I
saying
really enjoyed.
it is the case. Saying it is the case is something that's going around among a bunch of young.
She's a woman.
No.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I appreciate y'all having me up.
Thanks for being here.
Take
Y'all have a
Next
good day.
time, maybe do some research on the other families.
If I get time,
There you go.
We want an entire list.
Of the 13
All right.
bloodlines.
I'll see what I can do.
There you go.
All right.
Have a good one.
Y'all have a good day.
You as well.
Take care.
Go away.
What's the little line on the bottom represent?
Me. So, okay, long story short, my PFP is a tiger face that I had drawn as a tattoo design. So when I started doing TikTok lives, the people that started following me decided that I was a tiger because I wasn't on camera. So they just started treating me as a tiger. So they started creating images of me as a tiger. So it became a thing. And now I'm this tiger. And then I decided to start going on camera, but I'm still have this alter ego of a tiger.
Mojo, please don't act like sometimes you ain't ferocious now.
I'm really.
Now, that's cool. I mean, I get that. But what is the hat about?
It's a tinfoil hat. To make sure that I am protected from all the conspiracy theories that are going around. And I choose violence because I will argue about anything and with anybody.
What about the other hand?
What
Ask them about H-2B visas.
The one that
violence
next
is
to you.
different in argument. Would you,
You'll win.
would you agree?
I didn't hear any of that because there were three people talking at the same time.
Yeah, I'm talking about the hat, the one that says you're in a cult. That one.
Oh, well, that's because you're in a cult.
Oh, so
I would say I would argue that the left is in a cult, but I'm more concerned with the hat.
Absolutely.
So do you mean like when you say I choose violence? Do you mean you would be violent towards the right?
No, it just means I'll argue with you about anything.
No,
It's a sentiment. It's a sentiment that people use online to say when they wake up in the morning and they want to have a conversation that's rough.
I don't know why the left is so violent. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, why is the left so violent? That's a good question.
I don't even eat meat. I don't even eat meat, my guy. I am not a violent person.
Yeah, I don't think that has to do with violence. I mean, I know vegetarians that.
Of course it does.
Yeah,
really?
Mojo, most mass shootings are by like transgenders. So what?
You're an idiot, child. You are a moron.
That is
truth.
A ridiculous
It's
statement.
literally the truth.
No, it's not.
Not
It's
the
single
majority.
white men. Sadly,
That's not true either. But
that is true.
Well, again, most mass shootings like that have happened in like the last 2 years.
You can't say-
probably.
They're not
Say
in America.
respect the host's life.
Why is everybody talking at the same time? Can we stop doing that, please?
Yeah. So what is the definition of a mass pupilling? ma'am.
3 to 4
Oh my
people
God.
injured.
Yeah, it's 4 or more. So would you say with 4 or more, there's a mass pew-pewing at least 50 times a weekend?
Sure, we can go with that. I believe
Uh,
that.
okay, so that wouldn't be white man that leads that number. That would be
The
black
best.
man.
Well,
No,
no,
that would be
that.
pew pews leading the
Wow, are
number.
you dumb?
Well, I mean, but now you're splitting hairs.
No, I'm
Back.
not. Pew pews lead the number of mass unalivings.
Okay,
They
then
do.
you can't say white man.
Yeah, and forks lead to
The
obesity.
white men behind them are the ones who
Then
are
I'm saying the black
legislating
man
for
behind
them
them.
to continue to run rampant.
I'm saying a black man behind them.
Hey, do you
What
know
about
any
it?
black people?
Do I?
Yeah,
Yes,
do you know any black
I know
people?
some. Do you know any?
Yes, in fact, my father's black, so
No, I prefer
there
not
we
to
go.
be wrong.
All right,
Name a
so
All
90s
right.
rap song. Let's do this.
90s. Which one, dude? I'm 51, brother. That's where I
So,
came up.
Y'all
You want
I
old.
mean,
EPMD?
are you tokenizing?
All right.
You
I'm
want
gonna
Guys, we are
wait.
not going to
EPMD?
let this go
Stop.
off the rails. We are
Stop.
not going to
Stop.
let this
Okay,
go off the
Stop.
rails.
Yeah,
done.
let the liberal
Stop.
needs to
Stop
chill out.
talking.
Right.
Stop talking. Stop talking. I am
Speak
looking
violence.
at. Stop talking. I am looking at Statista right now. Number of mass shootings in the United States from 1982 to March of 2026 by shooters, race, or ethnicity. 87 events by white people, 27 by black people, 12 by Latinos, 10 by Asians, 5 by other, 3 by Native American, and 15 by unknown. So 87
Thank
to
you.
27, white to black.
Yeah, I have a rebuttal to that. Yeah, whites are the majority is this for the country? Whites are the majority.
Oh,
And
God.
so
You're going to go.
again, the number ratio literally proves the point that
No.
the other race does more. So
No,
Oh
baby,
my
it doesn't.
goodness.
Technically,
They're
you don't understand the math.
overrepresented based on
Yeah.
the amount of the
Yeah,
population.
and overrepresented means not 1-to-1. It means that it's overrepresented.
Technically,
You're
the definition.
absolutely ding dongs.
Technically, the definition has changed. So it's 4 or more. If you have 4 or more, anytime there is
He
a
just
danger,
did the research, dude.
man, calm
He
down
just
for a
gave you
second.
the
I'm not.
No, no. 1 second. AKA, please, I would like to hear your opinion. I'm just a mod here. I'm not debating. But if you could please be respectful. I know, like, you are probably used to panels that get really hot. We're not going to treat you that way here. We just want to have discussion. So if you could please, like, just be kind. Don't tell anyone to be quiet. Please don't call them ma'am.
didn't. I
She's got a
said
name
ma'am.
right there. Please, that'd be great.
I can't see her name. Butterfly? What is that?
My name is Faye.
Hold on. Fee. Okay, Fee, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't say
Thank
ma'am
you,
because I
thank
think
you.
ma'am's respectful. I mean, I don't think
Yeah,
ma'am's
Just
disrespectful.
use
Yeah.
Fee. That would be
I called them lady the other day and they got offended. So yeah.
Okay, Fee. The definition is 4 or more.
And Mojo just gave you the statistics. You don't want to hear them.
No, I don't care. By his probably FBI. I assume he got that from the FBI.
Yeah, the stats. The stats.
.gov.
Yeah, the stats do come from the FBI. They were posted on Statista. But you can show me other stats if you really want to. But
I mean, you didn't get
I'm
them
just
from the
telling
Southern
you.
Poverty Law Center, right?
No, they're too busy busting. They're too busy busting up
I just wanna make
KKK.
sure.
They're too busy busting up KKK groups.
You mean paying the KKK?
Nope, busting them up,
No.
suing them into non-existence.
I'm just double checking because the definition of a mass pew-pewing is 4 or more.
Dude, are
Yeah,
you
we know the
rapey?
definition, aka baby. What's the next argument?
Wait, don't do that
So-
either. Don't call him baby.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
she
We
can
know
call
each
me
other
baby.
outside
She
of
can
here.
call
I'm
me
sorry.
baby. I don't have a problem with her calling me baby.
Well, I just have a problem on the panel because I don't want men or women to use
Sorry.
pet names, because if they use pet names, they end up doing it in a derogatory fashion, and I have to put a stop to it, and it sucks. So I'd rather just have everybody use the names
I
that
understand.
are on. Okay, thank you.
Heard. We got you.
But I
Okay,
still
go
like
ahead.
it, though.
AKA, what is your next point?
Happy
We have
Mother's Day, by the
defeated
way, to
those
all the
points.
mothers. Before we get into the debate, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Republican,
Thank
Independent,
you.
or
Yes, happy Mother's
doesn't
Day,
matter.
ladies.
So my point is, by definition, we go by definitions are important, correct? So if you go by 4 or more, there was at least probably 30 this weekend in the United States that are not counted because it's not considered political violence. That's the problem.
So, how do you think the left is more violent than the right, though?
I mean, have you seen a No Kings rally?
Yes.
Like if you wear a MAGA, I see people wear MAGA hats, they get chased down by the left.
I've seen the right there though.
Not very often. See, there's a difference. I just have to be honest with you. Because that's why I choose violence down on the hat. That's the reason I kind of requested it. If the right ever decided to choose violence and actually protest, that would be bad.
You mean like January 6th?
No, that wasn't violent. That was a 2 hour.
sorry, what?
That was a 2 hour. That was a 2 hour meeting at the Capitol.
All right, we need to.
I'm sorry. I gotta
come
mute
to
up.
some
Meeting.
sort of shared
I'm not
reality.
being helpful.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is the problem with Trump because no matter he just says lies and y'all believe it. And
What
now you have
lie
an
did I say,
alternate.
ma'am?
May I finish speaking, sir?
Sorry.
AKA, sorry, Mojo. I almost said a wrong word. But we have to come to a shared reality. Trump does not live in our shared reality. Facts are facts. And until we can share those, we do have a fundamental issue. Is AKA going to drop or does he have a phone call?
No, I'm looking up another source. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you when I'm when I'm looking up the source. I can hear you. Keep talking.
No, I don't need to keep talking other than we have to start agreeing on what facts are. News people who come from reputable sources need to start being believed again. This is insanity that you go chasing information you want to be true.
Trust is earned. You understand that? And if they violated the trust of the American people, then they're exactly where they deserve to be.
Who told you they? I don't feel like the New York Times violated my trust. I don't feel like Reuters violated my trust.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh. Let's check your temperature then. What is it called? Is it the Gulf of America or the Gulf of Mexico?
It's the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, it is. And yet you say that we need to trust the media. No, that is not the case.
It is the Gulf of Mexico because the president of the United States can't change it.
Is he crazy?
Right. And the Louisiana Purchase, I guess presidents can't buy land and
no, nobody said anything about buying land, but
Oh.
certainly the president cannot change alone without Congress and without the approval of other states that are included in the process. The president cannot alone change how a body of water is designated.
Did you
Nor can
purchase
they
the
just
Gulf
buy
of Mexico?
property.
Did we
So,
purchase
I'm
the Gulf
sorry.
of Mexico?
The definition of a mass shooting is 3 or more. So actually,
I have Britannica
arguing
here.
the
I have
better.
Britannica here. That would be a mass killing is 3 or more. The definition of a mass shooting is 4 or more that are injured. I will show you. This is Britannica. This is a secondary source. Hold on. This is a secondary source. And in 1982, there was one. The highest year that we had on record was 2023, and there were 14 incidences.
I mean, sir, I see your stat there, but are you telling me last weekend in Chicago, each weekend in Chicago, an average of 30 pew shootings, right? Or do you don't care about say shootings?
Yeah, but I would say that there are not 4 more
They
people that are shot. That's what I'm saying.
They absolutely are 4 more
No,
people.
they're
What are you
not.
talking about? In
They're
my
not.
little city of Louisville, last weekend there was 2 shootings of 5 people.
And you're going to make this
So that-
assumption about Chicago based off of Louisville, Kentucky. Why?
Well, actually, Chicago would be worse.
Why?
No, it's not.
No, it's
Why
not.
would
And neither
it
is
be
New
worse?
York. Are you going to tell me New York had that many too?
Well, I have to look up the actual numbers, but I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not saying every weekend. Look at Memphis. Look.
Again, you have statistics. Where's all the violence happening and the poor education? You go back to Donovan.
There ain't no violence happening
It's
in
in
them rural,
red states.
Oh, it's not in blue cities.
Run by, listen, the governor and state senates or state
Ma'am.
legislatures are the ones who process and make laws and give funding. You
The
are
mayor-
wrong. You are
Mayor-
wrong.
No, ma'am. The mayor runs
I'm not.
the city.
And where does the money just doesn't come from the city, sir. It comes from the states, the governor and the legislature.
Very little. The city is self.
Okay. So when they did it in New York, where they raised like the tax on people that don't live there but own apartments more than $5 million, the governor had to approve that, and she did.
Hey, listen, before we move on to a new piece of misinformation, can we get back to your last piece of misinformation? I just went to my Maps app and backed out, and I looked at that particular body of water just south of Louisiana and Florida, and guess what it's called? Guess what it's called?
Where is the Maps app updated? Where is that an American company?
Yes, it is.
So they get to
irrelevant.
Wait.
It's
So
not
no, it is relevant. I'm sorry, it's relevant. The corporations can name shit whatever the fuck they want. They can name it the butthole of. They can name it the butthole of America if they want.
Well, there's a reason why they changed the name. So, I mean, that's the most important thing, right? So the name was changed so we could drill oil.
No, you don't get the right to just. Oh my God Almighty!
I know you want to save the earth. I know.
No, that's part of it. But the other part again is I don't understand how we're ever going to come together if we cannot come to some shared facts.
Well, because you deny basic facts.
Trump cannot arbitrarily change the name to the Gulf of Mexico.
I just looked it up. I just looked it up, so I will tell you guys. It says within the U.S. federal government, yes, the Gulf of America is now the official federal name after the President Trump signed the EO, blah, 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 blah. That means U.S. federal agencies now use Gulf of America in many official maps, documents, and communications. The name was added to the Federal Geographic Names Database. Some companies and map services in the U.S., like Google Maps, Apple Maps, adopted the new label for U.S. users. But internationally, it's more complicated. Mexico and many other countries and numerous international organizations still use the Gulf of Mexico. An executive order only controls U.S. federal naming practices. It does not legally bind other countries or international bodies.
Boom.
So it's still the Gulf of Mexico and the rest of the world, and the only people that call it the Gulf of America are dipshits in the federal government because they're required to. That's it.
Hey, Mojo, is it called Istanbul or Constantinople? Which is it?
Istanbul. They changed it.
Oh, so you're saying that the Caliph can just arbitrarily decide what a city is called? He doesn't need to supplicate. He doesn't need to supplicate the various leftist in order to get permission.
It's an international body of water.
It's international. That's the difference. If we wanted to change our name to Mojo's Butthole instead of the United States,
why's it got to be my butthole? What the hell?
No, it wasn't name called.
Did y'all see the chat? Rock said, "I'm in Canada." It says Gulf of Mexico, and then in parentheses it says Gulf of America.
Yeah, but
I don't know why that's funny to me.
The important part is the reason why it was changed. Under the Gulf of Mexico, then you would have more restrictions on drilling oil.
As
so
they
the reason
have.
that he changed, no, we shouldn't. We should drill as much as possible. So the reason that it was changed to Gulf of America means that we own that body of water.
No, we do not.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not.
No, we can't own the fucking body. We can't own the Gulf. What are you talking about? What is wrong with you? That's international waters. Stop it.
So listen. This is what it was about. It's about permitting on oil.
We know that's what Fox News told you.
I don't watch Fox News, man. I mean, see.
I mean, you're not wrong, but AKA again, it's not good either way. Like you say that.
Wrong.
Wait, how do you know this guy?
I'm saying.
How do you know this guy? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we frequent panels. We debate a lot. We frequent panels together. It's one of my acquaintances.
I'm sorry. I just have to apologize to you.
You have not proven me wrong.
Well, he has a special place in my heart. He's one of my honorary people, I guess.
Is it? It's the black. The little black rotting portion of your heart, right?
Yeah, it's
okay.
it's very,
just
very yeah. It's suffering, yeah. Okay, you're not wrong about them trying to skate loopholes to drilling with our internal legislation. But that being said, that doesn't mean that it's right. And again, respectfully, you don't live on the Gulf. You don't understand the dynamics with the climate change down here. And so if it's the case that people who even voted MAGA down here got an issue with some of the stuff they doing, then I think you need to be a little more ears open about it, because this is why we're having such bad fallouts with the storms continuing. We know this. I mean, and then we turn around and talk about FEMA not doing what it needs to do, X, Y, and Z, but then you're not helping us. You're not.
Can I just correct something now? It says, no, the name change itself does not directly expand drilling rights, increase oil production, or give the U.S. new legal control over the Gulf of Mexico. Changing the federal name to Gulf America is mostly symbolic, political, and branding national-oriented. Offshore drilling rights are determined by international maritime law, existing U.S. leases, environmental regulations, congressional laws, and executive energy policies. I know that the drilling thing has been the rhetoric, but it's not the truth.
Read the first sentence.
No, she's right. She's absolutely
No,
right.
but to my understanding, it was just to get around Biden's executive order about it.
No, it
not
was
necessarily.
not. It was not to get
Okay,
around
got you.
Biden's executive order. It was only because Donald Trump is a dipshit. That's the only reason it exists.
Well, that would be your opinion.
It would be. You are correct, sir.
Practically, oil companies already had access to U.S.-controlled Gulf drilling areas before the rename, and the rename itself does not create new drilling permits or territory. Any
Right, that
actual
makes sense.
expansion of drilling would require separate policy actions like new lease sales, regulatory
Yes,
approvals,
exactly.
or environmental rule change.
So look
Is
up
Mexico
new
part of
leases.
North America or South America?
Look up new leases.
Central
under Trump
America.
versus Biden.
Central America. Okay, so you have two continents on this side of the Atlantic. You have North America and South America. So wouldn't it make more sense to name that Gulf after the two continents instead of one country?
No, it would just make sense for it to be the name that it is, which is technically linked to the indigenous cultures of the Americas, who have more rights to any of this
Wait,
than
now
you
you
do.
just gave it to America.
Changes
The
growth
Gulf
and
of
growth
America.
is life.
Okay, so if you're going to do that, then it should be the Gulf of Americas, probably. But I still think it's just a fucking narcissistic thing that Donald Trump did, and I think it's gross and stupid.
I think it's unnecessary.
How does it make any of your lives better? Donovan, aka, how did changing the
fills
name
me
of the
with
Gulf
It fills
make
me
your
with a
life better?
constant sense
I
of
mean, it-
pride, and it makes my
Yes.
life better every day.
Yes.
He gets
Your
to piss
pride
off.
does?
He gets to piss off the libs. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's the
don't.
fun
You know
part.
what?
too.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
I
That's
have to
fun
agree
on.
with that.
Yeah, that's fun on TikTok, I suppose. But there
I
are
do it in
real
real life,
people
too.
suffering, not because of the Gulf of Mexico, but because climate change is real,
It's not
and
real, it's a
that
hoax.
area is getting hit. And with the new storm, a new El Nino is coming, and they say it's going to be worse than the last one. So hurricane season's not going to be fun.
Good point. How are we going to blame it on Trump? Go.
So last hurricane season was really slow. How do you explain that?
It was really slow.
Oh,
Yeah,
because
compared to
you didn't
normal.
know. You didn't know the. Wait, didn't Biden have some sort of technology where he was moving the hurricanes? Right? Wasn't that the thing?
The Jewish
No, it wasn't
legislatures.
Biden.
I don't think you can move hurricanes. I mean,
Apparently Trump did on a map. You don't
No,
remember
He's got
that?
a Sharpie.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
So you don't think Texas flooding is like not an issue though? Like we're gonna call that just a light season. I mean,
Well, I
technically it's
think
not a
that was a
hurricane,
small
but
hat.
it was a proxy of it, a collateral.
HARP. Thank you. Was it HARP? Is that
I
what I'm
think
thinking?
that was cloud seeding, is what that was.
Oh my
Allegedly.
God.
Okay, I have a genuine question. Do you think the war? Do you think the war in Iran is actually a conflict? It's kind of off-brand.
By definition, it is a conflict. Yes.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
When's the last time we declared? Okay, now my question: when's the last time we declared war?
World War II.
Damn it! You're not supposed to answer the question.
I mean,
back.
everybody should know the answer to
But
that.
they don't. That's the problem. They
No,
don't.
but we
They
do.
don't. They're
We've
very
said it many
uneducated.
times, AKA.
What
Okay.
y'all don't understand is no matter what you call it, it still costs the same whether we declare it or we don't. Any military intervention
So,
to that capacity risks
That would
us
be
the
a
same
good
amount of
argument
lives.
if you had the same energy under Obama when he told Congress to go F off.
The only energy I had under Obama was for
Was-
driving a car with my new license. That's it.
Well, you're a youngster. So, you got 60 days to get into a conflict, and you got another 30 days. Then you have to go to Congress for approval. That's how it works. You don't like it? Change the laws.
The law should be changed. It should be
Okay,
very
fair enough.
limited.
Fair enough. I will not argue that point.
The next president needs to expand the Supreme Court. There's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up. We're expanding the court. Absolutely.
Okay, then we need to go ahead and end the filibuster and put everything in place now so that you all can't be communists. I
Good
agree.
luck doing that. That
Oh,
has
we
nothing
can
to
do
do
it.
with
I don't know why we're
communism.
too weak to do it.
Good luck ending the filibuster.
Well, well, she just said we should.
Yeah,
but
we should.
Republicans play by the rules. Democrats
possible?
don't. That's the problem.
Now, is it possible to filibust the end of the filibuster?
No.
Possibly.
Could you?
Wait, that's kind of funny, actually. No, it's not
is
possible
funny.
because
Yeah,
no,
she
because
asked about my committee.
to end
I
the
need her.
filibuster, which requires it only requires 51 votes to end the filibuster, and the filibuster requires 60 votes to pass. So no, you cannot end or you cannot filibuster the end to the filibuster.
But it would be
But
funny
can you
because
filibuster
the filibuster inception?
the act to end the filibuster?
No,
You
no, you
technically
can't. No, you can't.
No, you can't. That's
the
the
act
purpose
itself,
of
you
it.
can't.
No.
I'm gonna Google it. And
Jesus.
if I'm right, Mojo, you want to bet? You want to bet a galaxy?
Yeah, to remove
I'm
it, it would
not
have to
doing
be an
that.
act of Congress. to
No,
remove
because
it.
if
And
I
think
win,
we're
you're
going
going
in
to
the
tell
same
me
pockets,
I
right?
owe you a galaxy and you're not going to pay me.
Oh, you motherfucker! I'm gonna get a violation
That
for
was-
that. But you
yeah, you're
motherfucker
gonna get a
have
violation for
welched so many times. It's not even funny.
I know you,
So-
CS. I know you.
So if Democrats, I have a question. So if you don't get your way, right, you're going to stomp your feet and want to pack the court, right?
Yes.
At this point, with
That
the
is
way this
socialism
court
and
has
communism.
been,
So-
that's not
I-
socialism or communism.
I am a Marxist, so I don't care. You can call me whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. All right, that's fair enough. You're a Marxist. Self-identified
Republicans-
Marxist. So, hold
Wait
on
a minute.
Fee, hold on. I'm talking to the host. So you're anti-capitalist.
Yes, I think capitalism is a failing system and it needs to be replaced.
Okay, fair enough. Lacey stands 10 toes down. Him.
Here you go. I'll do you
AKA
one.
you're breaking
I'll do
up.
you one. I'll do you one better. Here you go. You're gonna have this one too. This is
I had to.
the communist tiger.
How do you like that, comrade?
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
And I told no, I have the same prompt,
You do?
but it's a little different. I'll show. My camera don't work because my fucking internet sucks right now. But
It does. I agree. It's because you trust and voted for Trump. That's why.
no, it has nothing to do with that.
Absolutely does.
Grifter in chief.
The argument that I made, which you would probably agree with, host, that Marxists are communists, and all the Marxists come up that were like 19 and said, "No, it has nothing to do with communism." See,
Communists
it
are
wasn't the same
Marxists
problem.
after they get the guns.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, just a 1 minute explanation. Capitalism is the mixture of capital with the theft of somebody else's labor. Socialism is the means of production being controlled by the people as a whole or in individual markets under a market socialist system by co-ops. Communism is a form of government where the government is controlled by the people as a whole. Marxism is a philosophy that includes both of those things in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Stalin counted as a person. Good job, Mojo.
I don't know what that
Wait,
means.
are you saying
However,
that they-
Stalin was an interpretation of Marx. Mojoism is an interpretation of Marx.
Right, controlled by the people. It doesn't matter if you have a dictator because your dictator counts as a person.
It does.
This is the type of perversion that exists.
It does. It does matter because a single person is not the people.
Hey, Mojo, are we taking turns here, or how is it working?
Sure. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please, Mr. Voice?
Yes, sir. 40 years of age, getting old, back's hurting. Voted for Donald J. Trump.
All right. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I want to be honest with you, sir. Okay, I saw you say MAGA request up, and thanks, Donovan. Appreciate the roast. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, I'm actually thinking of becoming an MAGA supporter. It's I was raised with a silver spoon in my mouth. Okay, I've never worked a day in my life, and am I crashing out right now? Sure, because I did multiple shrooms. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to be
honest going to last very long.
What?
I know. 6 hours.
Donovan's going to want that rose back, by the way.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
No, he's
I know
not.
Donovan. He's a great guy. Donovan's a great guy. I love you, Donovan. I love the wolf, too. That's that dire wolf. Anyhow.
He thinks he's funny, and he's going to go off nonstop, and he's going to try.
No, I'm not funny. Oh, my gosh. I was just trying to request up Tony the Tiger.
You're not funny.
I never said I was funny, Barney. I'm just telling you. I wanted to come up here, and just say hello and just talk. We're humans. We're humanoids, right? We're chatting. Is that what we do? We wake up and...
You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, CS. CS, you know what? I don't follow people, but I'm going to follow you. I really don't. Look at the followers. I don't even follow people.
You got the button here. It's up to you, CS. I've listened to this guy before.
No. Hold on. Let's just back up, guys. Can we just start over? Let's start over. There we go.
Go
ahead, host.
This is
okay, host. Pronouns. What are your pronouns? Age,
This
race?
is a gig. This is a...
And how many inches?
An act.
Wait. If you want pronouns, I'll give you mom.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on. I'm actually taking a shit, guys.
I'll give you mine.
Oh, here it comes. Wait.
Go ahead.
It's your mom, mom, and your mom.
No, don't say that, you little... That was mean. Jeez.
Just kidding, man.
No, don't cut me. Wait. Can I say one more thing? Watch. Look, watch.
Wow.
That's your buddy, Donovan?
Okay.
No, I have no fucking idea
I
who that
disavow that man as a Democrat or a Republican. I disavow him.
He's just he's a stick. He runs around doing this shit, just acts crazy in panels, so he gets kicked off. That's a shtick.
That would be shrooms. That would be powder.
Anyway,
He did have a voice for radio, though.
He did have a voice for radio. He did, absolutely. He sounded like that Shapiro guy.
Ben Shapiro. Yeah, you better wait to give roses out for a sec, Donovan.
I know. Stop wasting your coins on trolls.
Well, it was he said he voted for Trump, but then
Yeah,
he said he
that's
regretted
good.
it. So I was like, oh shit. So I wanted to get him out. But then he crashed out.
He didn't crash out. He does, like I said, that's what he does. I've seen him before, actually, so I knew who
You
he
could
was.
filibuster the filibuster, just so you know, but then you'd have to use the nuclear option.
That's what I was thinking, CS.
Wait, how do you filibuster a filibuster? Because it only takes 51 votes to pass the law to get rid of the filibuster.
It says, a bill to eliminate the filibuster through the normal legislative process would itself be subject to the filibuster, meaning opponents could block it unless supporters got 60 votes. So in a narrow sense, yes, you could filibuster legislation, but that's usually not how the Senate changes the filibuster rules. Instead, the Senate uses the nuclear option, which is a parliamentary maneuver rather than ordinary legislation. The process works roughly like this. The senator raises a procedural point of order. The presiding officer rules based on an existing Senate precedent. The Senate majority votes to overturn that ruling. A new president is assigned by a simple majority vote. Because it is treated as a constitutional procedure rather than ruling of the chamber, than ordinary, or rather, ruling of the chamber rather than ordinary legislation, it bypasses the normal 60 vote I don't know how to pronounce that word, requirement.
Okay.
That's what
that makes
so
sense.
you can filibuster.
That's the filibuster.
That makes sense. But
even if that was the way, right? Even if that was true, the party that has 51 votes would have to do the nuclear option.
That is correct.
Which wouldn't make sense whatsoever.
Oh, no, I wasn't paying attention to that last part. I'm sorry, guys. I was reading more, but...
You should stop that. It hurts.
You're telling me.
There's a lot of Republicans that are for that. I'm hearing that more and more often over the last couple of weeks, wanting to get rid of the nuclear option or want to get rid of the filibuster and use the nuclear option in order to make sure that Republican rule is ensconced for decades.
Just remember that in November.
At this point, I want to due to fee.
Right, but understand that to us, it is distasteful, very similar to, say, packing the court. That is not something that we would say with our full
Packing the
chest.
court is what Trump did.
No.
didn't.
Trump did not pack the court, man. What you want to
Yes,
do is
he
pack
did.
the court.
Oh.
No, what he did is he got
stole,
elected and he chose the court members. What you want to do is add members to the court so you get your whiny way. That's what you want to do.
No, I
Be
think
clear on that.
I think we have 13 federal districts. We should have 13 Supreme Court. I think we need to change it where you can still have 9, but they're polled randomly. You do not get to choose the bench. And then the second thing I think is we need to increase the number of House of Representatives. There's nothing that binds us to 435. I don't think one person can adequately support or represent 700,000 people.
Right. And I suppose you'd have the same position if Hillary Clinton didn't get shellacked and she got 3 scoops, right?
3 scoops?
Mitch McConnell is the one that stopped Obama from getting a
scoops. Using the Biden rule, that's adorable. 3 scoops means he got 3 picks, Mojo.
Yeah. It wasn't a Biden rule, by the way. It was something that Biden had mentioned, but it was not a rule that was put in place. On top of that, Mitch McConnell did it one way one term and then did it the exact opposite way the next term. So you don't get to have your cake. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. So at least one of those, if not both of them, I would argue both of them should have been given to Democratic presidents to appoint.
I like cake. And I tell you what, I don't doubt that Merrick Garland was very salty about what happened to him. And it's probably why he was so keen on perverting the justice system to go after Donald Trump.
Kidding?
I'm actually
Merrick
pretty
Garland
happy.
Is the reason.
I'm actually pretty happy Garland didn't go in. I think he would have made a terrible Supreme Court justice.
I agree. He's too wishy-washy. He is not a strong man.
It would have been corrupt.
He was not corrupt
at all.
Oh, yes.
He was too cautious.
Actually, as a Republican, I don't think he's corrupt.
Yeah. If he was corrupt, he would have initiated those investigations on Donald Trump the day he took office. Instead, he screwed around for about a year and a half, and then he finally appointed a special prosecutor. Finally, after all that time. No, it was not illegal.
Yes, it was illegal.
No, it was not.
You just can't say no, it was not. You gotta say.
I can say no, it was not, because you can then prove to me that it was illegal. Prove to me it was illegal.
Well, you have to support the claim.
I get to say bullshit until you prove it.
Because why is he not facing charges?
Say again.
Why is he not facing charges?
Anybody for any of this?
Well, a lot of them got executive protection.
I think I'm going to take a break for a couple hours and then come back a little bit later. You okay with that, CS?
Yeah, I'm tired too.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
I can do this all day.
Well,
good to see y'all, Mojo. CS.
Yeah, everything's slowed down a bit here, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'll come back a little later this afternoon. Thank you, guys.
See you later.